Just after transmigrating, I found myself in a desperate situation. My girlfriend was pregnant with someone else's child. The gambling-addicted mother owes 15 million in loan shark debt. The creditor threatened to force me into prostitution to pay off the debt. At the life-or-death moment when I was cornered in the restroom, I awakened the divine life choice system. Either publicly force a kiss on my billionaire counselor to trigger a marriage bond. Either flee to Southeast Asia and be at others' mercy. I didn't hesitate to choose the former. Amidst the astonished gazes of the entire class, he kissed her. The system instantly delivers rewards. My fate has been reversed from this moment on. But the creditor only gave me 5 days. This astronomical sum. Can I really rely on this sudden wife's family to solve everything so easily? The real trouble seems to have just begun. Chapter 1, A Disastrous Start. Huaxia, on the campus of Qingbei University. Lin An suddenly rose from the desk, taking a deep breath. His gaze wandered dazedly around. This action caught the attention of the entire class. It also caught the attention of the beautiful counselor by his side. Lin An, what's wrong with you? A caring voice came from beside his ear, making Lin An instinctively turn to look. By my side sat a stunning beauty, 175 centimeters tall, with striking features, an outstanding demeanor, and a voluptuous figure. What's going on? Wasn't I supposed to be drinking at the celebration banquet? Faced with the beautiful teacher's inquiry, Lin An didn't respond and rushed straight out of the classroom. The instructors on the stage and rows of classmates all turned to look at Lin An, who was behaving strangely. The counselor shouted, "Everyone, let's continue with the class." Having said that, he stood up and chased after Lin An's direction. Lin An went to the bathroom, washed his face vigorously, and stared blankly at the reflection in the mirror. So handsome. First, ruling out dreaming, it must have been time travel. Lin An tentatively called out, "System? Is the system there?" No response. Probably no system. At that very moment, the phone suddenly rang. I picked up my phone and saw it was filled with WeChat message notifications. "Shen Zhiyue, I'm pregnant, and the child isn't yours. Good bro, if you don't pay back the money you owe today, just wait and see. Father, the house was gambled away by your damn mother. You'll have to make it on your own from now on. Younger sister, brother, mom got divorced, and no one can pay for my schooling anymore. Grandmother, your sister isn't your parents' biological child." Wait, overwhelmed by this flood of shocking revelations, Lin An, who had just crossed into this world, found it all too much to process. Damn it, heavens! You didn't send me through time to live in luxury, but dropped me into a disastrous starting point. How the hell am I supposed to play this game? Since you are here, you might as well stay and make the best of it. Think about how to deal with these issues first. So many tricky matters need to be handled one by one. The bro wants his money back? Compared to other things, this is the smallest issue. Don't even bother with him. At most, it's just $30. Better deal with family matters first. So Lin An opened the chat window with his dad. The gist was that his mother gambled away their house, and after losing the house, she then gambled away both him and his dad. Now the loan sharks were coming to collect. First they took the house, and next they decome for him. As for why his dad and himself could be used as bets, it was because the biggest difference in this world compared to before was the gender imbalance nationwide. There were 370 million males, but 650 million females. This exaggerated figure is even more outrageous than in my previous life. Men are scarce, so someone like Lin An, young, handsome, and in good shape would naturally be in high demand. If he were from a normal or well-off family, he might have been able to play the field and keep a harem. But now, with his mother's gambling debts piling up, he and his father are doomed to be sold off as male escorts. What the hell is going on? Lin An was utterly speechless. He was still very young and didn't want to be dragged into becoming a male escort. So Lin An asked his father, "Dad, did the loan sharks say how much money they want us to pay back?" The other person replied, "With compound interest, the debt is now 15 million, and they're coming to your school to grab you. Pack up and run fast. If they catch you, your life is ruined." Lin An felt as if countless grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Loan sharks want to snatch me right now to be a gigolo? Not giving yourself any time to catch your breath? At this very moment, a cold female voice echoed in Lin An's mind. "Congratulations, host, for binding with the life choice system. Please select the life you wish to live." Option 1, forcefully kiss counselor Shen Zhiyue in front of the entire class. Reward, perfect physical constitution. Option 2, flee China immediately, escape via smuggler's boat, then transfer to Vietnam, Myanmar, Laos, or Cambodia to begin a life on the run. Reward, fleet-footedness. Lin An only felt that it was too abstract, utterly abstract. He didn't want to choose either of these two options. Now, let's talk about Shen Zhiyue's background. Age 24, she graduated from Tsinghua Peking University, making her Lin An senior. Just to keep it simple about her family background, her father is a billionaire in the capital city. She commutes to and from work every day in a Maybach or a Rolls-Royce. She became a counselor simply because she had nothing better to do. In this world, there is a policy to balance the gender ratio and address fertility issues. The state forcibly pairs 100,000 to 200,000 young men with women every month. It's just a bit unfair for the selected women. Nowadays there are more women than men, so having a husband you can marry is already pretty good. How many older single women can't even find someone to marry? If I could bind with Shen Zhiyue. The loans burdening their own household were astronomical sums to them, yet to Shen Zhiyue's family, they were merely the tip of a hair on a strand of a bull's fur. With none to aid my lofty ambitions, my father-in-law lifted me to the mountain's peak. As for the second option, Lin An didn't even consider it. Damn, he was almost forced into prostitution domestically, and going abroad would surely get him arrested and abused daily. Besides, what the hell was the point of having fleet-footedness? Just as I was thinking, the pleasant voice of the counselor, Shen Zhiyue, came from outside the bathroom. Lin An, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine, counselor. I just have diarrhea. You can go back to your work first. Shen Zhiyue said with concern, how about I get some medicine from the office for you? If you're really unwell, I can take you to the clinic. Really, I'm fine. You can go back to your work first. Lin An quickly declined, as he was still making his final mental preparations. Instructor Shen is such a good person. Am I being less than human by forcing this bond with her just to make her family pay off my debts? If this isn't handled properly, it could ruin the rest of both our lives. Alright then, the students are still in class. If you have anything, just contact me on your phone. Got it, counselor. Then Lin An heard the footsteps at the door gradually fading away from him. Lin An sat slumped on the bathroom floor. Between being a duck and being a, Lin An was hesitating over which to choose. In his past life, 15 million wouldn't have been a big deal. Given the time, Lin An believed he could achieve great things in this world too. But the damn thing is, the loan sharks won't give me any time. They're probably already on their way here by now. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Where did that little bastard run off to? What? In the toilet? Come on, girls, let's grab this pretty boy. Chapter 2, 5 Days to Make Money. Lin An was so frightened by the voice that his soul nearly left his body. They're here already? What should I do? What should I do? In a panic, Lin An could only choose to lock the bathroom door from the inside. Can the quality of the toilet door withstand the force of several people violently breaking it open? Bang! The toilet door was wrenched right off its frame. Lin An locked eyes with the 7 or 8 elder sisters across from him. One of the women flashed a lewd smile at Lin An's delicate little face. Lin An never expected he'd have another chance to see that expression on a woman's face. That gambler was right, her son really is a handsome boy. Hey kid, why don't you come play with me? The woman at the front, likely their leader, reprimanded the younger sister who had just spoken. Damon, cut it out. This one's too good looking. Our boss lady wants a virgin. If you've had your way with her, the boss will be furious. To be honest, that guy called Damon might have a somewhat sleazy expression, but he's actually quite good looking. She had an oval face with willow leaf eyebrows, dressed provocatively. Whether her figure was the result of exercise was unclear, but her thighs were taut and rounded, resembling those of a professional athlete. Among these 7 or 8 women, only one had a beer belly, looking just like Xiao Biluo, and was utterly unappealing to the eye. The other few people all had quite good figures. Lin An suddenly thought that with so many, it might not be impossible after all. However, after his gaze lingered on the woman who looked eerily similar to Xiao Biluo for a few seconds, he instantly lost interest. The leader of the group, who was also the fairest skinned and most attractive among them, took a step forward and teased in a frivolous tone, "Don't worry, little brother, none of us sisters are good people. Let me introduce myself. I'm the second in command of the Phoenix gang here. You can call me Sister Snake. Your mom lost 15 million at our protected casino and can't pay it back. So she offered your dad and you as collateral. Just come quietly with us to work at the casino. Normally we don't hit men, but if you cause trouble, we won't hesitate to break some bones." At least this woman had manners. She actually explained why they were taking him before grabbing him. That older sister who looks strikingly similar to Xiao Biluo is clearly hot-tempered. Snake's sister, why waste words with this little male skunk? If he dares to resist, Big Sister said not to let us play with him. Such a rare handsome man, if I can't have fun with him, can't I at least take some advantage? Lin An's face turned pale with fear when he heard this. If I got raped by such a fat woman, I'd rather slam my head into a wall and die. Big sisters, please don't attack me. Let's talk this through. Isn't it just money you want? I'll give it to you. Sister Snake and her gang froze in surprise. They never expected this kid to actually have money to offer. You have 15 million? Lin An slightly shook his head. You dare mess with us sisters? Sister Snake's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Xiao Biluo was already rolling up her sleeves in anticipation. I think you're just trying to stir up trouble. No. Lin An took 2 steps back, his body hitting the wall behind him. Sisters, although I don't have 15 million right now, give me some time to raise the money. Lin An tried to appear as innocent and harmless as possible, hoping to get through the situation by pretending to be naive. Impossible, how long do we have to wait for you to get the money? 10 years or 100? You'll give us 1.5 million only after we're dead? That's hilarious, you wouldn't earn 15 million even if you worked non-stop 24/7 for 100 years. The sisters laughed wildly and without restraint. Snake sis. Give me 10 days. If I can't come up with 15 million within 10 days, I'll willingly work at the casino as an escort. Snake's sister furrowed her willow-like brows as if deep in thought. Damon anxiously exclaimed, Snake sister, you can't seriously believe this kid can actually get 15 million in 10 days. I can tell he's just stalling for time, looking for a chance to escape. Snake's sister confidently smiled and said, run? Where can he run to? Haven't we already got his entire family under control? She turned to Lin An and said, kid, I can't give you 10 days, but I can give you 5 days. Every move your family makes is under our surveillance. If we find out you've run away, we'll immediately send your sister to harvest her organs for money. Lin An thought this woman was utterly ruthless, able to threaten him with such words without batting an eye. Can't it be 10 days? Lin An still wanted to bargain. Snake's sister rejected it without a second thought. Just 5 days, this is non-negotiable. It must be 15 million, not a penny less. Try to pay even 1 penny less and see what happens. Snake's sister threatened in a tone that brooked no refusal. Today's already 1 day spent, you've got 4 left. On the 4th day I'm coming to your place if you dare not be there or try to run. Once we catch you and your little sister, just wait to have your organs harvested. Lin An calculated it wasn't even 5 days, at most just 3. Counting today as 1 day and the 4th day as another, that's already 2 days. You're only giving me 3 days, how am I supposed to come up with 15 million for you? Damon snapped, Sister Snake said 5 days means 5 days. What? You have a problem with that? After hearing that, Xiao Biluo was already getting ready to take off her pants. No, it's 5 days, 5 days. Snake's sister let out a cold laugh and waved her hand grandly, sisters, let's get out of here. Damon glared fiercely at Lin An. Before leaving, Xiao Biluo even gave Lin An a flirtatious glance. Lin An let out a sigh of relief, then slid down the wall and sat on the bathroom floor, his face etched with exhaustion. Crossover if you must, but why make it a cultivation world? Even if you had to, couldn't it at least be a lavish billionaire's world? What kind of mess is this, ending up in a matriarchal world like this? Lin An let out a heavy sigh and stood up again. His eyes burned with raging flames. Damn it! A full-grown man like him couldn't let these women piss all over him. He had to figure out a way to come up with 15 million to pay off the debt. No way was he going to get thrown into that mess. Shen Zhiyue, I'm really sorry, but I had no other choice. This time, Lin An didn't hesitate any longer. He stepped out of the restroom. Returning to the classroom, he found their homeroom teacher standing at the podium, her gentle eyes gazing at him. Lin An, are you okay? You look a bit pale. Should we go to the infirmary? Lin An took a deep breath and exhaled, his gaze unusually resolute as he stared fixedly at Shen Zhiyue. Lin An, what's wrong with you? Shen Zhiyue asked in confusion. Lin An stepped forward toward Shen Zhiyue. Lin An? Shen Zhiyue didn't understand what he intended to do, only feeling that his current demeanor was somewhat frightening. He approached her side and suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, giving Shen Zhiyue no time to react. Then he planted a kiss directly on her soft lips. More than 60 people in the classroom fell into an eerie silence at that very moment. 60 pairs of eyes froze in stunned silence, all fixed on the two of them. Holy shit! That's amazing! Exclamations of all kinds rose one after another from various corners of the classroom. Chapter 3, Marriage Certificate. The gender ratio in this world is different, and so are the attitudes. This scene is equivalent to a female student boldly kissing a handsome counselor in the original world. Lin An is so bold. That's incredibly daring. Wait, doesn't he have a girlfriend? I wish Lin An would kiss me too. Honestly, I think he's pretty handsome. Wah? Shen Zhiyue's brain froze for 2 seconds before she pushed Lin An away with her hands. You. Shen Zhiyue gasped for breath, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Turning to Lin An, she saw him walk away immediately after kissing her. Oh dear. Lin An thought this to himself, but his feet didn't pause for a moment as he made his way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He applied to legally bind himself to Shen Zhiyue. Thanks to Lin An's personal initiative, the approval process moved swiftly. Barring any unexpected issues, their marriage certificate would be printed within 3 days. Stepping out of the bureau, Lin An let out a deep sigh, his heart overflowing with guilt toward Shen Zhiyue. He decided not to return to school this afternoon. He still didn't know how to face Shen Zhiyue. When he returned to the home of his memories, the front door was already sealed with official tape. Lin An tore off the seal and pushed open the door. The living room was a complete mess. Furniture lay shattered in pieces across the floor, and foul-smelling sewage had been splashed everywhere. He didn't need to guess it was the work of debt collectors. This home was no longer livable. He pulled out his phone and dialed his family's number to ask where they were now. He called his father first. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello? Hello? Shaowen. You're okay. I thought you'd been arrested. His father's anxious voice came through the phone. Debt collectors keep showing up at our house every day. Your sister and I have moved out and rented a place. I'll send you the address later. After hanging up, Lin An received the address his father had sent. He instinctively considered hailing a cab, but his WeChat balance showed 325.6 yuan. He spotted a shared bike by the roadside and pedaled toward his father's rented place. That afternoon, Shen Zhiyue had no classes and spent the entire time resting in the office. Xiaoya, the security guard said there's a package for you and asked me to bring it over. A colleague pushed open the office door and walked in, holding what looked like a document. Shen Zhiyue stood up from her seat and walked over to take the package from her colleague. Strange. Shouldn't all her packages be sent to her home? Why was it sent to school? Who sent you the package? Open it up and take a look. The colleague, who was on good terms with Shen Zhiyue, approached to gossip. Tearing open the outer packaging revealed a document. Upon opening it, a small red booklet fell out from a hidden compartment. The colleague crouched down to help pick it up. Since it was face down, neither of them could tell what kind of ID it was. When they turned it over to look at the front, the colleague was so shocked her mouth fell open. A marriage certificate. The colleague stared at Shen Zhiyue in disbelief. She was married? Shen Zhiyue looked just as stunned. She didn't even have a boyfriend, how could she be married? Wait, maybe it wasn't hers. Perhaps it had been delivered to the wrong address. Shen Zhiyue snatched the marriage certificate and opened it to see the names registered. Groom, Lin An, age 18, born February 8, 2006. Female, Shen Zhiyue, age 22, born August 25, 2003. Seeing those two names, Shen Zhiyue felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. She was married? And to one of her students. She recalled Lin An inexplicably kissing her in class. He must have known about this all along. That bastard. If he knew, why didn't he tell me sooner? They hadn't even gotten to know each other properly before rushing into marriage. Under Huaxia law, unless one spouse is deceased, a marriage cannot be dissolved within 6 years of its establishment. 6 years? How many 6-year spans does one have in a lifetime? With her mind in a complete shutdown, Shen Zhiyue opened the documents and the package with a blank stare. Lin An and Shen Zhiyue, effective February 8, 2025, are legally married. Their relationship is protected by law. This document, stamped by the Huaxia Civil Affairs Bureau, carried legal weight. Her colleagues wisely stepped aside, giving Shen Zhiyue time to process this news. This was gossip that could rock the entire campus. Who was Shen Zhiyue? The dream girl of countless men on campus, hailing from a family renowned throughout the capital for its high social standing. Such a perfect woman, and she got married today? If word got out, it would be absolutely explosive. Find Lin An. Yes, find Lin An and get to the bottom of this. Why did they get married? Shen Zhiyue pulled out her phone and dialed Lin An. The number you have dialed is turned off. Unwilling to give up, Shen Zhiyue dialed again. Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. After 3 consecutive calls, the message remained the same. Lin An's phone was turned off. Shen Zhiyue didn't know if Lin An's phone was genuinely turned off or if he was avoiding her. Regardless, she had to find Lin An first. It was now 5 o'clock in the evening. Young miss, you don't seem very happy today. Ma Bo was the Jiang family's butler. He had been serving as Shen Zhiyue's driver lately. As usual, he drove the Rolls-Royce to pick her up from work, parking the car at the school gate early on. Ma Bo noticed that today, the young lady seemed different from usual, somewhat lost in thought. Shen Zhiyue gave a distracted smile. It's nothing, Ma Bo. Let's go home. China, capital city. Inside a courtyard house near the square. After parking the car, Shen Zhiyue walked through the courtyard into the living room. The spacious living room was filled with antique furniture, each piece a priceless heirloom. Her mother, Ho Guifan, sat in a chair, her face heavy with melancholy, eyes brimming with profound sorrow. Her father, Shen Xing, wore a face as dark as ink, his gaze fixed on Shen Zhiyue with unmistakable hostility. This gaze made Shen Zhiyue feel uneasy. She didn't know if her family was aware of her marriage. Finally, her mother, Ho Guifan, spoke first. Xiaoye, is there something you've been hiding from us? Shen Zhiyue had never lied since childhood. Faced with her mother's inquiry, she immediately lowered her head, unable to speak. Shen Xing slammed his fist hard on the golden nanmawood table beside his chair. How long do you plan to keep this from us? The neighborhood committee just left our house, and you actually got married behind our backs? You didn't even discuss something this important with us? Shen Zhiyue stood there like a child who'd done something wrong, head bowed, enduring the scolding. Ho Guifan glanced at Shen Cheng. All right. You don't have to get so worked up. Can't we just talk this out calmly? Xiao Shui, tell us honestly, whose son did you register with? Chapter 4, The Child Can't Take Your Surname. Shen Zhiyue stammered for a long while before finally answering her parents' interrogation. It was one of my students. Shen Qing's eyes narrowed in fury. You. All those handsome, talented young men we introduced you to, you said you were too young and didn't want to settle down. And what happens? You end up with one of your students? Ho Guifang clutched her chest as if suffering a heart attack. You! What a disgrace to our family! How could I have given birth to such an unfilial daughter? Shen Zhiyue stood there, too hurt to utter a word. Have you even looked into his family background? Shen Qing forced herself to calm down before asking coldly. Shen Zhiyue had no idea about the other person's family background. She murmured softly, probably, not too bad. Ho Guifang jumped up from her chair, pointing at Shen Zhiyue's stunningly beautiful face, speechless for a moment. You don't even know anything about his family background? How could you just go ahead and marry him like that? So, have you slept with him yet? If you have, he'll have an excuse to hold you accountable. Shen Zhiyue shrank her neck and replied, No, I haven't. Tell me the truth. Really, I didn't. Ho Guifang breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Ma, come here. The butler, who had been waiting by the door, overheard the entire exchange. Madam, you called for me. Ho Guifang instructed, go find out about the family background of this Lin An fellow. Ma Bo nodded. Shen Qing took a sip of tea from her cup. Since we're already married, I don't demand a perfect match in social standing. But at the very least, he should come from a scholarly family. At the very least, he should come from a moderately well-off family without any bad habits. That would be easier for me to accept. Lin An pedaled his shared bike home as dusk approached. It could hardly be called home. The once three-bedroom apartment had become a single-room flat. Even the bathroom was shared. If not for her sister Lin Yao picking her up, she'd never have found this remote place. Brother, there's something you should handle yourself once you get home. Her expression was slightly uneasy, as if she had something on her mind. What is it? You seem troubled. Lin An frowned with concern. After hesitating for a long moment, Lin Yao sighed. You'll just have to see for yourself when you get home. Pushing open the door to the small, dilapidated cottage, he found three people inside. Her father, Lin Chuan, and her mother, Tao Yu. And another woman. Lin An, what took you so long? Why didn't you go to school this afternoon? Shen Bingying, the original owner's girlfriend. Shen Bingying had started grilling him the moment Lin An opened the door. Burdened by 15 million yuan in debt, Lin An was barely holding his breath. He had no patience to play games with her here. Is it any of your business where I go? Before Shen Bingying could respond, her mother, Tao Yu, scolded, Lin An, how can you be so inconsiderate? Is that any way to speak to your girlfriend? Her father, Lin Chuan, tried to defend his son, but Tao Yu shot him a look that froze him in place. Haven't hit you in a while, guess you're asking for it. Tao Yu shot Lin Chuan a glare. Lin An, why shouldn't I have a say? We're still dating. Just because I'm pregnant, you treat me like this? Shen Bingying delivered this line with icy detachment, utterly unaware of any wrongdoing on her part. Lin An felt utterly defiant. How dare she confront him with such righteous indignation? Off! Get the hell out of here! Lin An began shooing her away. Lin An! What the hell are you saying? She's your girlfriend. She's pregnant, and you're telling her to get lost? Are you even human? Tao Yu, shoes in hand, eyes wide and fierce, shouted angrily. Apologize to Ying right now. Or I'll beat you to death. In Lin An's memories, the original host's family had been beaten by this mother since childhood. This had shaped the original owner into a timid person, bullied since elementary school and treated like a doormat. Shen Bingying sneered triumphantly. Lin An, I was just concerned about you earlier. Who knew your temper would turn so volatile? You're flying off the handle before I've even said anything. Lin An shook his head coldly. Please spare me your concern. I can't bear it. Now get out of my house. Lin An, don't be so ungrateful. Your family has already agreed to our marriage. I've even given you the dowry. All I ask is that you acknowledge this child as your own. If you just agree to let the child take his biological father's surname, I can personally give you another 50,000 yuan in spending money. Tao Yu's face lit up at the suggestion. That's no problem at all. I'll agree on Lin An's behalf. I'll even get a grandson for free. Another man appeared at the door, standing there with a look of disgust as he scanned the surroundings. He was quite handsome, with well-defined features and glasses, a sturdy build suggesting he worked out. He covered his nose, not sparing a glance at anyone else, his gaze settling on Shen Bingying's face. Ying, did you settle everything? If so, let's go have dinner. I reserved a table at that popular Western restaurant, but if we're late, I'm afraid there won't be any seats left. Shen Bingying's expression instantly underwent a complete transformation. A gentle smile graced her lips as she reached up to affectionately wrap her arm around his. Senior, it's all settled. Let's hurry. Lin An glanced at the man. He recognized him, a prominent figure on campus whose mother was the chairwoman of a publicly listed conglomerate. Zhao Shi shot Lin An a disdainful glance as he stood to the side, snorting coldly through her nose. The fact that the child recognizes you as his father makes me sick. Just play nice and be the nanny. You'll get a monthly allowance for child support. Shen Bingying didn't spare Lin An another glance as she hurriedly urged Zhao Shi, let's go. I'm starving. Zhao Shi slowly walked away, holding Shen Bingying's hand. Lin An felt a sharp pain in his chest. What was this feeling? The lingering attachment of the original owner? After all, he had genuinely loved Shen Bingying. They'd been together since high school, spanning 4 years. Throughout those 4 years, Lin An had doted on Shen Bingying with meticulous care. To borrow a classic internet slang term from his previous life, he was nothing short of a lapdog. After watching them walk away, Tao Yu spat venomously at their retreating backs. What the hell? Who do you think you are? And you two useless pieces of trash. I'm starving to death here, and neither of you bothered to cook for me. Tao Yu tossed her shoes on the floor, slipped them on, scolded them once more, then flopped back onto the bed. Haha, once I get my hands on that 18 grand dowry, I'll go gambling again and win it all back. Honey, please, can't you just stop gambling? What do you mean? What about the money I lost before I started gambling? You can't earn a dime, and those two good-for-nothings still need money for school. Then let our youngest sister drop out of school and go work in a factory. Lin An, you better serve Shen Bingying well and see if you can squeeze some more money out of her. Chapter 5, Running into her here. Lin An found it hard to accept such a mother. A family like this was worse than being reborn as an orphan, at least then you wouldn't start out in debt. Xiao Yao, come on. I'll take you out to eat. Lin An feared he might lose control if he stayed home any longer. He called his younger sister, Lin Yao, to go out for a meal. Lin Yao followed Lin An out of the house. You ungrateful brats. The moment I mention cooking, you bolt out the door. Once you're kicked out, don't ever come back. Tao Yu yelled at their retreating backs. Lin An found a noodle shop and ordered 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles. His phone kept ringing while they waited. Lin An picked up his phone to see a friend request from his counselor, Shen Zhiyue. He felt a pang of guilt, unsure whether to accept the request right away. What if she contacted him because she knew he'd accepted her friend request and demanded he unfriend her? That would be the end of it. Better wait until the marriage certificate is printed before accepting it. Bro, are you okay? You seem distracted. Lin Yao assumed her brother was heartbroken and kept staring at his phone trying to win back Shen Bingying. That woman's carrying someone else's child. If you ask me, you should stand your ground and break up with her right now. Despite her young age, Lin Yao understood quite a lot. Ha? You're overthinking it. I wasn't thinking about her. I was thinking about how we're going to pay back the money our family owes. Lin An had another unspoken worry weighing on his mind. Shen Zhiyue. Hearing about the high interest debt they owed, Lin Yao's face also turned worried. A group of fierce women came today and trashed our house. If I hadn't been so young and dad so old, they probably would have taken us away. Brother, you must hide. You're so handsome, if they find you, they'll probably abuse you. But they can't do anything to me, just a girl. Lin An shook his head. There's no hiding. They've already come looking for me. They gave me 3 days to come up with 15 million yuan. Otherwise, they'll take us to harvest our organs. Lin Yao gasped. What? Brother, they're insane. Where are you supposed to get 15 million in 3 days? There's no other way. If we hadn't agreed, they'd probably have taken us already. Lin Yao was at a loss for words. The thought of organ harvesting turned her face pale with fear. Lin An soothed her with concern. It's okay. Leave it to your brother. You go to school tomorrow like normal. But brother, where will you get 15 million? Maybe we should just run away? Go abroad? Lin Yao suggested. I don't want us wandering aimlessly together. Just focus on school, leave these matters to me. Lin Yao felt a lump in her throat and threw her arms around Lin An. Alright, the noodles are here. If we don't eat soon, they'll get cold. As the two ate their noodles, Lin An heard someone call his name from behind. Lin An? Shen Bingying hadn't expected to run into Lin An again. Originally, she and Zhao Shi had planned to eat Western food, but when they arrived at the restaurant, they found it completely full. Shen Bingying recalled a noodle shop Lin An often took her to. The food was excellent, so she suggested they have noodles instead. To her surprise, they ran into Lin An the moment they arrived at the noodle shop. What a coincidence. When Zhao Shi saw Lin An, her eyes flashed with hostility, and she snorted disdainfully through her nose. As if deliberately provoking him, she sat down at the table next to Lin An. Lin An, how did you know I'd be eating here? Did you deliberately arrange this chance encounter? Shen Bingying's tone carried a hint of resentment toward Lin An, suspecting him of scheming to make Zhao Shi jealous and stir conflict between them. Senior, maybe we shouldn't eat here. Let's find another place. Zhao Shi sneered coldly. What? Just because he's here, we can't eat here? If we leave, he'll think I'm afraid of him. I'm staying right here. Lin Yao's face flushed crimson with anger as she grabbed Lin An's hand. Brother! Let's go. We're not eating here. They disgust me so much I could puke. She truly felt her brother was being treated unfairly. She feared staying any longer would only make him more miserable. Lin An calmly patted Lin Yao's hand. We've already paid. We haven't finished our noodles. Ignore them. Let's just eat. Lin Yao shot Shen Bingying a fierce glare, her teeth clenched. That woman was truly despicable. Her brother had been so good to her, caring for her meticulously since their freshman year of high school. He'd spent every last penny of his weekly allowance buying gifts to win her favor. And what was the result? She ended up pregnant with someone else's child. Her brother was so handsome, how many women had chased after him from high school through college? He didn't need her. Watching her brother continue to eat leisurely, Lin Yao felt a wave of frustration. Didn't he find this disgusting? How could he still have an appetite? She certainly couldn't eat another bite. Ying, take a look at this. Zhao Xia's face softened into a gentle smile as she pulled a set of 4-ring car keys from her pocket and placed them before Chen Bingying. You mentioned how inconvenient commuting to school is every day. Since your birthday is coming up soon, I thought I'd get you a car. Earlier, when Lin Yao had mentioned her, Chen Bingying had felt a tiny pang of guilt toward Lin An. But the moment Zhao Xi pulled out the car keys, a flash of delight lit up her eyes, and all traces of guilt vanished instantly. Really? This is really for me? Chen Bingying picked up the keys from the table and examined them closely. Zhao Xi shot Lin An a sarcastic look. Oof. That guy's been with you for nearly 4 years, and I bet all the money he spent on you couldn't even buy one tire for this car. Lin Yao couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But Lin An swiftly grabbed her arm. What they do is their business. Don't let them ruin your mood. Just then, the atmosphere in the noodle shop shifted subtly. The previously noisy environment grew noticeably quieter. 2 figures appeared behind Lin An. Lin An felt the light dim as if someone had blocked the lamp behind him. That woman is stunningly beautiful. I've never seen a woman this beautiful. Wow, look at that figure. I'd bet even internet celebrities can't match hers. Come on, internet celebrities are all photoshopped. This is all natural. Whispers of admiration drifted in from all directions. Lin An couldn't help but turn around and nearly fell off his chair in shock. Hey! What a coincidence! You're here for noodles too? Lin An looked utterly embarrassed, as if caught red-handed, his heart pounding wildly. Shen Zhiyue had changed into casual attire, transparent high heels, a white pleated skirt, and a pink t-shirt that barely contained her ample bust, revealing her flat stomach. Her well-defined, symmetrical features were enhanced by subtle makeup, making her a veritable heartthrob magnet. Though usually gentle and rarely angry, today she clearly carried a hint of irritation. Chapter 6. What's your relationship with Shen Zhiyue? The beautiful instructor Shen Zhiyue. Why was she here? Chen Bingying and Zhao Xi both turned to look. First came confusion, then both were visibly startled. But then Chen Bingying seemed to recall something, and her expression shifted to one of familiarity. Shen Zhiyue was Lin An's academic advisor. Her visit could be coincidental or related to his studies. After all, the gap in their social standing was too vast. Shen didn't believe they had any romantic connection. Zhao Xi's gaze fixed intently on Shen Zhiyue. This woman was truly beautiful. Even more so than Chen Bingying. Even the usually haughty Chen Bingying felt a pang of self-consciousness in Shen Zhiyue's presence. The other woman was simply breathtaking. Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you know how long I've been trying to reach you? A chill flashed across Shen Zhiyue's exquisite features as she demanded. Hurry up and get up. Come with me. Lin An guessed it. Shen Zhiyue probably knew about their binding. Her urgency must stem from this matter. But the marriage certificate hadn't been issued yet. He had to stall, absolutely couldn't unbind now. He still needed her family to cover the 15 million in high-interest loans. What's the rush? I haven't even finished my noodles yet. Shen Zhiyue said impatiently. What noodles? Come to my place and I'll cook them for you. Lin An licked his lips. That wasn't a bad idea. No, he couldn't go home with her now. Once Shen Zhiyue's family saw they were bound, they'd definitely investigate his family background. If they found out about the 15 million yuan debt, they'd never approve of them being together. Chen Bingying overheard their exchange, her heart filled with mixed emotions. How could this be? Were these two really that close? Shen Zhiyue seemed desperate to take Lin An home. But why? Lin An, what's your relationship with Shen Zhiyue? Lin An couldn't be bothered to acknowledge Chen Bingying. His mind was entirely occupied with how to deal with Shen Zhiyue and get rid of her. Lin Yao watched Shen Zhiyue standing before them, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. If she became her sister-in-law, her brother would surely gain prestige. What business is it of yours what relationship my brother has with this lady? Shen Zhiyue looked at Lin An in confusion. You two know each other? Chen Bingying jumped to her feet, her voice trembling with emotion. Of course we know each other. Lin An is the father of my unborn child. Shen Zhiyue's mouth hung open in shock. Lin An had a child? And he was still marrying her? Oh no, oh no. Given her father's temper, he'd probably beat Lin An to a pulp. Lin An hurriedly explained, advisor, don't listen to her nonsense. The child in her belly has nothing to do with me. It's the seed of this guy named Zhao Xi. Shen Zhiyue rubbed her temples after hearing this, but felt slightly better. If it really were Lin An's child, she might as well jump into the river. Getting married only to become a mother right away. Shen Zhiyue urged Lin An again, stop eating for now. Let's find somewhere we can talk. I need to discuss something with you. Lin Yao's lips curved upward, revealing a tiny fang. Go ahead, big brother. I'll head back on my own after I finish eating. She couldn't help but think she'd played her part perfectly. Lin An, I won't let you go. I'm your girlfriend, don't you listen to me anymore? And you? Why can't you say what you need to say to my face? Why do you have to find some secluded spot? What are you trying to pull? Shen Bingying pressed relentlessly. She simply couldn't stand the idea of Lin An associating with girls prettier than her. He belonged to her, after all. Lin Yao, bold for her age, pointed at Shen Bingying and snapped, "You've got some nerve. You're carrying someone else's child. What gives you the right to call yourself my brother's girlfriend?" Shen Bingying's face darkened. Lin An's sister was pointing her finger right at her, exposing her shame, yet Lin An didn't lift a finger. She'd been with him for 3 years. Back then, if she so much as frowned, Lin An would panic. Over those 3 years, if Lin An so much as exchanged a few extra words with another girl, she'd throw a fit. In the end, she'd have to wait for him to buy her gifts to appease her. His current indifference felt like a crushing blow to her, and she struggled to accept it. "Lin An, aren't you going to explain?" Shen Bingying demanded again. Lin Yao couldn't explain why, but seeing Shen Bingying's anxious expression made her feel so satisfied she could fly. "What relationship are you talking about? This is my brother's new girlfriend." What? Shen Bingying stared at Lin An and Shen Zhiyue in utter disbelief. Zhao Shi clenched her teeth, her heart twisting with envy. How could Lin An be so lucky? First the school beauty girlfriend, now a stunning female counselor. If Shen Zhiyue hadn't graduated, the title of campus beauty queen would never have fallen to Shen Bingying. With a male-to-female ratio of 2:8 at Qingbei Academy, standing out among so many girls proved undeniable strength. Shen Zhiyue wasn't just beautiful, she came from a wealthy family. She was the only daughter of Beijing's richest man. Countless men dreamed of being tied to her, but her family shielded her so well that not a single chance for contact existed. But Zhao Shi would never believe someone from her background would ever look at Lin An. That kid's family of 4 still lived crammed into a flat a world apart from the wealthiest family in the capital. The wealthiest family wouldn't settle for anything less than a match of equal standing at the very least. The suitor's background couldn't be inferior. So he reassured himself that Shen Zhiyue must have no connection to Lin An. Shen Bingying and Zhao Shi both watched Shen Zhiyue's face, expecting her to deny it now. But Shen Zhiyue actually acknowledged it, instead persistently urging Lin An to come with her. This was deeply puzzling. Zhao Shi couldn't help but wonder, what was wrong with this world? How could a wealthy heiress like Shen Zhiyue fall for a penniless guy? This was so unrealistic. Was it just because Lin An was handsome? Does being handsome give him free rein to do whatever he wants? This was so unfair. Shen Bingying pressed her lips tightly together and declared stubbornly, "Lin An, I'm giving you one last chance. Make this woman leave. Otherwise, I'll never speak to you again." Lin Yao feared her brother might actually heed Shen Bingying's words. Over the past 3 years, she'd witnessed every detail of how her brother treated Shen Bingying. If Shen Bingying asked for the moon, Lin An would have tried to pluck it from the sky for her. Lin An finished his last bite of noodles, slapped his thigh, then stood up and said to Shen Zhiyue, "Let's go. We need to find somewhere to talk." Lin Yao clapped her hands in delight. Shen Zhiyue breathed a sigh of relief, while Shen Bingying stood frozen in place. Lin An actually disobeyed her. How dare he? Could 3 years of feelings just be cast aside like that? "Lin An, you faithless man. I'll never speak to you again." In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. "Lin An, what the hell is going on here?" Shen Zhiyue pulled out a small red booklet and tossed it in front of Lin An. When Lin An saw the little red booklet, his tense expression suddenly relaxed. He even crossed his legs. Chapter 7, Visitors from the Shen family. The moment Lin An saw the marriage certificate, he relaxed completely. He hadn't expected the marriage certificate to be ready so quickly. Why had he worried so much? The marriage laws in this world stipulated that once married, couples could not divorce within 6 years unless one spouse died. Marriage certificate? Whose is it? Lin An began feigning ignorance. Shen Zhiyue clenched her teeth. "Lin An, you're still playing dumb with me? You must have applied to bind us together. Otherwise, how could we suddenly be married?" Shen Zhiyue frowned, trying to look angry, but her pouting expression ended up looking more like she was trying to be cute. Lin An wasn't the least bit afraid. Instead, he found her expression rather adorable. "Don't look at me like that. I genuinely have no idea what happened." Lin An adopted a carefree attitude. He simply refused to admit anything. "Lin An, it's not just me who knows about this now. My family knows too. They're investigating your family background right this moment. If they find even the slightest issue, I can't even imagine what they might do." Lin An thought Shen Zhiyue was overreacting. So they knew, big deal. They'd already gotten their marriage certificate. What else could they do now? "So what? Are your people going to hire hitmen to kill me or something?" Lin An said casually. Shen Zhiyue nodded solemnly. "It's not impossible." Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, Lin An instantly panicked. "Counselor, you're not trying to scare me, are you?" Shen Zhiyue just stared into Lin An's eyes. "What do you think?" He sucked in a sharp breath, cold sweat instantly breaking out. Suddenly, he felt a prickling sensation on his back, as if someone was watching him from some unknown corner nearby. Lin An forced a smile. Well, we're practically husband and wife now. Couldn't your parents cut me some slack? Shen Zhiyue noticed the unnatural flush on Lin An's face and suddenly burst into laughter. Lin An, are you scared? Lin An stubbornly retorted, scared my ass. I'm not scared at all. I don't believe your parents would actually kill me over this. He said it, but his mouth was filled with bitterness. Damn it, this path the system made me choose isn't exactly a walk in the park. He thought it would be easy, just lie back, get supported, and coast through life. But Shen Zhiyue's parents were so against it. Even if this were an ordinary family, getting married to their daughter out of the blue would still get me beaten to a pulp. And this was the daughter of the richest man in the country. Is it too late to run away now? Shen Zhiyue lowered her eyes and thought. Probably not. They've likely already uncovered your family's situation. If they're dissatisfied, someone's probably already been sent to retrieve you. Lin An's lips trembled. This. Yeah, we were husband and wife. When your parents hired assassins to kill me, you stood by and pleaded for me, letting me choose a less painful death. Shen Zhiyue closed her eyes, pressing her temples wearily with her fingers. Rest assured on that front. I'll do my best to spare you from my family's torment and send you on your way sooner. Lin An's face twisted in despair. Is there truly no other way? Shen Zhiyue chuckled softly. The probability of them hiring an assassin to kill you is very low. Things haven't reached the worst-case scenario yet. Do you really have so little faith in your own family? Is your family really that weak? Lin An thought about his own family. A gambling mother, an ailing father, a sister in school, and a broken home. With a family like this, it would be a miracle if Shen Zhiyue's family even considered him. Why don't we just get divorced? We'll hire a top-notch lawyer. Once we're separated, your parents will leave me alone, right? Lin An suggested. At worst, those debt collectors would drag him back to work as a prostitute, at least he'd still be alive. But if Shen Zhiyue's parents got their hands on him, he'd probably lose his life. Shen Zhiyue sighed. If only divorce were possible. These days, marriage allows for infidelity, but it doesn't allow for divorce. It's been years since such a precedent existed. Once married, you must wait 6 years before divorcing. No matter how skilled your lawyer is, it won't help. Can you amend the Constitution? Lin An slumped into the backseat of the Rolls-Royce as if all his strength had been drained. It's over. This time, it's truly over. He'd been so focused on repaying the debt that he never imagined Shen Zhiyue's parents would be this ruthless, hiring assassins to kill him so they could force a marriage under the guise of widowhood. Forget it. I never belonged here anyway. If death is inevitable, I should at least do something worthwhile before I go. After meeting Shen Zhiyue's parents, he'd bargained with his own life to see if he could trade it for over 10 million to settle the debt. At the very least, he had to ensure his younger sister could grow up properly. With that thought, Lin An resigned himself to his fate. Then I'll wait for your parents to send someone to capture me. Don't forget what I said, you must beg for mercy and leave me with a whole body. Is your family, that, strapped for cash? Shen Zhiyue phrased it gently, mindful not to crush Lin An. Without hesitation, Lin An replied, absolutely. We're the poster children for hardship. Just then, the car door was violently yanked open. A woman nearly 6 feet tall, her physique clearly honed by training, yanked Lin An out of the car. Her eyes locked with Lin An's, filled with nothing but icy fury. Cousin. What are you doing? Let go of Lin An. Cousin Shen Yuan snorted coldly, yanking Lin An by the collar and shoving him back into the car. Kid, you dare scheme against the Shen family? Why don't you go ask around? Has anyone who crossed us ever ended up well? Cousin, can't we talk this out calmly? Shen Zhiyue, fearing her cousin might harm Lin An, rushed forward and shoved Shen Yuan away. Shen Yuan, afraid of hurting Shen Zhiyue, released her grip on Lin An. Xiaoyuer, you know this kid schemed against our family. His family's now over 10 million in debt, and he voluntarily applied to bind himself to you just to pay it off. Shen Zhiyue whipped her head around to glare at Lin An. She'd assumed he'd bound himself to her because he liked her. Turns out he was after her family's wealth. Lin An avoided Shen Zhiyue's gaze. He knew he was in the wrong about this, but he had no other choice. The system was forcing him, and the debt collectors were giving him only 3 days. He had no choice. Sis Yuan, it's actually me who likes Lin An. I asked him to bind with me. Please don't be hard on him. Shen Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Zhiyue, do you even realize what you're saying? He's scheming against our Shen family like this, and you're still protecting him? When Shen Zhiyue learned of Lin An's massive debt, she felt deeply for him. For a young man to shoulder such a burden must be incredibly difficult. That's why she resolved to help Lin An, determined to shield him from further hardship at her family's hands. Chapter 8. Don't underestimate the young and impoverished. Shen Zhiyue, you turn down the high-caliber men our family introduces to you, yet you insist on pursuing such a frail, useless ornament? What on earth were you thinking? Shen Yuan spat out these words through gritted teeth, frustrated beyond words. Shen Zhiyue suppressed the faint bitterness welling up inside her. Cousin, I can make my own decisions. Who I marry is my choice. You should go now. You're driving me crazy. You're hopeless. I'm telling uncle and aunt right now. Wait and see what they say. At Shen Yuan's words, Shen Zhiyue's face visibly paled with fear. She dreaded her parents' reproach more than anything. As their only child, her parents had pinned all their hopes on her. Choosing Lin An wasn't necessarily a terrible decision, but it certainly wasn't the best or most suitable choice. Shen Yuan knew Shen Zhiyue's weakness and continued to pile on the pressure. I'm calling uncle and aunt right now. She pulled out her phone and dialed the number. The moment Shen Qing's voice came through the line, Shen Zhiyue's face drained of color. How's it going, Shen Yuan? Don't go too far. If you kill someone over there, I'll have a hard time cleaning it up. Shen Qing demanded urgently the moment he answered. Uncle, Xiaoyu is protecting that Lin An. She even said she was the one who applied for the marriage. Shen Qing's voice suddenly rose an octave. What did you say? That ungrateful daughter. Hand the phone to her. Shen Yuan handed the phone to Shen Zhiyue. Hello, Dad. Shen Zhiyue timidly called out to her father. Shen Qing erupted in a torrent of curses. Shen Zhiyue, you think you're so clever now, don't you? You dare defy our wishes? Didn't I tell you? This Lin An is too scheming. We can't let him into the family. Marrying him will ruin your entire life. You're so beautiful, and our family background is respectable. Even though there are more women than men these days, you can't just marry anyone. We're not just any ordinary family. Shen Shang launched into a tirade, lecturing Shen Zhiyue for at least 5 minutes. Throughout, Shen Zhiyue remained meek and submissive, not daring to utter a single word. Now, have your sister break this boy's legs and bring him back? You needn't concern yourself with this matter. Lin An felt his legs go weak at the mere suggestion. Was she really that ruthless? Break both his legs? Wouldn't that ruin his entire life? Even if he didn't die, he'd be crippled for life. This time he'd truly be finished. If he'd known, he might as well have chosen the swift legs option. At least he could run away in a pinch. If all else failed, he could compete in the Olympics, win a world championship, land some endorsement deals, and slowly pay off the debt. Sigh, he deeply regretted his decision now. Just as Lin An was resigning himself to his fate, Shen Zhiyue spoke softly but clearly, Dad, I chose Lin An, don't be hard on him. The air hung heavy for a few seconds, and the softest part of Lin An's heart was touched. Even now, Shen Zhiyue was still shielding him? Guilt began to well up inside him. She was bearing the family's pressure for him now. Ultimately, wasn't it all because of his own foolish actions? Shen Zhiyue, why must you be such a stubborn mule? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Since you refuse to obey the Shen family's decision, you are no longer welcome back. We will treat you as though you were never our daughter. You refuse to take responsibility for your own life, so we certainly won't take responsibility for you. Shen Cheng's tone was unusually firm. These words pierced Shen Zhiyue's heart like needles. They made Shen Zhiyue feel suffocated. From childhood onward, Shen Zhiyue had endured this suffocating sensation countless times. She felt like a robot programmed to obey commands. Whatever the Shen family decreed, she had to comply. Shen Zhiyue, I'm giving you one last chance. Leave immediately and never interfere in this matter again. Otherwise, you'll never be welcome back in the Shen household. You wanted this marriage, didn't you? Then go live with him. Once you've suffered enough and want to come home, we won't let you back through this door either. Shen Qing's words also implied rejection of Lin An, the subtext being that Shen Zhiyue was destined for hardship by following him. Lin An finally erupted. He'd been bottling it up since his arrival. He had once been a stock market tycoon, a man worth hundreds of millions. Being berated like this was unbearable. Old man, shut your mouth. You say Shen Zhiyue will suffer with me, huh? Does having no money mean suffering? Does that mean I won't treat her well? If you measure the happiness of a marriage solely by money, then mark my words, in 3 years, I'll surpass you in achievement. Fortunes change over time. Don't look down on a young man just because he's poor now. Lin An had thrown caution to the wind, directly calling Shen Qing old man, a title no one in all of China dared utter. Shen Zhiyue froze in place, while Shen Yuan stared at Lin An with wide, shocked eyes. Shen Qing couldn't tolerate such words from Lin An. Furious, he roared, Lin An, you're nothing but a scheming little rat. If you hadn't schemed your way into marrying my daughter, you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me. But you are bold, doing what many wouldn't dare. Applying to bind yourself to Zhiyue? Did you not consider the consequences? Once bound, do you think the Shen family won't come after you? And don't delude yourself with what you just said. Without money, how can you possibly take good care of our Zhiyue? Do you have any idea how much Zhiyue costs to raise each year? How much her clothes and belongings cost? Can you even afford it? With your family's current debt situation, are you planning to have Zhiyue sleep under bridges with you? Have you ever considered what you'd do if I refuse to pay your debts? Anyone can talk big. Forget 3 years, even 30 years might not be enough to pay off that debt. Upon hearing this question, the system's voice echoed in Lin An's mind. New options are now available. Option 1, swallow your pride and beg your father-in-law for help. Reward, a mouthful of frustration. Option 2, rise to the challenge. Face everything alone without relying on your father-in-law, taking Shen Zhiyue with you. Reward, luck points +1. Lin An immediately frowned. Option 1 was out of the question. If they'd already made it clear, he'd have to swallow his pride and beg for help. That would truly suffocate him with frustration. The second option was more intriguing. It came with a precondition: he had to take Shen Zhiyue with him. Take Shen Zhiyue? Would she even agree to go with him? If they parted ways, his parents would certainly cut off all financial support for her. Given his current circumstances, she wouldn't even be able to afford food if she followed him. That would be terribly unfair to her. System, what's my luck stat? Lin An considered rejecting both options, but luck points seemed crucial. Luck is an indispensable factor for success. Chapter 9, I'll go with you. The system replied, detected current luck attribute, 1 point. Lin An's face turned ashen, looking worse than if his child had died. What the hell is 1 point? With luck already in the negative, what could possibly go right in this state? This was practically forcing him to take Shen Zhiyue with him. To start a business and achieve greatness again, the most crucial factor isn't ability, it's luck. Zhiyue, come with me. I promise I'll treat you well from now on. Even as Lin An spoke these words, he knew they sounded hollow and feeble. It felt downright shameless. He was already drowning in 15 million yuan of debt and might not even have a place to live. What could he possibly offer her? You bastard, you think you can pull some tricks? You think taking Zhiyue will threaten me? Let me tell you, Xin Cheng has never been threatened in my entire life. If Zhiyue dares to go with you, I'll cut her out of my life. Go ahead and try. Xin Cheng was certain Lin An was trying to blackmail him with this tactic. There was no way he'd give this kid the satisfaction. He doubted Lin An genuinely intended to take Shen Zhiyue away. After all, he was penniless and drowning in debt. Taking her away would mean a complete break with him, and he could no longer count on the Shen family to repay his debts. Lin An stepped forward decisively and grabbed Shen Zhiyue's hand. If you're willing to come with me, I'll take you away. The atmosphere fell suddenly silent. All eyes were on Shen Zhiyue, waiting for her response. Father, you've always interfered in my life. This time, I want to take control myself. I'm going with you. Shen Yuan gasped in shock, you're out of your mind. She couldn't fathom why Shen Zhiyue would abandon her life as a pampered heiress to be with a penniless young man drowning in debt. Shen Qing's voice rose an octave. Shen Zhiyue, how dare you call it interfering? I was paving the way for you. If this is your choice, then don't ever come back. I'll disown you as my daughter. This time, Shen Zhiyue was unusually resolute, even taking the initiative to grasp Lin An's hand. Then I'll never come back. With that, she tugged the bewildered Lin An toward the opposite direction. Only when Shen Zhiyue and Lin An were out of Shen Yuan's sight did she release her grip on Lin An's hand. The system's voice echoed in Jing Mo's mind, reward for choice granted. Host's luck +1. The choice had been made, but the consequences? Lin An had no idea how to handle them. Though they were officially married, just half a day ago they'd been student and counselor. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Standing by the roadside, neither spoke first. After a long silence, Shen Zhiyue lowered her head, her lips pressed together. I just didn't want my dad constantly interfering in my life, that's why I said I'd go with you. Don't take it to heart. Her sudden explanation came out like an excuse. Seeing her expression, Lin An felt a pang of guilt. It was all his fault that she had broken ties with her family. Shen Qing was right. Lin An had indeed resorted to underhanded means, hoping to marry Shen Zhiyue to secure a large sum to repay his high-interest loans. The system had offered him 2 paths, and this was the life he'd chosen. Now he regretted that choice. What's wrong? You don't look very happy. Didn't you just say you'd treat me well? What, having second thoughts? If you regret it, I'll leave immediately. Shen Zhiyue sensed Lin An's low spirits and assumed it was because he felt pressured by her. She didn't want to be a burden or a liability. Lin An shook his head. I'm just blaming myself. Because of me, you and your family have reached this point where there's no turning back. Shen Zhiyue tried to act nonchalant. Don't blame yourself. This was my choice too. Suddenly, Shen Zhiyue's slender hand rested on her stomach. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, looking somewhat uncomfortable. What's wrong? Lin An asked urgently. Shen Zhiyue replied shyly, nothing. I skipped lunch and now my stomach hurts a little. Shen Zhiyue had barely eaten lunch, and upon returning home that evening, she hadn't even had time to eat before her parents interrogated her. After that, she rushed straight over to meet Lin An. Lin An felt even more guilty. Wasn't it because of him that she hadn't eaten? She realized she still had over 300 yuan left, which should be enough for a decent meal. So what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. I know a place with great dry noodles. How about we go there? Lin An wasn't being stingy. He just thought that after going without food all day, suddenly eating rich, heavy dishes wouldn't be good for her stomach. So he wanted Shen Zhiyue to have something gentle on her stomach. But after suggesting it, he wondered if her background might make dry noodles seem too plain. After all, she used to be a wealthy young lady. A single meal could easily cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Would she feel a sense of disappointment eating dry noodles with him? Lin An was about to suggest that if she didn't want dry noodles, they could go for hot pot or grilled meat instead. Shen Zhiyue actually agreed. This small change in plans eased the tension between them considerably. Xiao Chow Dry Noodles. This shop had a unique flavor, serving authentic dry toss noodles that drew crowds daily. The moment Lin An brought Shen Zhiyue into the noodle shop, they drew everyone's attention. Men's gazes followed Shen Zhiyue, while women's eyes lingered on Lin An. The two seemed to exist in a world apart from everyone else. Compared to them, it was like the difference between the main character and a random extra. Finding a seat, Lin An called out to the owner. 1 bowl of dry stirred noodles and 1 bowl of pig liver soup. Shen Zhiyue felt uneasy under the stares of so many people. It was her first time eating in such an environment. Lin An, does the pig liver soup have cilantro in it? Lin An shook his head. No cilantro. Why? Don't you eat it? Shen Zhiyue shook her head. I do eat cilantro. Could you add some for me? Lin An thought Shen Zhiyue was utterly adorable. Sure. Ma'am, could you add some cilantro to the pig liver soup? Lin An, you rascal, that girl you brought before wasn't this one. What's the deal? Finally changed your mind? The landlady had just brought over 2 bowls when she glanced at Shen Zhiyue and remarked, this new girl you're with is really pretty, way prettier than the last one. If you ask me, the previous one never liked you at all. The landlady's blunt nature left Lin An squirming uncomfortably, his toes digging into the floor. Aunt Fong, why don't you go back to work? Aunt Fong shot Lin An a withering look. You think I'm interrupting you too? Fine, I'll go tend to other customers. I won't disturb your sweet moments. Once the landlady left, Lin An hurriedly explained, don't worry about it. That girl I brought before and I aren't really anything. Shen Zhiyue didn't seem particularly bothered. I know. Chen Bingying. The whole school knows you liked her. Lin An sighed. He really had no words for his former self. Once you've been a suck-up, you're stuck with it for life. If you like her, go ahead and pursue her boldly. As for us, when the time comes, we'll just get divorced. Chapter 10, Would you like to live with me? Lin An had already eaten, so he only ordered a bowl of noodles for Shen Zhiyue. He simply stared at her as she ate. True to her upbringing in a large family, she ate with grace, sitting upright, picking up her chopsticks, and taking small bites. The atmosphere grew heavy, and Shen Zhiyue felt slightly embarrassed under his gaze. So she casually brought up a topic. Did you really like Chen Bingying back then? Lin An recalled the original host's memories. She probably did. Lin An nodded. There was no denying it. Shen Zhiyue showed no particular reaction. It was just a casual question. Do you still like him now? Lin An shook his head. Not anymore. He truly didn't anymore. Though he'd inherited the original host's memories, he still considered himself the Lin An from his previous life. He hadn't inherited the emotions of this world. When it came to Chen Bingying, Lin An's impression of her was tinged with dislike. Shen Zhiyue took a bite of her dry noodles. Do you two have a future together? Lin An shook his head firmly. He felt nothing for Chen Bingying now. How could there be a future? How much money do you owe? Shen Zhiyue changed the subject. Lin An sighed. 15 million. Shen Zhiyue set down her chopsticks and pulled a bank card from her pocket. There's some money in this card. Go to the bank and see if it's frozen. If it's not, use it to pay off the debt first. Lin An hesitated, unsure whether to accept the card, his complex emotions evident as he looked at Shen Zhiyue. I saw an ATM right next door when I came in. Go check if you can withdraw the money first. Lin An stared into Shen Zhiyue's eyes, bright as stars. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally took the bank card she offered. He then stood up and walked toward the store exit. About 3 minutes later, Lin An returned. He returned the card to Shen Zhiyue. It's frozen. Can't get any money out. Shen Zhiyue pressed her lips together and fell silent. Noticing her bowl was empty, Lin An asked, Are you full? Shen Zhiyue gave a slight nod. Lin An took out his phone to pay. Only 300 yuan left. After paying, just over 200 remained. Sigh. Lin An sighed. Shen Zhiyue followed him out of the noodle shop. For a moment, neither of them knew where to go. Do you have a place to stay tonight? Lin An asked first. The Shen family had frozen Shen Zhiyue's card, so she might not have any money on her either. Shen Zhiyue pulled out another bank card from her pocket. My salary for the past few months has been deposited into this card. There should still be some money left. You go home first. I'll find a hotel for the night. Lin An thought of that small cottage and shook his head gently. My place got wrecked. I've nowhere to go. I can stay in the school dorms, but I need to take you to the hotel first. Shen Zhiyue nodded. Lin An checked his phone and found the nearest home and was just 700 meters away. He wondered if this young lady would feel a sense of loss moving from her mansion to a hotel. How do we stay at a hotel? Shen Zhiyue asked a question that seemed rather naive to Lin An. Lin An paused for only a moment before realizing. She was a wealthy young lady. Did she really need to stay in a hotel? Did you bring your ID? Shen Zhiyue thought for a moment before pulling her ID card from the inner lining. Here. Why are you giving it to me? We'll need it to check in at the hotel later. Oh. The two then slowly made their way toward the home inn. All the way there, Lin An was lost in his own thoughts, feeling utterly depressed. I really could use a cigarette. Lin An muttered absent-mindedly. Once Shen Zhiyue checked in, he'd buy a pack and take a few puffs, otherwise, he couldn't shake the weight on his mind. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin An used his last 290 yuan to book Shen Zhiyue a deluxe room. It wasn't that he was stingy, he simply couldn't afford the presidential suite. Shen Zhiyue took the room key card Lin An handed her. For a moment, she felt at a loss. You go ahead. I'll head back to the dorm. Shen Zhiyue wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. Alright, then. Take care. Lin An left the hotel and stopped at a convenience store to buy a pack of Lacune cigarettes. He didn't usually smoke this brand, but he was completely broke now. Stepping out of the store, he hastily tore open the foil wrapper and pulled out a cigarette. He smoked one to calm his restless heart. But for some reason, he kept smoking more and more. At this hour, the dormitory was already locked. He was truly homeless now. One after another, he couldn't shake the lingering expression on Shen Zhiyue's face before she left, that hesitant look as if she had something to say. Lin An flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it out before resolutely walking back to the hotel. The moment he entered the hotel lobby, he bumped into Shen Zhiyue heading out. She sniffed the air and couldn't help but frown. Lin An, how old are you that you're smoking? Lin An gave a wry smile. For years, no one besides his parents had ever told him smoking was wrong. Feeling down, wanted to smoke a bit. Lin An explained. Shen Zhiyue adopted her teacherly demeanor. No matter how bad you feel, you shouldn't do things that harm your body. It'll pass eventually. Lin An surrendered. Fine, fine. I won't smoke anymore. Yeah, right. Oh, right, why haven't you gone to rest? Shen Zhiyue had been about to lecture Lin An with some more profound wisdom. Lin An interrupted her. She said somewhat sheepishly, there are so many rooms upstairs, I don't know which one is mine. Aren't there door numbers upstairs? I was afraid someone might be inside, so I didn't feel comfortable going in. Alright then, I'll take you. Seems Miss Shen can't even take care of herself. The two arrived at the hotel room. Shen Zhiyue didn't seem put off, just a bit flustered. She wasn't naive, she knew that when guys booked rooms, it was for that purpose. Now sharing a room with Lin An, she felt a bit awkward. Lin An, what are your plans for the future? Shen Zhiyue was a bit worried he might leave soon, but she felt awkward about asking him to stay. She just wanted to find a topic to ask about. Figure out a way to make money and pay off my debts. And you? What about you? You can't go back to the Shen family either. Shen Zhiyue's eyes dimmed slightly. I don't know. I might just keep working as a tutor for now. I plan to rent a place. Would you like to live with me? The sudden invitation caught Shen Zhiyue off guard. Didn't that mean they'd be living together? Lin An didn't mean anything by it. Since he'd brought Shen Zhiyue out here, and she had nowhere to stay and no life skills, he felt he should at least take care of her. I guess I can. Shen Zhiyue couldn't think of a reason to refuse, and she admittedly felt a bit scared living alone outside. Alright then, you can stay here for tonight. I'll look for a place tomorrow. But what about you? The dorms are probably locked by now. Chapter 11, you can only be my dog. I'll be fine. I'll just crash at an internet cafe tonight. Shen Zhiyue said with a hint of concern, can you even sleep in an internet cafe chair? This bed looks pretty big. Why don't you sleep here instead? She quickly added, don't worry, I just don't want to see you sleeping on an internet cafe chair. Nothing else. I won't touch you tonight. Lin An's expression twisted into a grimace. Wasn't that the line he'd always used on girls in his past life? Not touching you at night? You're a gorgeous woman, if I touched you, I'd be the one getting lucky. If you don't mind, I'll just sleep here. Lin An felt utterly baffled. Here she was inviting him to sleep in the same bed, yet he was acting all coy and hesitant. What would I mind? I don't mind. I just worry that if word gets out, it'll ruin your reputation. A young man who hasn't even married yet sharing a bed with a grown woman like me, people will gossip if they find out. Lin An paused for a moment before saying, I don't care about gossip. With that, Lin An took off his jacket and made a move to remove his pants. Shen Zhiyue couldn't bear to look with her beautiful eyes. Were male college students this open nowadays? Casually taking off their pants in front of a girl? Could it be that Lin An had some unsavory past? The thought made Shen Zhiyue feel a pang of unease. But she couldn't bring herself to ask such a thing. I'm going to take a shower. If you're not going to shower, you should go to bed first. You have work tomorrow, and I have school. Lin An said before slipping into the bathroom. Shen Zhiyue, however, was lost in thought. Should she shower or not? If she did, she might be seen as a flirt and give Lin An a bad impression. But if she didn't, would it make her seem unclean? After all, guys tend to be clean and like to smell nice. Forget it, she decided. Better safe than sorry. Lin An emerged from the shower wrapped in a bathrobe. As soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, Shen Zhiyue blushed as she looked at him. Fresh off the shower, he looked like a delicate blade of grass, making Shen Zhiyue feel an urge to hug him. Lin An dried himself off, then climbed into bed and burrowed under the covers. The two instinctively pulled away from each other. Should I turn off the light? Lin An got up and switched off the bedside lamp. Shen Zhiyue stared at Lin An's upper body emerging from the covers. What a great figure. After the lights went out, even their breathing grew cautious, as if afraid to disturb the other. Half an hour passed like this. Are you asleep yet? No. What are you planning to do from now on? Me? Work hard to earn money and pay off the debt. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Earning money is what girls should do anyway. I'll try my best to help you. If it really doesn't work out, I'll go beg my dad to help you pay it off. Lin An felt a warm glow in her heart. No need. A real man stands on his own 2 feet. I said your family doesn't have to pay, so they don't. I'll make my own way in the world. Shen Zhiyue was deeply shaken. Though she'd never dated before, she knew most young men these days were weak and dependent, always scheming to latch onto women or climb the social ladder through wealthy women. Boys like Jing Mo, who could stand on their own 2 feet, were truly rare. The two chatted sporadically, and Shen Zhiyue drifted off to sleep without realizing it. The next morning, Lin An had already gone out early to buy breakfast. By the time he returned, Shen Zhiyue was already dressed and ready. Why did you only bring one breakfast? Aren't you eating? Lin An couldn't bring himself to admit he was broke, so he lied. I already ate out. Shen Zhiyue nodded. To honor his thoughtfulness, she finished it all. The two took the bus to school together. Lin An and Shen Zhiyue parted ways at the school gate. Lin An headed straight for his classroom, while Shen Zhiyue returned to hers to retrieve materials for class. Halfway there, Lin An ran into his roommate, Li Zhihao. Lin An, why didn't you come back to the dorm last night? Li Zhihao was holding breakfast he'd bought for his girlfriend Zhao Beibei from outside campus. Something came up at home. I went back to check on things. Li Zhihao nodded. Hey, wanna head back to class together? The two walked toward the classroom together. As they walked, a Lamborghini Gallardo pulled up slowly beside Lin An and Li Zhihao. The window rolled down. A striking face peered out from the window. Ha? Chen Bingying? Li Zhihao looked at the woman in the car in surprise. Then his gaze shifted to Lin An. Wasn't this Lin An's girlfriend? Why was she in another man's car now? Lin An, I told you yesterday, have you thought it through? Seeing Chen Bingying ruined Lin An's entire day. No, get lost. Faced with Lin An's coldness, Chen Bingying snorted disdainfully. Lin An, don't think you can talk to me like this just because you're riding Shen Zhiyue's coattails. Let me tell you, a family like hers only sees you as a plaything. Once they're done with you, they'll toss you aside without a second thought. You'll still have to rely on me from now on. You'd better think this through. Li Zhihao stared at Lin An in shock. This was a lot to process. Lin An and the counselor. Zhao Shi, seated in the driver's seat, sneered with a dismissive laugh. Such an ignorant man, trying to climb up the social ladder. Just hope you don't fall off the tree in the end. Besides, if Shen Zhiyue truly liked you, why wouldn't she even spare a car for you? Make you walk to school? In my opinion, when choosing a partner, you can't just look at their family background. You also need to find someone who treats you well. Lin An felt utterly annoyed. These two were like that vengeful spirit, clinging to him day after day. I refuse your terms. Can you please stop talking to me? What business do we have with each other? Chen Bingying frowned. Don't be so absolute. I'm sure it won't be long before you come crawling back to me. You'll have no choice but to be my lapdog. With that, Chen Bingying motioned for Zhao Shi to drive off. Without waiting for Lin An to respond, the two of them simply vanished. Li Zhihao had 1,000 questions he wanted to ask Lin An. But there were too many questions to even begin. Lin An, what exactly is your relationship with Counselor Shen now? That was the question he cared about most. Lin An sighed and replied slowly, nothing much. We just got a marriage certificate. Li Zhihao was so shocked he nearly bit his tongue off. They've already gotten a marriage certificate, yet he claims there's no real relationship? Don't go blabbing about this. Li Zhihao nodded. My lips are sealed. I won't breathe a word. The thing is, does she know about you getting the certificate? The she Li Zhihao referred to was, of course, Chen Bingying. Lin An being Chen Bingying's devoted admirer was common knowledge throughout the entire school. The girls at school all gossiped about how pathetic Lin An was. So many girls liked him, yet he chased after one who didn't like him back. Even though Lin An eventually won her over, everyone could tell Chen Bingying didn't like him at all. She just treated him like a toy. I broke up with Chen Bingying. Ha! Chapter 12, Good Buddy, Can Hang Out. You finally got her after chasing her for so long, and now you just break up like that? But now you're married to the counselor. You lost Chen Bingying but gained Shen Zhiyue. You're one lucky bastard. You can't keep dragging your feet with Chen Bingying. If you're cutting ties, do it cleanly. Otherwise, it's not fair to your counselor. Li Zhihao kept urging him, unwilling to see Lin An fixate solely on Chen Bingying. Besides, I think Shen Zhiyue is definitely the most beautiful girl at Peking in Tsinghua. If she hadn't graduated, how could the title of campus beauty have gone to Chen Bingying? Lin An was deep in thought about how to make money when he heard Li Zhihao going on and on about Chen Bingying. Hey, brother Hao, seriously, could you stop bringing up Chen Bingying? There's absolutely no chance of anything happening between us now. Seeing Lin An's strong reaction, Li Zhihao sensibly dropped the subject. Bro, I'm just looking out for you. I'm speaking from experience. You and Shen Bingying weren't dating, she was just stringing you along, toying with your feelings. She probably dumped you right after sleeping with you. Lin An scoffed coldly. If she dumps me, so be it. I'm not the one losing out. Forget it. Young people these days are just more open-minded. Li Zhihao said with an air of worldly wisdom. Lin An suddenly asked, Brother Hao, do you know any affordable places with decent renovations? Li Zhihao frowned. Are you looking to buy or rent? Lin An replied, I'm looking to rent a place, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. Any recommendations? Li Zhihao was a native of the capital city, having never left Beijing his entire life. Asking him was sure to yield results. A place like that in Beijing isn't cheap. It'll cost over 2,000 a month. What's up? You planning to move out? Lin An didn't elaborate, just nodded. Li Zhihao spoke slowly, my aunt happens to be a real estate agent. I'll ask around for you. Since we're friends, I won't charge you the brokerage fee. Lin An expressed his gratitude, thanks a lot, brother Hao. Ah, no big deal, bro. We're buddies. Li Zhihao said generously. Soon, Li Zhihao pulled out his phone and made a call. After a brief conversation, he announced, You're in luck, my aunt actually has a place like that available. Rent is 2,300 yuan a month. If you want it, you can move in within the next couple of days. Could I move in today? Lin An thought of Shen Zhiyue, who currently had nowhere to stay. She couldn't possibly sleep in a hotel again tonight. Li Zhihao asked in surprise, that urgent? But no problem. I don't have class this afternoon. I'll take you to my aunt's place and get the keys. Lin An said awkwardly, Bro, could you tell your aunt I'll pay rent next month? My family's going through some stuff and I'm a bit tight this month. Li Zhihao laughed heartily. No big deal. It's just 1 month's rent. I'll cover it for you. Pay me back when you've got the cash. Lin An thought, this guy's easy to get along with. Oh, right, didn't you marry the counselor Shen Zhiyue? She's a real heiress, you know. Her dad's the richest man in Beijing. Didn't her dad give you a dowry when you married her? At the very least, couldn't they spare one of their properties? Li Zhihao's gossipy spirit flared up again. Lin An sighed. Don't even go there. It's not as simple as you think. Meanwhile, in the faculty office. Xiaoya, I heard from Xiaoqian that you got married. Who's the lucky guy? Was it an arranged marriage or did you find him yourself? I never imagined you'd tie the knot so quickly. A middle-aged female professor leaned in for the scoop. The other 3 teachers pretended to be busy with paperwork on their desks, but their ears were perked up, eavesdropping. Shen Zhiyue momentarily didn't know how to respond, offering only a vague An arranged marriage? The middle-aged teacher mistakenly took her MHM as confirmation. Since it was arranged by your family, the household must be quite well off. I was actually thinking of introducing you to my nephew. Shen Zhiyue gave a nervous chuckle, grabbed her documents, and hurried out of the office as if escaping. Lin An and Li Zhihao walked to the classroom door, where they saw Chen Bingying standing there. Her expression soured the moment she spotted Lin An. Lin An, why didn't you bring me breakfast today? Lin An's mood soured even further at the sudden accusation. His voice turned cold as he retorted, didn't you find some rich guy who already bought you a car? What's one breakfast? Why the hell should I bring you breakfast? Chen Bingying suddenly felt a bit dazed. Lin An had never spoken to her like this before. In the past, whenever she appeared before him, he'd fawn over her like a lapdog. But now he spoke to her with such icy coldness. A pang of disappointment washed over Chen Bingying. She couldn't understand why it hurt her so much. Lin An, why are you being so petty? I've already said I'll marry you someday. What more do you want? Chen Bingying snapped angrily. Lin An found this Chen Bingying truly irritating. Just how despicable was this woman's predecessor to spoil her so relentlessly, making her completely lose sight of her place? Actually, after Chen Bingying and Zhao Shi finished at the hotel last night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Usually by this hour, Lin An's messages would be flooding her screen. But for a very long time, Lin An hadn't sent her a single message. Even when she woke up in the morning and immediately checked her phone, there was still no message from Lin An. She had personally gone to a shabby home yesterday to propose marriage, even planning to offer 100,000 yuan as a dowry. What more did he want? Lin An completely ignored her, walking into the classroom with Li Zhihao as if nothing had happened. Chen Bingying's best friend walked over and noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Ying, what happened? You have dark circles under your eyes. Didn't you sleep well last night? Chen Bingying deliberately spoke loudly. Yeah, I didn't sleep well. She actually meant for Lin An to hear it, hoping he'd turn around and ask why she hadn't slept well if she was feeling down. But Lin An acted as if he hadn't heard a word, walking into the classroom and casually taking his seat. Her best friend beside her could say anything, but Lin An wasn't listening. Her mood had plummeted to rock bottom. Why didn't Lin An care about her anymore? She was just carrying someone else's child. After all, the child would carry his surname, he wasn't losing anything. Why was he being so petty? Chen Bingying's emotions were incredibly complex: anger, shame, frustration, and an unrecognized feeling, panic. An unease born of abandonment. Just then, a stunning figure brushed past Chen Bingying. That was... Chen Bingying looked up. It was Shen Zhiyue, last year's campus beauty queen and her rival for the title of top beauty at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Chapter 13, Writing as Self-Criticism. From the moment Lin An entered the classroom, he became the center of attention for the entire class. Everyone still couldn't forget yesterday's scene where Lin An kissed Shen Zhiyue and then ran off. It wasn't just their class that knew about it, the entire school had buzzing with the topic. Adding fuel to the fire, someone had leaked the news of Shen Zhiyue's marriage, causing all sorts of gossip to fly thick and fast. Lin An, you were seriously bold yesterday, just kissing our counselor out of nowhere. If I may ask, how was it? Pretty good. Her lips were soft. 666, I'd advise you to eat well these days. Why? You're asking me why? Shen Zhiyue's already married and registered with someone else. You kissed someone else's wife. If he doesn't come looking for trouble, what? Are you eager to be the cuckold? Lin An almost laughed. The one who supposedly got married to Shen Zhiyue was actually himself. Qingbei Academy was a top-tier university in the country, and its academic atmosphere was extremely strict. Upon hearing these rumors, the Academic Affairs Office immediately sought out Shen Zhiyue. Professor Shen, we have zero tolerance for this kind of incident. That student must be expelled. Shen Zhiyue was stunned. Getting expelled for a single kiss? Was that really necessary? No way, Director Niu. Students who get into Qingbei are top scorers from all over the country. They worked so hard to get in. We can't just expel them. That would ruin their entire future. The Academic Affairs leadership was surprised Shen Zhiyue would intercede for that kid Lin An. They'd only taken strict measures because of Shen Zhiyue's father's influence. Shen Zhiyue's father had donated generously to the school year after year. If the school failed to act, what if he stopped donating? Wouldn't the school suffer huge losses? But just as they were preparing to take strict action, Shen Zhiyue objected. Then what do you suggest we do, Teacher Shen? Shen Zhiyue sighed slowly. Just have him write a self-criticism. A written apology? That's all? Principal Niu asked in surprise. Student Lin may be facing some issues at home recently. The mental pressure is quite heavy, and we should show him some understanding. Just have him write a self-criticism. Seeing that the person involved had spoken, Director Niu, as an outsider, couldn't press the matter further. Fine then. Once written, the reflection must be posted at the entrance of the teaching building as a warning. Shen Zhiyue frowned. Lin An was still planning to marry her, and she certainly didn't want to see him humiliated like that. Come on, Director Niu, we should try to keep this quiet. It's not good for Lin An's reputation, he's a young man, after all. Fine. Do as you see fit. Director Niu couldn't be bothered with this anymore. As long as the school showed they took it seriously, the rest was none of their business. As for campus gossip? What school doesn't have that? What about Qingbei University? With so many students there, who doesn't have some gossip? Trying to manage every single one who could possibly handle that? Young men these days have no sense of propriety. How old are they, trying to latch onto rich women already? Director Niu sighed, shook his head, and walked out of Shen Zhiyue's office. As Shen Zhiyue approached the classroom door, she spotted the girl she'd seen yesterday. Chen Bingying, now known as Qingbei's campus beauty. Women inevitably compare themselves to one another, and the focus, naturally, is on who is more beautiful. Shen Zhiyue gave Chen Bingying a thorough once-over. Meanwhile, Chen Bingying was doing the same to Shen Zhiyue. This was an unspoken battle between the two girls. In terms of looks, Shen Zhiyue clearly outshone Chen Bingying. In terms of figure, Shen Zhiyue stood at 5 feet 8 inches with a model's physique, curves in all the right places. Even a business suit clung to her form, accentuating her curves. Chen Bingying, barely reaching 166 centimeters, wore a trendy mini skirt. In contrast, Chen Bingying radiates a youthful, pure, and lively aura. Shen Zhiyue, being a few years older, radiates an air of sophistication and sensuality. As the saying goes online, cuteness pales in comparison to sex appeal. Chen Bingying said nothing, merely snorted coldly before following her friends back to their classroom. When Shen Zhiyue entered the classroom, both protagonists of the gossip were present. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, wondering what kind of sparks might fly between them. But Shen Zhiyue acted as if nothing had happened, attending class as usual. Meanwhile, Lin An was actually asleep, head on his desk. The two acted as if nothing had happened. Shen Zhiyue was boiling with anger. The guy who kissed her against her will, sparking rumors all over campus, actually had the nerve to sleep in class. What is it? Lin An stumbled to his feet, completely bewildered. Lin, write a 500-word self-criticism about yesterday's incident. Start now and hand it in by lunchtime. Lin An stared at Shen Zhiyue in shock. This woman wanted him to write a self-criticism? What on earth had gotten into her? What are you staring at? Sit down and start writing now. With the whole class watching, Lin An couldn't really protest. He could only mutter an okay and sit back down. The onlookers were a bit disappointed. That's it? It's over already? Shen Zhiyue was way too easygoing. Just a kiss and a written apology got her off the hook? Lin An silently asked Li Zhihao for paper and pen, then started thinking about how to write the self-criticism. This felt so foreign to him. Damn, it had been years since he'd written one. He could whip up a plan in a heartbeat, but writing a self-criticism? That was another story. Fine, he'd just have to buckle down and force it out. The entire morning, Lin An was locked in a battle with that self-criticism. After scribbling off a perfunctory 200+ words, he handed it over to Shen Zhiyue. Shen Zhiyue didn't even glance at it. It was all for show anyway. She couldn't care less about what was written. Besides, Lin An's handwriting was utterly illegible, terrible beyond belief. How on earth did he get into Tsinghua or Peking University? Morning classes ended, and there were no afternoon sessions. Lin An planned to go with Li Zhihao to check out the apartment he'd rented. Li Zhihao, a college student, already had a car. Clearly his family was well off. Even though it was a hand-me-down from his dad, having a car definitely made him look good when going out. Lin An, are you free tonight? What's up? If you're free tonight, wanna grab a couple drinks? Li Zhihao extended the invitation to Lin An. Can't make it. I'm broke lately. Li Zhihao grinned. You'd be swamped with women trying to buy you drinks at the bar. Just let them hold your hand a bit, the tab will pay for itself. Don't worry, you won't be the one footing the bill. As someone who had traveled here from Earth, Lin An found those words unbearably jarring. I know a place called Jitu Kayan Bureau. The girls there are all top-notch beauties. Really, the most beautiful? Bro, I've got this covered. Don't you trust me? The so-called gathering is basically bar marketing, usually where he organizes a group of guys and girls to reserve a table at the bar. The number of guys and girls is always equal. Chapter 14, when in doubt, hit the bar. On Earth, almost every table in a bar is set up by promoters who gather strangers together. The guys are called a boys, the girls are called a girls. The men and women don't know each other. Under the influence of alcohol, they play fun games. Holding hands, hugging, and even kissing if they hit it off are all common occurrences. Going to a bar isn't really about drinking in the first place. Some couples might just meet, and after the girl gets drunk, the guy takes her home. That's what they call picking up the body. Lin An knew the ropes inside out. He hadn't just frequented bars in his past life, he'd run one himself. He never imagined this world's operations would mirror his past life so closely, except now the male role had shifted from a boys to little a or out of the ordinary looks. What did out of face mean? It referred to the most attractive male and female staff on the floor. They were brought in by marketing to draw customers, so they could hang out without spending money. In his past life, men vastly outnumbered women, making female patrons scarce even in bars, let alone attractive ones. To encourage more women to attend, organizers typically charged them little or nothing. As long as the guys agreed, it was fine. The whole point of coming was to make friends, and since it was split evenly, it barely cost anyone anything. As for who could win over the most attractive girls or guys on stage? That depended entirely on their own skills. In his previous life, Lin An owned 3 bars that were nearly packed to capacity every day, generating tens of millions in monthly revenue. So he was eager to open a bar in this world too, planning to replicate the exact business model from his previous life. Unfortunately, he lacked startup capital and was currently saddled with 15 million in debt. Running a bar wasn't difficult. All you needed was a good-looking DJ, plenty of attractive girls inside, and sufficient capital. Capital was paramount. Take that top-tier bar in Nanjing on Earth. Their lighting system alone cost over 10 million. To build a large-scale bar, substantial upfront investment was essential. The venue had to be lavish. Otherwise, you won't attract many customers. Lin An and Li Zhihao chatted sporadically. In the end, Lin An agreed to go to the bar with Li Zhihao that night. Worrying about money day in and day out wasn't sustainable. With pressure mounting, he figured he might as well let loose at the bar. Lin An felt no sense of responsibility toward his family. This marriage was nothing but a farce. He and Shen Zhiyue were from 2 different worlds. After enduring a few days of hardship with him, the young lady had seen the light and returned home. Though they'd obtained a marriage certificate, the vows had never truly bound them. Even the most stable marriages see infidelity, let alone one with such a huge disparity in wealth and his own lack of funds. This young lady was accustomed to the finest food and possessions. He simply couldn't afford to support her. Once Shen Zhiyue returned home after staying for a couple of days, her family might well arrange another marriage for her. As for the marriage certificate, it didn't matter. She could always remarry. At worst, she'd just get it a few years later. Whether in a world with more men or more women, those of superior quality and privileged backgrounds never lack options. That's the fundamental truth of this world. Even on Earth, where the gender ratio was unbalanced, high-quality men still had many women vying for their attention. As for Shen Zhiyue, Jing Mo couldn't find even the slightest flaw in her. She was a perfect woman. Even Lin An from his past life couldn't have reached such a woman, let alone now that he was penniless. Anyway, since Shen Zhiyue had broken ties with her family because of him, he had to take some responsibility before she returned home. At the very least, treat her well. The apartment Aunt Li Zhihao arranged for Jing Mo was a resettlement unit. The conditions were decent enough: a 2-bedroom, 1 living room flat of over 70 square meters, fully furnished. Jing Mo had no intention of sharing a bed with Shen Zhiyue. With 2 bedrooms, they each had their own space. Li Zhihao was a true friend. Not only did he help find the place, but he also covered a month's rent for Jing Mo. Alright, buddy. This place seems decent enough. You can stay here for now. Lin An nodded gratefully. Thanks so much, you've really helped me out big time. Nah, we're buddies, no need for thanks. Seeing how generous Li Zhihao was, Lin An vowed that once he got back on his feet, he wouldn't forget this brother. Once everything was settled, Lin An sent the rental location to Shen Zhiyue. This is the place I just rented. The password is, come straight here after work. The message was replied to almost instantly. Shen Zhiyue, got it. Is there anything you'd like for dinner? I'll grab something from the cafeteria for you. Reading the message, Lin An felt a strange sensation. It had been ages since anyone had cared whether he ate dinner or not. In his previous life, he dated more women than he could count on both hands, but those relationships were purely for physical gratification. As for actual romance? That had to be traced back to his student days. After graduation, he'd thrown himself entirely into his career, leaving no time for romance. Once he'd achieved success and wealth, he started dating college girls, changing partners every 3 days, you could say. He was practically a veteran of the dating scene. Money was no object, so he lived it up. The women weren't genuinely fond of him either, most were just playing along. The money he spent on women was beyond counting. What kind of woman hadn't he had? Yet despite all these relationships, it seems no woman ever asked him, "What do you want for dinner tonight?" "I'll bring it home." Almost always it was, "Where should we go tonight?" "Honey, I've got my eye on a bag." "Honey, I love you." This was the first time since his student days that someone had shown interest in what he wanted to eat for dinner. Lin An replied, "I'm going out to eat with friends tonight. You can eat on your own." After sending the message, Shen Zhiyue stopped replying. Lin An stuffed his phone back into his pocket and promptly forgot about the whole thing. Li Zhihao grinned. "Lin An, I found that gathering spot. They said today just happens to be packed with gorgeous college girls. Want to see the photos?" Saying this, Li Zhihao pulled out his phone and opened the photos the host had sent him to show Lin An. No wonder all the pretty girls are in bars, they were all stunningly gorgeous. What time does it start? Lin An felt his heart racing with anticipation. He wasn't sure if this body could handle 7 times in one night. The system had given him this perfect physique, wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? It's still early. Let's grab dinner first and head over later. Just so you know, we're only going to have fun. Don't get too drunk, you wouldn't want to end up as someone's one-night stand. Lin An found Li Zhihao's warning both amusing and exasperating. How ridiculous, a seasoned player like him actually worrying about being picked up after a night out. If his buddies from his past life heard about this, they'd probably laugh their teeth out. The two drove out, grabbed a quick dinner, then headed straight for the bar. In this world, women vastly outnumbered men. The bar was filled almost exclusively with women. Male staff were a rare sight. Chapter 15, You don't have to take responsibility for me, right? Or a bar. Lin An and Li Zhihao arrived early. The DJ hadn't taken the stage yet, and the entire hall was filled with booming music. As soon as they entered the bar, several people at the tables turned their gaze their way. "Hey, handsome, wanna grab a couple drinks with us?" Plenty of girls came over to chat them up. Coming to a bar was all about socializing, and the patrons here were quite bold. Lin An looked at the girl approaching him, her miniskirt revealing a pair of long legs. Her top was a strappy tank, accentuating her slender waist. She was undeniably attractive. But Lin An wasn't alone, so he declined. "Then let's exchange WeChat contacts. Just as friends." She pulled out her phone. Lin An didn't refuse, pulling out his phone as they exchanged contacts. Li Zhihao chuckled, "Looks like your charm is undeniable, bro. You've barely stepped into the bar and already got a girl hitting on you. Cut it out, stop teasing me." Li Zhihao scanned the dimly lit bar, its colorful flashing lights making it difficult to spot anyone. But the two stood out with their striking looks, and a girl made her way over to them. "Zihao, you're here. Hey, this is the top hottie you brought? He really is top tier. Not everyone's here yet, why don't you two come with me to the booth to relax for a bit?" With that, the three of them pushed through the crowded crowd toward the reserved booth. Along the way, the woman pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered them to Li Zhihao and Lin An. Lin An accepted it with some surprise. It was Golden Leaf, the premium brand. The reserved table was already occupied by several men and women. 5 women and 4 men including the two of them. Sis Bae, the hotties you picked out today are seriously hot. Looks like I didn't come here for nothing. One of the girls stood up with a smile to welcome Lin An and Li Zhiyue. The girls chattered away, discussing Lin An's looks and physique without any restraint, completely oblivious to his presence. Among them was the girl Lin An found most attractive. Upon seeing Lin An and Li Zhiyue, she merely nodded before sitting down and burying her head in her phone. Unlike the others, her excitement wasn't palpable. The girl called Sister Bae was the life of the party. She was there to liven up the atmosphere and help these strangers warm up faster. Lin An walked up to the stage and sat beside the girl who was still staring at her phone. Lin An, what's your name? Lin An took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Bars were places she frequented daily in her past life, so she was incredibly familiar with all this. Seeing Lin An immediately take a liking to the quiet girl, the other girls felt a little disappointed. But Lin An wasn't the only guy on stage, the other guys were pretty good looking too. The girl closed her phone and said with a hint of weariness, "My name is Gigolo. What's up? Feeling down?" Lin An picked up a glass of liquor from the table and handed it to Gigolo. The bar had a tradition: newly acquainted people could share a cup of wine. If the other person accepted the drink you offered, it meant they were also interested in you. After sharing a cup, no other guys or girls were allowed to hit on them. Gigolo took the glass and linked arms with Lin An as they drank the cup together. "Yeah, I just broke up. Came here to drown my sorrows." The two empty glasses were placed back on the table. Lin An offered comfort. "Once you stop fearing loss, your perspective shifts. Take it easy, take it easy. Sometimes letting go feels more solid than holding on." A faint smile touched Gigolo's lips. "Who knew you had such a way with words? My boyfriend of 2 years, I found out he cheated on me. He went to a hotel with another girl. How could I possibly feel good about that?" Lin An nodded silently. "So he slept with another girl. What's the big deal? Was she prettier than you?" Gigolo laughed bitterly. "No, she wasn't. She wasn't attractive. It's just that I prefer to wait until marriage for sex, and maybe he couldn't accept that." "No wonder. You can't accept it, and neither can he." "Yeah. Is this your first time at this bar? You seem pretty familiar with the rules here." "I've never seen you before." Lin An thought for a moment before replying. "I'd been to other bars before, but this one is my first time." "So your purpose for coming is to find someone to sleep with?" While such a statement might seem bold coming from a woman on Earth, it was perfectly normal in this world. Lin An chuckled softly. "I'm married." Gigolo laughed so hard she was doubled over. "You look younger than me, probably still in college. Getting married so young? I don't buy it." Lin An looked utterly serious. "I really am married." Gigolo remained skeptical. "If you're married, why aren't you at home with your lovely wife? Why are you here drinking with me at a bar?" Lin An sighed. "It's a bit complicated. I might be getting divorced soon." "Ha, you're so funny. If you're looking for someone to sleep with, sure. I'll keep you company tonight. But didn't you say you don't believe in premarital sex?" Gigolo's eyes dimmed as she said, "I was originally thinking of him, wanting to be responsible for him. But he didn't know how to cherish it and couldn't resist loneliness. So why should I stick to my principles?" Lin An chuckled softly. "So you don't have to be responsible to me, right?" Gigolo teased. "You said you're married, yet you're still hanging out in bars. Seems like you're not such a good guy either. There's this relationship guru online who said, 'Don't let the good guys down, but don't waste your time on the bad ones.' You really are quite blunt. Just say yes or no. It's just a one-night stand. Afterward, you can go back to your family. No one else will ever know about this." Lin An neither refused nor agreed, merely saying, "It's a bit noisy here." Gigolo's eyes crinkled as she wrapped her arm around Lin An's. "Then let's find somewhere quieter." The two stood up, leaving their drinks untouched, and headed toward the lobby exit. Li Zhiyue was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't Lin An always chasing after Shen Zhiyue? How could he get so carried away so quickly? And he hadn't even taught him the bar rules. How come this kid was more savvy than him? The other girls on stage watched as Gigolo swept Lin An away with just a few words, their envy palpable. "Already eating? It's only 8 o'clock. He looks so honest, always staring at his phone. Turns out he's a high-level player. I'm truly outclassed." As they reached the bar entrance, they unexpectedly bumped into an acquaintance, Shen Zhiyue. "Lin An, where are you taking this girl?" Lin An felt his head spin when he saw Shen Zhiyue. Gigolo glanced at Lin An. "Is this the woman you mentioned getting married to?" Lin An chuckled softly. "This is my ex-girlfriend." Gigolo gave a meaningful "oh" and shot Shen Zhiyue an amused glance. Chapter 16. I certainly don't want to create a little life. Gigolo said with a hint of amusement, "Young lady, it's late at the bar. Where do you plan to go after this?" Shen Zhiyue's face turned icy as she snapped, "Who said I broke up with Lin An? You can't take him away." Gigolo turned to Lin An, waiting for his response. Lin An turned his head away and sneered, "She's carrying someone else's child right now." Gigolo narrowed her eyes, scanning Shen Zhiyue from head to toe before fixing her gaze on her belly. If you're pregnant, you should be resting at home. Drinking in a bar is bad for the baby, it could cause birth defects. Mind your own business. Keep your nosy comments to yourself. Lin An, come with me. If you want someone to sleep with, I'll sleep with you. Lin An hadn't expected Chen Bingying to say that. She truly lost her mind. Zhu Kersen pressed relentlessly, we're not sisters. I'm a virgin. What are you? You're carrying someone else's child. If I were Lin An, I'd despise you too. Lin An stared deeply at Zhu Kersen. Was this woman's attack power really this strong? Chen Bingying snapped angrily, Lin An has loved me for years. How can you compare to me? Lin An, you decide. Who are you going with? Don't forget your mother accepted the dowry I gave her. Lin An frowned. It was true that the Lin family had accepted their dowry. He was in the wrong on this point. I'll return the dowry money to you. From now on, I want no further dealings with you. Chen Bingying's best friend approached at that moment. Lin An recalled that this friend, Lin Han, seemed quite decent and came from a fairly well-off family. She had repeatedly urged Chen Bingying to choose Lin An, but good advice falls on deaf ears. Chen Bingying never took it to heart. Ying, what's going on between you and Lin An? Just apologize. I believe Lin An still has feelings for you. Why should I? He's been chasing me for years, why should he just give up like that? He was stunned by this. Chen Bingying knew full well how long Lin An had pursued her, why couldn't he just give up? As her best friends, they'd witnessed firsthand how Chen Bingying had treated Lin An all these years. It was remarkable that Lin An had remained so devoted for so long, yet Chen Bingying never cherished it, always taking his kindness for granted. Seeing Chen Bingying lose her composure like this, he didn't want to witness her embarrass herself in public. He had no choice but to forcibly pull Chen Bingying away first. But Chen Bingying, clearly overcome with emotion, wasn't about to listen to Lin He now. Why are you pulling me away? I won't let Lin An sleep with another woman. Lin He sighed helplessly. Ying, this will only make Lin An resent you more. Besides, aren't you carrying Jiaxi's child? She didn't voice the latter part of the thought. What right did Chen Bingying have to control Lin An? How could she forbid Lin An from sleeping with other women when she herself had already slept with another man? Could she please stop being so hypocritical? Let's go. Lin An linked arms with Zhu Kersen, unwilling to engage with Chen Bingying any longer. His good mood had been completely ruined. Lin An, you stop right there. If you walk away with her, I'll never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Chen Bingying threatened angrily. In the past, just saying this would make Lin An compromise no matter what, immediately turning back to apologize. But this time, it didn't work. Lin resolutely walked away with Zhu Kersen, not even pausing his steps. Watching Lin An's retreating figure, Chen Bingying seethed with resentment. What on earth was this man trying to do? How had he changed so much? Was he deliberately seeking out other women to provoke her, hoping she'd change her mind? But hadn't she already agreed to marry him? Shouldn't he be grateful? Was he trying to use the Cold War to gain the upper hand in their marriage? He was delusional. Playing the silent treatment card? We'll see how long he could keep it up. She'd never lost a Cold War before. But the thought of Lin An sleeping with another woman felt like 1,000 needles piercing her heart. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If she couldn't stop him, someone else could. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Bingying's eyes as she pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of Lin An and Zhu Kersen walking arm in arm out of the bar. She then found Shen Zhiyue's WeChat and sent it over. Chen Bingying returned to their reserved booth. The table was filled with classmates from her class, including one guy who, like Lin An, had been pursuing her. His name was Tang Haochen. He had been pursuing Chen Bingying since their freshman year. Tang Haochen's family was native to Beijing, with average means. He spent nearly his entire monthly allowance on Chen Bingying and harbored intense hostility toward Lin An. But he dared not show hostility toward Tide. Even after learning Chen Bingying was pregnant, he eagerly offered that if the child's father didn't want it, he would take it, even suggesting the child could take his surname. What frustrated Tang Haochen was that Chen Bingying completely ignored him. The aloof campus beauty always treated him with icy indifference. Just moments ago, he had overheard fragments of their conversation. Lin He turned and saw Tang Haochen staring at Lin An's retreating figure. That look? One word described it perfectly: jealousy. How many emotional debts had Chen Bingying accumulated? Yet she remained stubbornly oblivious. Men were willing to sacrifice everything for her, not because of her inherent excellence, but because at 19, she was the campus beauty of Tsinghua and Peking universities. How long could that title last? As the saying goes, new waves push out the old. When the next batch of 18-year-old underclassmen arrived, whether she could hold on to the campus beauty crown was another matter entirely. By now, Lin An and Zhu Kersen had arrived at the entrance of the home and near the bar. I'm broke. Can't afford a room. Lin An said awkwardly. Zhu Kersen chuckled again. I can't let a guy pay for something like this. Speaking of which, you don't have any lingering feelings after breaking up with your ex? She mentioned you'd apparently liked her for years? Lin An replied, that's all in the past. We're here to get a room now, don't bring up such a downer topic. What a cold-hearted man. The two entered the hotel, and Ju Kersen booked a standard room. Without hesitation, they took the room key from the front desk and headed straight for the room. At the door, Ju Kersen paused. "Wait a moment. I need to buy something." Lin An asked suspiciously, "What?" His mind started racing. Could this woman have some peculiar hobby, like buying little toys or something? "I haven't bought the most important thing yet. You go ahead and freshen up in there and wait for your sister. I'm not about to create a little life." Only then did Lin An realize what she intended to buy. "After all, your sister still wants to take responsibility for you." Lin An thought for a moment and went into the room first. The moment she entered the room, her phone rang. "Bro, you didn't have to rush it. I was worried you'd get picked up, but you got swept away after just one drink?" The message came from Li Zhihao. Lin An replied, just trying to unwind a bit. "Li Zhihao, bro, you're something else. You can't relax like that. You can't just hook up with girls in bars. What if you catch something?" Chapter 17, Caught in the Act. Relax, this girl was probably a virgin. Lin An lay on the bed for a while. Soon after, there was a knock at the door. Lin An got up and opened the door. Ju Kersen stood outside with her hands behind her back, her face slightly flushed. When Jing Yemo looked at her, she pulled a bouquet of flowers from behind her back. "For you." Ju Kersen held the bouquet of roses aloft. Lin An took the flowers, leaned in to smell them, and found them quite fragrant. This world seemed pretty decent. In his previous life, he lived so long without anyone ever giving him a bouquet. On his second day in this world, a girl had already taken the initiative to give him flowers. Lin An was no stranger to such gestures. He accepted the bouquet and placed it on the nightstand. Then he pulled Ju Kersen into his arms, running his hand up her pale thigh from below. "Hold on, shouldn't you take a shower first? After all, it's our first time, we should make it feel special." Lin An thought about it. He really should take a shower. "Alright, wait for me. I'll go take a shower first." He then carried Ju Kersen onto the bed and removed his shirt. Ju Kersen couldn't help but swallow hard as she took in Lin An's physique. His physique, perfected through system modifications, wasn't just internally enhanced, even his skin had been sculpted. Now, Lin An's build was practically indistinguishable from those fitness influencers on Douyin. Lin An leaned down and gently tapped Ju Kersen's forehead. "Wait for me." Lin An entered the bathroom and began washing his body thoroughly. He thought he heard voices in the distance, but the sound of running water effectively drowned out any external noise. Lin An mistakenly assumed it was Ju Kersen scrolling through videos outside. When he finished showering and pushed open the bathroom door again, the scene outside left him utterly dumbfounded. The room, which had been empty moments before, now contained another person. Shen Zhiyue sat on the hotel room sofa, her expression cold. Ju Kersen peered timidly at the two of them. Shen Zhiyue's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, like a queen. Ju Kersen dared not even breathe loudly in her presence. Shen Zhiyue sat upright, her stunning face twisted in anger. Her arms were crossed, and she held a lunchbox in her hands. "Lin An, is this what you meant by having dinner with a friend?" As expected, Shen Zhiyue launched straight into accusations. Despite his extensive experience in romantic affairs, Lin An felt for the first time like he'd been caught red-handed. Maybe you two should just keep talking? I'll just head out." Ju Kersen's usual domineering demeanor vanished in Shen Zhiyue's presence, transforming her into a timid little rabbit. After observing Shen Zhiyue and finding no further objection, she rose and tiptoed cautiously toward the door. Lin An knew his plans for indulgence today were ruined. He didn't stop her, letting Ju Kersen leave. Once Ju Kersen was gone, Shen Zhiyue tossed the takeout box she'd been holding onto the table. "Have you eaten dinner yet?" Lin An nodded. "Why are you here?" "I've already eaten." Shen Zhiyue's voice was cold, impossible to tell if she was angry or not. "Why did I come? If I hadn't, would you have done something with that girl just now? You know what this is? It's cheating. We're already legally married." Lin An hesitated, unsure how to explain, and habitually pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Shen Zhiyue's gaze fixed intently on the cigarette pack in Lin An's hand. "Lin An, you're smoking again." Shen Zhiyue stepped forward and snatched both the cigarette pack and lighter from his hand. "It's a habit. I can't just quit cold turkey." "Never mind. I'm not here to catch you smoking today. Come home with me." Without pausing, Shen Zhiyue strode toward the room's doorway. As she reached the doorway, she glanced back at Lin An, fearing she might not follow. Seeing Lin An trailing behind, she finally let out a silent sigh of relief. They hailed a cab downstairs at the hotel and rode all the way back to their rented apartment. Not a word was spoken between them during the entire ride. The heavy silence persisted even after they arrived home. "Explain yourself. Why did you go with another woman? Is it because I'm not pretty enough, or are you just not interested in me?" Shen Zhiyue had finally let go of her inhibitions. After all, Lin An had gone to a hotel with another woman. If she didn't take control now, who knew when she might actually be cheated on? This time she caught him early, but what about next time? She couldn't rely on someone tipping her off every single time. Lin An sighed and said, "You're the daughter of the richest man in the city. I'm drowning in debt. There's no future for you with me. You'll probably come back home after enduring a while of hardship with me." Shen Zhiyue pressed her lips together. "Is that all? You think I'll abandon you and go home?" Lin An nodded. "What else? Follow me to pay off debts?" "Lin An!" Shen Zhiyue shouted. "Do you realize what you're doing? You were the one who brought me out of the Shen family. You were the one who married me. You can't treat me like this. You can't be so irresponsible. Since I married you, I'm bound to you for life. So I won't leave." Hearing these words, Lin An felt not a ripple of emotion. In his past life, many women had said this to him. How many had truly meant it? Shen Zhiyue had never endured hardship before. With 15 million yuan in debt, who knew how they'd survive? When the money ran out, no rent, no food, how could Shen Zhiyue, a pampered heiress, possibly endure hardship alongside him? Besides, it wouldn't be fair to her. She could have lived a life of comfort and ease, yet by choosing to be with him, she'd be forced into a life where she couldn't even afford food. As a man, Lin An found this utterly unacceptable. Shen Zhiyue could see right through Lin An's disbelief. Without a word, she slipped off her coat. "It's getting late. Let's go to bed." Her shoulders were exposed, and Shen Zhiyue's upper body was now clad only in a pink spaghetti strap top. Her voluptuous figure stirred an uncontrollable flame within Lin An, despite his extensive experience with women. Shen Zhiyue took Lin An's hand and pulled him toward a bedroom. Lin An's reason overpowered his desire. "We should sleep in separate beds. I can't take responsibility for you. I can't provide you with a good life. Marrying you under these circumstances already makes me feel guilty enough. I can't do anything else to hurt you." Shen Zhiyue couldn't understand what Lin An was being so dramatic about. With her figure and looks, countless men would kill for a night with her. Yet when she took the initiative with Lin An, he actually refused. After refusing, Lin An turned away and headed toward the small bedroom. "I showered at the hotel. You should wash up and get to bed early too. We've been exhausted all day, and we have work tomorrow." After returning to the room, Lin An closed the door. Having just moved in, the place was devoid of any household essentials. In such Spartan conditions, he wondered if Shen Zhiyue could endure it. Chapter 18, I've always been here. After returning to his room, Lin An stripped off his clothes and tossed them carelessly onto the chair beside the bed. The gloomy mood that had settled in after returning home surfaced again. If only I could have a cigarette right now. The craving hit him hard, and Lin An fidgeted impatiently. How could he think without a cigarette? Lin An suddenly remembered that Shen Zhiyue hadn't thrown away his cigarette lighter after taking it from him. Instead, she'd tucked it into her coat pocket. And just now, Shen Zhiyue had taken off her coat and tossed it onto the living room sofa. No way. I have to go steal it back. Lin An pressed his ear against the door, listening intently for sounds outside. Was Shen Zhiyue taking a shower? If she was showering, maybe she could sneak the cigarettes back while she was gone. Once she discovered the cigarettes were gone, what could she possibly do to him? Sure enough, he heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom outside the room. Lin An opened the door. The living room was indeed empty. Lin An hurried over and picked up Shen Zhiyue's coat from the sofa. The scent of a beautiful woman was simply intoxicating. Her body fragrance lingered on the fabric. Lin An couldn't help but lift the jacket to his nose and inhale its scent. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Shen Zhiyue emerged completely naked from the bathroom. Their eyes locked, the silence thick enough to freeze the air. Aren't women supposed to take forever in the shower? How could she be done so quickly? Shen Zhiyue had been feeling defeated because Lin An showed no interest in her. He'd rather go to a bar and find another woman than share a bed with her. Just as she was thinking this, she opened the bathroom door to find Lin An hugging her coat and sniffing it at his nose. Pervert. There's a pervert here. Shen Zhiyue instantly blushed and ducked back into the bathroom, peeking out with her little head. What are you doing? Alright, Lin An had no idea how to explain this now. He couldn't exactly say he'd come out to steal cigarettes. But saying he was sniffing her clothes? That sounded a bit too perverted, didn't it? Shen Zhiyue was actually quite nervous right now. After all, this was her first time stepping out of the bathroom without any clothes on, and to make matters worse, she'd been seen completely naked by a man. She hadn't wanted to come out completely naked either, but there was nothing in the bathroom except a bar of soap. She gave herself a quick rinse and stepped out naked, intending to put her dirty clothes back on. But she never imagined Lin An would actually be looking at her clothes. Her feelings were complicated now. It seemed Lin An wasn't disinterested after all. He'd just been putting on airs of reserve. Lin An quickly changed the subject. Your hair's still wet. There should be a hairdryer here. You should dry it first. Saying this, he pretended to be very busy and started rummaging through drawers and cabinets looking for a hairdryer. Truthfully, he had no idea if one existed, but the landlord had been kind enough to leave one behind. Come here, let me dry your hair for you. Lin An's mind was still preoccupied with how to get his cigarettes back. He felt no desire for female companionship, only a craving for cigarettes. No, I'll do it myself. She was still naked. How could she possibly let Lin An blow dry her hair in this state? Lin An insisted stubbornly, come on, you're too slow doing it yourself. Let me help you dry it. Seeing Lin An insist so strongly, Shen Zhiyue had no choice but to agree. Then bring me the clothes from that chair. I'll put them on and come over for you to dry my hair. Lin An handed her the dirty clothes she had changed out of. She returned to the bathroom to get dressed before coming back out. Don't you have any clean clothes to change into? Lin An asked. Shen Zhiyue nodded. All my clothes are at home. I didn't bring anything this time. Lin An felt a pang of unease hearing this. A young lady of her standing had no spare clothes while staying with him. I'll go buy you a couple of outfits tomorrow. Shen Zhiyue pulled a bank card from her coat pocket. Take this. I know you're short on cash right now. It's my payroll card, there's still some money in it. Looking at the card she offered, Lin An pushed it back. I still have money. Shen Zhiyue's gaze locked with Lin An's. Can I see your account balance? Lin An couldn't speak. He only had a few dollars on him. He'd never been this strapped before. Just take it. Shen Zhiyue forcefully shoved the bank card into Lin An's hand. Without a word, Lin An tucked the card into his pocket. He then had Shen Zhiyue sit in a chair, plugged in the hairdryer, and began carefully drying her hair. While drying her hair, Lin An held the dryer in one hand. When Shen Zhiyue turned her back, he swiftly and deftly slipped the cigarette lighter from her coat pocket into his own. Just as he slipped it back into his pocket, ready to gloat over his little victory, he looked up and met Shen Zhiyue's starry eyes. Lin An froze in surprise. Hand it over. Shen Zhiyue extended her hand, and Lin An reluctantly handed over the newly acquired cigarettes. Look over there. Shen Zhiyue pointed to the mirror in the living room. Lin An suddenly understood. No wonder Shen Zhiyue knew he'd stolen the cigarettes. She could see behind her through the mirror. Lin An gave a wry smile. Seriously, are cigarettes that irresistible? You'd buy them even if you had no money? The truth is, when boys lack care and affection, only alcohol and cigarettes stay by their side. Shen Zhiyue nodded. What about you? Lin An frowned. Me too, of course. Shen Zhiyue grasped Lin An's hand. Then don't rely on cigarettes and alcohol to keep you company anymore. I'll always be here for you. Shen Zhiyue spoke these words while looking straight into Lin An's eyes with unwavering determination. Hearing this, Lin An's hand holding the hairdryer trembled for a moment. Nothing pierces the soul like words of love. After drying her hair, Lin An and Shen Zhiyue each returned to their rooms. It was already late. Lying in bed, Lin An began plotting his future money-making ventures. How does a time traveler make their first fortune in a parallel world? As a former stock market tycoon in his previous life, Lin An knew the ways of making money inside out. But without startup capital, he wouldn't mind starting from scratch if given the time. But the debt collectors weren't giving him much time. Starting from scratch would take a year or two to show any results. To earn that first fortune, he needed at least $1 million to invest. In his previous life, $1 million was mere pocket change. But in this world, Lin An couldn't even scrape together 100 yuan, let alone $1 million. Shen Zhiyue's bank account held only a few tens of thousands, their bare minimum for living expenses. He wasn't a gambler, those tens of thousands were their living expenses for the foreseeable future. After much thought, the only low-cost way to make money was literary creation. Writing song lyrics and composing novels. Beyond that, even setting up a street stall required investment capital. But writing required no investment and had a low barrier to entry. Plus, he'd read extensively and listened to plenty of music. Since this world's culture differed from his last life, copying the music and novels he knew from his previous existence would make earning his first fortune a breeze. Chapter 19, Unexpected Farewell. Thinking about it, while others didn't need investment, Lin An didn't even have a computer right now. He couldn't do anything. Lin An stared at the bank card Shen Zhiyue had just given him. After much hesitation, he decided to use the money to buy a laptop. Tomorrow marked the third day they'd mentioned, and he still didn't know if Snake Sister's gang could track him down. But running away wouldn't help. Even if he hid, they could still track down his parents and sister. He'd have to figure out a way to delay the repayment. Early the next morning, Lin An rose before dawn. He now held a list in his hand detailing the daily necessities he needed to buy. Laundry detergent, shampoo, body wash, plus 2 outfits and underwear for Shen Zhiyue. It was unacceptable that the daughter of the prestigious Shen family had to go without a change of underwear after bathing with him. As Lin An stepped out of the room, Shen Zhiyue happened to wake up at that moment. Her stunning beauty was still veiled in sleep, her face clearly not fully awake, with a faint blush lingering on her cheeks. It's 6:30. We need to go eat breakfast. We have class today. Right. I'll go buy some daily necessities today and arrange for you to take the afternoon off. Since his wife was a counselor, requesting leave was no hassle, he just needed to inform her directly. After a quick wash-up, the two headed out together for breakfast. After breakfast, Lin An headed to the department store to start shopping. Before coming, he checked at a bank along the way. Shen Zhiyue's bank account still had over 30,000 yuan. Besides household supplies, he still needed to buy a used laptop at the computer mall. His funds were running low now. After buying the laptop, he'd spent nearly 4,000 yuan in a single day. Before, 4,000 yuan wouldn't have seemed like much to Lin An, but things were different now. He felt utterly destitute. After returning home with his purchases, Lin An received a call from his father. Snake's sister's voice came through the phone. So, did you scrape together 15 million? If not, come work with me at the nightclub. Lin An sighed. No. The deadline was too tight. I couldn't scrape together 15 million. I knew you wouldn't make it. This way, you'll finally give up and come back with us to work. Of course, you can refuse. But then we'll find your school, spread the word that your family are deadbeats, and take your sister away to be the old man's mistress. After all, your sister's so pretty. She'd probably fetch a pretty penny. Lin An snapped, take it out on me if you have a problem. Why torment a child? We're targeting you precisely. I'm sending you an address right now. Go there immediately to meet the boss of our Phoenix gang. If you don't show up, I'm taking your sister. Lin An reluctantly agreed, figuring he could negotiate with their boss for a couple more days. He was confident he could scrape together 15 million yuan if given enough time. His father's furious voice bellowed through the phone, Shaoan, you can't go. You're just a young boy. They'll ruin you. Your whole life will be destroyed. Lin An snorted in disdain. It was always girls who got ruined. Didn't men exist in this world too? Shut up, old fart. Watch my fist break your legs. Snake's sister's voice came through the phone. Before Lin An could respond, the call was abruptly cut off. Lin An's phone received a location. Without even putting away the things he brought back, he rushed out and hailed a cab. Blue Sea Nightclub. This was the location Sister Snake had sent. Half an hour later, the taxi dropped Lin An off at the nightclub's entrance. Gazing at the extravagantly decorated nightclub, Lin An couldn't help but marvel. The culture in this world was truly different. A nightclub like this had to be named in English. What else would you call it but Blue Ocean? It sounds like a bathhouse. When Lin An arrived at the nightclub entrance, he was surprised to find Sister Snake had beaten him there. She was already waiting for him at the entrance. Snake's sister was squatting by the roadside, smoking a cigarette with a carefree air. Her figure was simply unbeatable, curvy hips and a sexy, slim waist. Even crouching there smoking made her seem incredibly bold and uninhibited. As soon as Lin An got out of the car, Sister Snake flicked her cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it out. She stood up and walked over to greet him. But hey, for a young guy, you've got some guts coming alone to the Phoenix gang. Not a trace of fear crossed Lin An's face. Because his mindset was different from this world's. So what if it's a mess? Let it be a mess. He wanted to take on 10 of them. Let's go. Take me to your boss. Lin An didn't want to waste time and spoke directly. Snake's sister's lips curved upward. Alright, let's go. Snake's sister led Lin An to the nightclub. At this hour, it wasn't open yet, and the interior was pitch black. They reached a private room on the second floor. Snake's sister knocked on the door, which opened shortly after. Lin An peered inside and was stunned by the scene. The spacious room held 2 tables, surrounded by about 20 women dressed casually. Spotting Lin An, the women pounced on him like starving wolves seeing a lamb. Among the 20-odd women, 2 men were present, busily serving tea and water to a stunningly beautiful girl seated in the center. The more Lin An looked at the girl seated in the center, the more familiar she seemed. She wore a cropped shirt that exposed her navel, paired with a light blue plaid skirt. A pair of long, slender, fair legs stretched out into the air. Her short, straight black hair framed a face with sharp, masculine features, accented by a small beauty mark. Lin An couldn't place her at first. The girl appeared to be about the same age as Lin An. Lin An, remember me? You're the leader of the Phoenix gang? Despite her youth, her tone carried a surprising maturity and worldliness. She had clearly been involved with this group since she was very young. Lin An, tell me first, do you remember me? Sister Snake frowned upon hearing this. Boss, you know this young guy? The girl smiled and said, we're more than just acquainted, we're childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Lin An was stunned. The person demanding repayment was actually his childhood sweetheart? You're Zhai Tingting? The girl's prompt reminded him that the original owner of this body did indeed have a childhood sweetheart. The original owner had always been timid and weak, often bullied by other girls. It was Zhai Tingting who always came to his rescue. The two had even made a promise, Zhai Tingting would always protect Lin An. Their relationship had been strong until Qin Bingying appeared, leading to a huge fight between Zhai Tingting and Lin An. After that, she never sought out Lin An again. And now, they were reunited in this manner. Boss, no wonder you wanted a chick, turns out it's the guy you've got your eye on. The girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Biluo, spoke in a rough voice. Upon learning Lin An was Zhai Tingting's childhood sweetheart, Sister Snake's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. Chapter 20, come with me to get our marriage certificate. Wait, so you've been messing with me this whole time? Lin An snapped, nearly losing his cool. Zhai Tingting raised an eyebrow, displeased. Lin An, mind your manners, I'm your creditor. Lin An immediately adopted a shameless tone. Just tell me what you want. I'm broke right now anyway. If you're willing to let me take clients, then come on over. Otherwise, just wait a year. Within that year, I'll pay you back every single cent of that 15 million. Lin An was now in a position where he had nothing to lose. Seeing his cocky attitude, Zhai Tingting retorted, Lin An, you really don't mind me sending you to entertain clients? So you can get groped by some old women, huh? Lin An shrugged indifferently. So what if I have to entertain clients? Do you really think I care about that? For a moment, Zhai Tingting didn't know how to threaten Lin An anymore. Everyone, step outside. I need to speak with him alone. At Zhai Tingting's command, the 20 women filed out one by one. The spacious room was now empty except for Lin An and Zhai Tingting. Zhai Tingting rose from her chair and glided toward Lin An with an elegant, seductive sway. The instant she reached him, she suddenly planted a kiss on his lips. So? I took your first kiss. I've done my research. You and Shen Bingying never even held hands. What's the point? How am I worse than Shen Bingying? That little has nothing on me. Lin An smiled. While Zhai Tingting was still talking, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely. Zhai Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief, her body tensing up. This was her first kiss too. The earlier peck had nearly made her heart burst from nervousness. Not only did Lin An hold her head firmly, but his tongue he actually pushed it inside. Zhai Tingting felt her entire body go limp. After their lips parted, Lin An smugly declared, sorry, this wasn't my first kiss. But yours? That's gotta be your first, right? You. Zhai Tingting retreated in a fluster of shame and anger. Why did she have this strange feeling that she'd been taken advantage of? Lin An casually grabbed a chair and plopped down. Let's talk. What's your purpose in putting my family into debt? Lin An wasn't stupid. For Zhai Tingting to saddle his family with this loan couldn't benefit her after all. She knew exactly what kind of family they were. They couldn't possibly come up with 15 million. So he suspected another possibility. Zhai Tingting might have him in her sights. It wasn't that Lin An was conceited about his charm, but recalling the original host's memories, they'd been childhood friends. Back in high school, Zhai Tingting had even confessed her feelings to him. Thus, he concluded that Zhai Tingting was after him. At the end of the day, Zhai Tingting was still just a young girl. No matter how mature she acted, her age showed. Compared to Lin An, who had lived 2 lifetimes, she was still far more inexperienced. She was intimidated by Lin An's imposing presence. Still, Zhai Tingting stubbornly declared, Lin An, I'll be blunt. I'm giving you 3 choices. First, give me 15 million yuan immediately, or else I'll make you work for me to pay off the debt. Second, you come with me to get a marriage certificate. That way, I'll forgive the 15 million your family owes me. Third, become my lover. I'll keep you as my mistress. When I've had enough of you, I'll let you go. The word marriage made Lin An's head spin. To be perfectly honest, I'm already married. Zhai Tingting stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. What? You're only a freshman. How could you be married, and why didn't I know about it? Lin An sighed. It's true. I'm married. You know the richest family in the capital? The Shen family? Their daughter, Shen Zhiyue. I just got married to her the day before yesterday. Zhai Tingting refused to believe it. Stop joking around. What kind of family is the Shen family? How could they possibly approve of you? Knowing she wouldn't believe him, Lin An pulled out the marriage certificate. Zhai Tingting snatched it and flipped it open. It was indeed Lin An and Shen Zhiyue's. In that instant, she felt like the sky had fallen. She'd thought she had plenty of time. Moreover, she'd heard through the grapevine that Shen Bingying was carrying another man's child, which is why she'd devised this scheme to force Lin An into marrying her. But Shen Zhiyue had beaten her to it. When you said that wasn't your first kiss earlier, did you mean you'd already kissed Shen Zhiyue? Zhai Tingting demanded, her face darkening. Lin An nodded honestly. Yes, I kissed her. Zhai Tingting gritted her teeth, then thought of something else. Then, did you sleep together? Did you do that kind of thing? Zhai Tingting was terrified Lin An might say they'd done everything. Thankfully, Lin An shook his head, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly urged, Lin An, the gap between your family and Shen Zhiyue's is simply too great. You two aren't a good match. Marriage is all about being equally matched. If you marry, the Shen family won't look favorably upon you, and your life will be very difficult. Lin An understood this logic. I understand what you mean. This is just a marriage of convenience. Maybe one day when the Shen family heiress comes to her senses, she'll go back. Zhai Tingting's sharp mind latched onto the word return. What do you mean by return? Are you two living together now? Lin An nodded with an expression of self-evident certainty, of course. We're married, wouldn't we live together? Zhai Tingting realized her previous question had been pointless. Then you're telling me you two aren't sleeping together? Lin An didn't hide anything from his childhood friend, laying out everything that had happened. She learned that because she depressured Snake's sister and the others to demand money from Lin An, he'd been forced to kiss Shen Zhiyue against her will, then applied to bind their marriage. Zhai Tingting regretted it so much she could have kicked herself. What the hell? Trying to steal a chicken but losing a grain of rice? She'd pushed Lin An into someone else's arms. It's fine, it's fine. Just tell her the 15 million doesn't need to be repaid. Send her back to the Shen family. Zhiyue just wanted to fix things after the fact. Since it had already happened and before the two of them had consummated their relationship, she still had a chance. If another child came along, she might even get the chance to be godmother. Lin An shook his head. Even if you don't want the money, I still have to repay you. A debt is a debt. Trust me, give me a year and I'll return the 15 million. We'll be even. Hearing Lin An insist on repayment, Zhiyue grew genuinely anxious. Lin An, let me explain. I only did this to force you to be with me. Lin An replied coldly, but I don't like the methods you used. How dare you threaten me with my own family? Do you really think we could just marry like this and live happily ever after? Zhiyue pressed her lips together, no trace of her usual big sister demeanor left. She pouted, what choice did I have? You're so obsessed with Chen Bingying. Chapter 21, I'll be waiting for you. But you can't resort to this kind of pressure. You know how stressed I am trying to pay you back. I've been waiting for you to come find me. Faced with Lin An's accusatory gaze, Zhiyue fell silent, at a loss for words. Lin An sighed and rose, walking toward the door. I will repay what I owe you, but please give me 1 year. That way, we'll be even. Seeing Lin An determined to leave, Zhiyue coldly retorted, did I ever say I'd give you a year? Since you insist on settling everything, what reason do I have to show any kindness to a debtor? Lin An turned to look at Zhiyue. Since marriage is out of the question, then be my lover. I'll arrange a place for you to live. Just stay put and be my canary in a cage. Lin An felt this woman had truly lost her mind. Forced fruit never tastes sweet. Even if it's not sweet, you'll still have to eat the melon. The two stared at each other. Must you push things this far? Lin An, we've been friends since childhood. How dare you fall for someone else? I bought those bonds to get you. If it weren't for me, you'd have been forced into prostitution. Zhiyue pressed on, Lin An, haven't I been good to you? Aren't I beautiful? Why can't you choose me? You'd rather marry some rich girl who looks down on you than even consider me. It's not fair. Only I can make you happy. I'll be devoted to you. Stay with me, okay? Lin An remained unmoved. Zhiyue was nothing but a crazy. Zhiyue, please stop trying to force me to be with you like this. It only makes me dislike you more. I don't care if you hate me or not. I just want you to stay by my side, no matter what it takes. Zhiyue screamed hysterically, bitter tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Lin An, what must I do to keep you here? Do you have any idea how much I've suffered for you? I dropped out of high school to take my mom's place at work all so I could become the strong tree you could lean on. I fought so hard to stand by your side. But while I was fighting to make it, someone took advantage of my absence. If only I'd stayed by your side all along. Lin An heard these heartfelt words. He felt deeply moved. Through the original host's memories, he could sense that a significant reason the original host had become Chen Bingying's devoted follower was Zhiyue's departure. The original host seemed unable to accept Zhiyue's sudden disappearance, so he clung to Chen Bingying as a new emotional anchor. But what did any of this have to do with him? Not only was the original host gone, but the current him was no longer the Lin An of the past. At this moment, he felt no lingering attachment to love whatsoever. In other words, he was what the internet in his previous life called a sigma male. He only wanted to be wealthy, prioritizing his career above all else. Love without a foundation was like scattered sand. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin An understood this truth all too well. Even if Zhiyue adored him, he couldn't believe she wouldn't despise him when he had no skills to offer. Strength comes from within, a truth proven time and again throughout history. Give me some time. Shen Zhiyue and I won't last long. Once I've grown stronger, if you still like me, then I'll consider being with you. I have my own dreams. Before I become a true man, I won't dwell on such romantic entanglements. Despairing, Zhiyue suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Are you serious? Do I still have a chance? Lin An nodded. Can you give me some time? Zhiyue nodded firmly. I'll give you time to think it over. Besides, I don't think someone like Shen Zhiyue, that moon in the sky, could ever be serious with you. Hearing this, Lin An suddenly recalled Shen Zhiyue's earnest gaze from yesterday as she'd said, I've always been here. Lin An shook his head, pushing the memory aside. Women's words couldn't be trusted. Since you say you have dreams, how can I help you? After a moment's thought, Lin An replied, do you have any resident singers here? I'd like to work as one to earn some living expenses. Zhiyue frowned. She didn't want to see Lin An performing in public. The thought of him singing for other women was unbearable. But then she thought, if Lin An had this idea and she refused him, what if he went to another bar to be a singer? Better to have him under her watchful eye, where she could deter any women who might take an interest in him. Hesitating, Zhiyue nodded. I do have a spot for a resident singer. But when did you learn to sing? In his previous life, Lin An had frequented numerous bars, working as a resident singer for a long time. His vocal skills were quite decent. Now down on his luck, he desperately needed seed money. Relying solely on writing books was too slow to get started. Relying on Shen Zhiyue for living expenses was too humiliating. He needed another job to earn some money. I'll give it a shot. If it's okay, I'll head back now. I have class this afternoon. I'll come by once you open tonight. Jitingting didn't stop him, personally seeing Lin An out of Blue Ocean nightclub. Lin An, I want you to know no matter what happens, my feelings for you will never change. Before Lin An got into the taxi, Jitingting gazed at him with deep affection. He merely nodded in response. Love is truly exhausting. Accepting someone's affection means taking responsibility, but rejecting it is equally painful. It hurts the other person and leaves you with guilt. After returning to campus, Lin An encountered Chen Bingying again in the school hallway. She wore a dress today that looked expensive, probably bought for her by Xiaoxi. In the past, she wore only light makeup, but today she was heavily made up, looking more refined and mature than ever. She was chatting with her girlfriends at that moment. Ying, your new boyfriend is so good to you. I've always wanted this dress, but it's way too expensive. I could never afford it. And he just gave it to you. I heard it costs thousands. And he even gave you an Audi. You'll never have to worry about anything again. Chen Bingying's friends looked at her with envy. The original owner had once gone out of her way to treat Chen Bingying's friends to meals in an attempt to win her favor. Chen Bingying felt a bit giddy from all the praise, her vanity greatly satisfied. That's nothing. Yesterday he took me to look at a house where the price per square meter is 50,000. And the renovations would cost hundreds of thousands too. Her friends were both envious and jealous. Could you get your boyfriend to introduce us to some of his friends? I'm still single. We should share the good fortune. Chen Bingying smiled and said, I'll ask him tonight. If he has anyone, I'll definitely think of you girls. Many students at Qingbei School weren't locals. Those who could afford to buy property in the capital were truly elite. Chapter 22, Still Thinking of You. Zhao Shi was tall. While he might not be as handsome as Lin An, he was loaded. He was also the president of the student council, the heartthrob of countless girls. Over the years, countless girls had considered dating him a badge of honor. As Lin An passed by the group, Chen Bingying's best friend shot him a peculiar look. Lin An might not come from a wealthy family, but he was undeniably handsome. If there were a heartthrob rankings list, Lin An would undoubtedly top it. Ever since freshman military training, he'd caught the attention of many girls. Little did anyone expect that Lin An was actually Chen Bingying's devoted puppy dog. This significantly lowered his appeal, and gradually, girls lost interest in him. On the surface, Chen Bingying's best friend appeared to be on excellent terms with her. But behind closed doors, they all speculated whether Lin An was being cheated on by Chen Bingying. Many of these friends actually harbored feelings for Lin An themselves, but since they were all Chen Bingying's close friends, they dared not pursue him. They often cursed Chen Bingying behind her back, calling her a. When Lin An passed by them, he didn't even acknowledge them. This drew strange looks from the friends toward Chen Bingying. At times like this, Lin An should have been fawning over Chen Bingying, asking after her well-being. But his attitude toward her now was odd. Could it be that Lin An had changed his mind? Chen Bingying's friends couldn't help but wonder. Ying, you really have good taste choosing Xiaoxi. Otherwise, you might not be living such a great life. Some people could struggle for 8 lifetimes and still not afford a house in the capital. Chen Bingying's girlfriends naturally sided with her. One by one, they hurled sarcastic remarks at Lin An. Chen Bingying glanced at Lin An's retreating figure, her emotions tangled. When she discovered Lin An hadn't come to class this morning, her mind kept replaying the scene from last night, Lin An and Zhu Kersen leaving the bar arm in arm. She even imagined how intimate they might have been in the hotel room. It made her feel incredibly hurt. She had clearly sent the photos to Shen Zhiyue. Could it be that Shen hadn't managed to stop Lin An in time? Could Lin An really have done something with that girl? But with so many girlfriends around, she couldn't afford to lose face. I was just immature back then. Lin An and I have always been friends. He liked me, but I never liked him. And I never said we were dating, did I? Her friends were speechless. If you weren't dating, why did you treat Lin An like a donkey? You took everything he bought you without even saying thanks? They thought this to themselves, but their words had to appease Chen Bingying. Lin An is just a suck-up. He's not worthy of Ying. It's best to cut ties with someone like that early on, before they start getting on your nerves. Hearing her friends say this, a hint of worry flickered in Chen Bingying's eyes. But seeing Lin An walk away without even pausing made her even more annoyed. He didn't even react. After returning to class, Lin An asked Li Zhihao for paper and pen. Bro, what happened to you last night? Li Zhihao asked with concern. Seeing Lin An skip morning class, he assumed the same as Chen Bingying, that Lin An had stayed up all night with that girl from the bar and overslept. Lin An sighed and recounted yesterday's events in full detail. Man, you're really screwed. How's that any different from being caught red-handed? Lin An took the paper and pen Li Zhihao handed him. Alright, we'll talk later. I've got important business to attend to. Li Zhihao teased, seriously, you've got important business? You're not planning to write another love letter to win back Chen Bingying, are you? Lin An looked at Li Zhihao with a puzzled expression. Why would I write a love letter? I'm writing a song. Li Zhihao was stunned. What did you say? You're writing a song? You've got that kind of talent? Lin An replied puzzledly, what's wrong? Don't you believe in your bro? I honestly can't picture you writing songs. You've always been the love letter type. Lin An sighed without offering an explanation. He couldn't recall all the lyrics perfectly, so he'd have to write them down and practice first. Otherwise, messing up during his nightly gig would be an absolute embarrassment. Lin An recalled a heartbreaking song that had gone viral on Douyin in his previous life. Still thinking of you. This melancholic tune would be perfect for a bar or a quiet lounge. Soon, relying on his memory, Lin An had transcribed the entire song. As soon as Lin An put down his pen, Li Zhihao snatched the paper away. Damn, Lin An, this is pretty good. Can you sing it? Lin An snatched the lyrics back. Of course I can sing it, why else would I write it? Li Zhihao urged, come on, sing it for me. I'll give you some feedback. Li Zhihao had never heard Lin An sing before, and his words sparked his curiosity. But there's no instrument here. You want me to sing a cappella? Li Zhihao was pretty popular at school, so he found a girl who played guitar. Can I borrow your guitar? Lin An wants to sing. The girl glanced at Li Zhihao, then at Lin An. Lin An? He can sing? This guitar is expensive. Li Zhihao clicked his tongue and asked Lin An, do you know how to play guitar? Lin An nodded. A little. Hearing that Lin An could play, the girl didn't hesitate to hand him the guitar she carried with her. Then let me hear your guitar skills. All the classmates in the class turned their attention toward them. Lin An's actually going to sing? I never knew that about him. Who would have guessed? Lin An took the guitar, tuned it, and recalled the feeling of singing in bars and KTVs from his past life. He slowly closed his eyes, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the guitar strings. Hundreds of times, repeated hundreds of times. Must this longing persist until the pain fades? How could I possibly pretend it doesn't matter? You taught me how to love you but never how to forget. Your casual actions tear apart all my resolve. I knew full well but refused to expose your other side. Never imagined it would become my nightmare. The dim streetlight can't illuminate the whole street. No matter how hard I try, I can't reach your heart. The downpour rained all night long, yet we were so close. The entire class stared blankly at Lin An, listening to her voice. This song was truly heartbreaking. Hearing it made it impossible not to think of one's former lover. It resonated deeply with those who had loved but never been loved in return. This was the cry of the pure love god. What about Shen Zhiyue? She really should hear Lin An sing this song. I'm crying, anyway. Lin An really pulled a fast one. I thought I'd forgotten him. You taught me only how to love you, but never how to forget. Lin An looks so incredibly handsome like this. Shen Zhiyue happened to walk into the classroom just as Lin An was strumming his guitar and singing. After listening for a few seconds, she was utterly stunned. Lin An could sing? Chapter 23, Strangers Now. The melancholy melody echoed deep within Shen Zhiyue's heart. Lin An's voice carried with piercing clarity, weaving deep emotion into every lyric. That ache of unrequited love resonated in everyone's mind. The classroom fell silent, as if you could hear a pin drop. Everyone listened intently to Lin An's voice. This song felt like it was telling his story. Perhaps only those who had experienced it could understand the emotions it conveyed. It allowed the audience to feel the profound sorrow of life through his lyrics. Lin An's lyrics weren't soaring, his voice was deep and husky, mirroring the mood conveyed in the words gloomy and sorrowful. Lin An truly lives up to his reputation as Tsinghua Peking University's #1 suck-up. Just how deeply wounded must he be to write such heartfelt lyrics? Everyone believed the song was Lin An's original work, as not a single person present had ever heard it before. The song brims with sorrow and anguish, expressing the agony of striving desperately yet failing to win the heart's true love, pouring out the pain and wounds within. Even if you leave me, I'll still miss you, still love you. What must I do to be by your side? Lin An's audience wasn't just the students in the classroom. Even many other students passing by in the hallway stopped and looked up toward the classroom where Lin An was performing. Among them were Shen Zhiyue and her girlfriends. A gentle breeze outside the window ruffled Lin An's collar, her bangs swaying in the wind, radiating an aura of melancholy. The sorrowful emotion infected every listener. After hearing this song, the pure love warrior didn't take the elevator or stairs downstairs, he just jumped straight out the window. This song awakened all the unrequited love within their hearts. No matter how well one behaved, it felt futile in front of the person they loved. Even the greatest effort couldn't win their heart. Perhaps the human heart is soft, a single glance from the beloved could lift their spirits. Or perhaps it is hard, even after being wounded countless times, it still clings to that affection and love. Shen Zhiyue stared blankly at Lin An. Had she truly let him down? Was his heart hurting this much? Damn, this song is way too sad. I can't even bring myself to listen to it a second time. Oh no, this level of talent could launch a career. Loyal, deeply affectionate, can sing, and looks this good too. Is Shen Zhiyue blind to have missed a guy like this? Even after Lin An's singer vanished, Shen Zhiyue remained lost in thought for a long time. Her heart ached deeply. Was he truly unhappy about marrying her? Was there someone unforgettable still in his heart? For some reason, her heart ached for Lin An. How much pain had he endured to write such a sorrowful song? The song was deeply moving, yet it wasn't sung for her. For some reason, Shen Zhiyue felt a stinging in her eyes, and a single tear slipped down her cheek. But Shen Zhiyue quickly composed herself, turning to wipe the tear from the corner of her eye. Everyone, please return to your seats. Class is about to begin. The students in the class scattered back to their seats, but not a single one could focus on the lesson. Their minds were already stirred by Lin An's singer. Whispers continued to circulate among the students, all discussing the stunning performance they just witnessed. Li Zhihao exclaimed dramatically, "Man, you're amazing. Who knew you had this talent? Why didn't you sing a song last time we went to the bar? How many girls would have fallen for you if you'd sung one?" Lin An paused briefly but said nothing. Truthfully, he didn't want to earn money through performing. A businessman's basic principle was to quietly amass wealth. If he hadn't been forced to, he wouldn't have resorted to singing for money. "Next time we hit the bar, I'll hook you up with a guitar. Get up on stage and belt one out, you'll be the life of the party." Lin An simply replied, "We'll see." Then he turned to the back of the same piece of paper and began writing down another song. Performing in venues like bars and nightclubs required songs with two distinct styles. Either uplifting or heartbreaking. Bar patrons generally fall into two categories: those out to party, whose blood boils to the rhythm of high-energy tunes, or those drowning their sorrows after a breakup. For the latter, a melancholic song only deepens their pain, prompting them to buy more drinks and numb themselves with alcohol. Lin An truly understood the bar business model. Performing at a bar earned him several hundred yuan a night at market rates. It seemed life's most basic necessities were covered. As long as he kept performing, his meals were taken care of. Combined with writing novels, pursuing both plans simultaneously would allow him to quickly accumulate enough for that first pot of gold. After Chen Bingying left, Lin An's image kept surfacing in her mind. Even when her best friend spoke to her, she seemed distracted. When Chen Bingying realized she was actually paying attention to Lin An, she was startled by her own reaction. What was wrong with her? She'd never paid him any mind before. All she knew was that he'd been pursuing her for years, but she had no clue who he truly was. He had always been the one circling around her, eyes fixed solely on her. When had she ever started caring about him? She was the campus beauty of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Wherever she went, people were drawn to her. Just stepping out for a stroll would attract countless guys trying to strike up conversations. Her girlfriends always told her that a woman like her should act like a queen, never fixate on one man, or she'd be selling herself short. A woman as beautiful as her deserved the very best man. But when Lin An stopped revolving around her, stopped caring about her life, Chen Bingying found herself unable to resist the urge to know what he was doing. If all else failed, why not invite Lin An to dinner tonight? Apologize sincerely and get him to go back to the way things were. But when had she ever endured such humiliation? When had she ever needed to apologize first? And to treat a man to dinner? Her pride as the campus beauty made her feel this would truly lower her standing. Yet Lin An seemed to be sulking. He hadn't contacted her for 2 whole days, not even a single message. Last night, he even went out with another girl right in front of her. Then there were the rumors swirling around campus lately that Lin An and Shen Zhiyue had a rather ambiguous relationship. That drove her even crazier. Chen Bingying thought angrily, "Lin An, if you don't reach out to me now, no matter how you try to win me back later, begging, pleading, even kneeling, I won't give you a second glance. I'll never speak to you again, never pay attention to your life. From now on, we're strangers." With that resolve, Chen Bingying pulled out her phone, found Lin An's chat window, and prepared to delete his WeChat contact. But when she pulled up the delete contact page, her finger hesitated, unable to tap the button. Her trembling fingers hovered over the button for an eternity, locked in a tense stalemate. Chapter 24, Bar Singer. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Bingying still couldn't bring herself to delete Lin An. She tried to reassure herself. Forget it. Lin An is probably just distracted by Shen Zhiyue these past few days. After all, they'd shared so many years together. She couldn't be so heartless as to deny him any chance at all. After class that day, Lin An folded up all the songs he'd written and stuffed them into his pocket. Shen Zhiyue sent Lin An a message. "Got plans tonight? If not, let's grab dinner together." Lin An remembered he had a gig tonight and replied with a refusal. "I have plans tonight. You go ahead and eat by yourself." "Oh, I bought you some clean clothes. I threw them in the washing machine before class. Just hang them out to dry when you get home." Lin An put his phone back in his pocket after saying that. Li Zhihao didn't accompany Lin An out today. He had a girlfriend. He told Lin An he was going to spend time with his girlfriend and left early. Lin An glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the evening. He needed to get ready for the nightclub. He found a shared bike by the roadside and pedaled all the way to Blue Ocean nightclub. As luck would have it, Sister Snake and a few of her girls were hanging out at their usual spot by the entrance, smoking and chatting. Lin An parked his bike and walked over to Sister Snake's group. "Give me a cigarette." Seeing Lin An's easygoing manner, Sister Snake wasn't stingy. She pulled a cigarette from her pack and handed it over. Lin An lit it with practiced ease, then crouched by the roadside like Snake's sister, smoking and listening to their conversation. Snake's sister asked Lin An, "Our boss mentioned you're coming to our nightclub as a resident singer?" Lin An nodded. "Yeah, circumstances forced me to. Gotta earn some living expenses." Snake's sister eyed him up and down. "Honestly, I never would have guessed you could sing. Most singers dress all edgy and alternative, but you don't look like an artist at all." Lin An glanced down at his clothes. "What's wrong with my clothes? They're perfectly normal." Snake's sister replied, "Exactly too normal. That's why you don't look like someone in music." A girl chimed in with a giggle, "Who needs singing? Just standing on stage with that face of his would draw plenty of girls." Snake's sister shot the girl a disapproving look. If it were just about looks, that'd be no different from being a hostess. Lin An didn't seem bothered, though he hadn't expected Snake's sister to speak up for him. "Alright, they're about to open. Our boss lady is waiting for you inside." Lin An finished his cigarette, stood up, and exchanged greetings with Snake's sister before heading toward the nightclub. He made his way effortlessly to the second floor of the nightclub, where Zhiyue was checking her phone in a private room. Seeing Lin An arrive, she stood up and said, "You're here so early. Have you eaten yet?" Lin An replied he had, then casually tossed his things onto the table. "Lin An, if you're short on cash, you could tell me. No need to take on gigs." Lin An disliked being pitted, and he certainly wouldn't take money from a woman. "It's fine. I can earn my own money." Seeing she couldn't persuade Lin An, Zhiyue pulled out a piece of clothing. "This is a dress I bought for you. Try it on. What you're wearing now isn't suitable for performing on stage. You need to look more polished." Lin An glanced at the clothes in Zhiyue's hands, took them without hesitation, then went into the adjacent private room to change. The outfit Zhiyue bought him felt expensive to the touch, and it looked sharp on him. Once everything was ready, she glanced at the time. It was just past 7 in the evening. This wasn't yet the peak hour for customers. Lin An didn't need to go on stage, so he relaxed backstage. Not wanting to waste his free time, he pulled out his phone and began writing his novel. When it came to wildly popular web novels from his previous life, Chung Dong's Zhitian trilogy was undoubtedly at the top of the list. Lin An adored covering the heavens immensely and planned to adapt this classic into this world. The early stages of Zhitian were tedious and dull. Real success wouldn't come until the mid to late stages. Lin An wasn't in a hurry. He had 15 million yuan and a full year ahead, more than enough time to earn the money. Chapter 1, 9 Dragons Dragging the Coffin. Lin An swiftly finished writing a chapter, only to glance at the clock and see it was already 8:30 p.m. Lin An grabbed his guitar and prepared to take the stage for his residency gig. The Blue Sea nightclub was surprisingly quiet at this hour, though the main hall still held quite a few men and women drinking. After Lin An took the stage, he immediately caught the attention of many women. Just as Li Zhihao had said, Lin An, young, handsome, and with a singing voice, was a surefire hit. "Is this guy new here? Never seen him before. He's kinda cute. Hey, come over here for a drink. Tips guaranteed." A woman waved a wad of cash at Lin An on stage. Lin An merely smiled faintly, then adjusted the microphone's height. He strummed his guitar lightly, his deep voice filtering through the mic into the speakers. Hundreds of times, repeated hundreds of times. Must this longing persist until the pain fades away? How could I possibly pretend it doesn't matter? You taught me how to love you, but never how to forget. Your casual actions tear apart every stand I take. Lin An took the stage, passionately singing his signature song. This was no ordinary a cappella performance in a school classroom. The nightclub microphone was equipped with a sound card and pitch correction. Add the rhythm of the music. The audience below was a replay of the classroom scene. Holy crap, this guy's got mad skills. He sings so damn well. He's so handsome. I'm cheering for you. Hey, I've got some cash lying around. Come over to my place and sing just for me. Lin An's performance drew rave reviews from the crowd, and that night's bar sales surpassed even their busiest nights. Many patrons declared they'd keep coming back to this nightclub for drinks as long as Lin An performed there. Snake's sister and her crew were equally captivated. In their free time, they handled security for the bars and nightclubs under their management. While Lin An performed on stage, the group listened intently from below. Lin An really does have a beautiful voice. No wonder our boss thinks about him day and night. Too bad he's already taken. I say we just kidnap him. Then our boss can use a little more force. If she can't win his heart, at least she can have him. After a night of singing, Lin An felt no money was worth earning. At midnight, Lin An stepped off stage to rest backstage. Zhiyue handed him a bottle of water with a hint of concern. Lin An took it and drank a big gulp. Let's see, how much do they pay for a night's gig here? Zhiyue sighed and pulled out a 1,000 yuan bill. This is for your hard work today. Don't push yourself too hard. Lin An accepted the 1,000 yuan note market rate and tucked it away without comment, preparing to head home. Zhiyue tried to persuade him to stay for a late night snack, but Lin An declined. Someone was waiting for him at home. Chapter 25, I'm his wife. 1,000 yuan would be enough to take Shen Zhiyue out for a nice meal. As Lin An passed through the lobby, the middle-aged woman who Dee just mentioned having a little money at home saw Jingma and her eyes lit up. Young man, come have a drink at my table. The middle-aged woman beckoned to Lin An. Lin An initially didn't want to engage. As a staff member at the nightclub, he had to consider the guests' moods. He approached her booth, ready to decline. It's late. I need to head home. The woman grabbed Lin An's shoulders and pulled him onto the stage. Here's 3,000, take it first. Without another word, she shoved 3,000 yuan in cash into his hands. Lin An stared wide-eyed and bewildered at the wad of cash stuffed into his hand. The middle-aged woman relished the astonishment in Lin An's eyes, smiling confidently. You can call me Sister Lu. Let me introduce you. The lady sitting on your other side, you can call her Sister Yan. She drives a Mercedes E300. Over there is Sister Wan, driving a Panamera. After introducing everyone, Sister Lu finally turned to herself. I drive a Land Rover. You've kept us guys entertained today, so tips are definitely coming your way. Lin An glanced at the 3,000 yuan in his hand. He had intended to leave, but they had given him far too much. 3,000 plus the 1,000 he'd earned earlier as a singer, a full 4,000 yuan. That was enough to cover his living expenses for a month. Sister Lu had put on a bit of weight. After Lin An sat beside her, she casually draped her arm around his shoulder. Then she picked up a glass of liquor from the table with her other hand. Little brother, can you drink? If you finish this glass, I'll give you 500. Sister Yan beside him laughed as she placed her hand on Lin An's thigh. Was he being taken advantage of? Lin An gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Weren't these very tactics he'd frequently employed in his past life? It seemed the heavens were truly fair. Retribution never ends. It's not that it doesn't come, but that the time hasn't arrived. Who would have thought he'd be the one getting taken advantage of someday? Lin An didn't really mind. A grown man getting taken advantage of? Making money? Nothing to be ashamed of. Lin An took the offered drink and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquor burned through his mouth like a ball of fire plummeting downward. What the hell kind of liquor is this? It's so strong. Sister Lu laughed heartily, then slipped another 500 yuan into Lin An's collar. Sis never breaks her word. One shot, 500. How about it? Sis treats you well, huh? Lin An pulled the money out from his collar, added it to the pile he already had, and carefully tucked it back into his pocket. This amount could buy Shen Zhiyue nearly 2 outfits. Sister Yan, meanwhile, stroked Lin An's thigh while searching for a topic to strike up a conversation. Young man, you look like you're still in school. What's the story? Financial hardship? Ended up singing at a nightclub? Lin An was a man of few words, answering only what was asked. I attend Xingbei University. I'm a freshman this year. My family's in a bit of debt, so I had to come out and earn some living expenses myself. Sister Wan across from him teased, so you're a top student. Got a girlfriend? You sing so beautifully, want to be friends with this sister? Come sing at my place, and I'll give you 10,000. Lin An shook his head. No, that's too much. My singing isn't worth that kind of money. Wan Jia adored young men who rejected her advances. It fueled her desire to conquer. Oh, but to me, you're more precious than stinking money. Your voice touches my soul. 10,000 yuan is nothing compared to your singing. Just come sing for me at my place, 10,000 yuan per session. Sister Wan declared generously. Lin An still refused. He was a man of principle. How could he stoop to singing for mere money? Did she really think she liked his singing? If this 10,000 didn't cover other expenses, he'd have lived his past life for nothing. Sister Luo handed him another cup of wine. Come on. I just saw how much you can drink, little brother. Have another cup. With that, she stuffed another 500 into Jing Mo's collar, taking the chance to give Lin An's chest a quick squeeze. Lin An showed no hesitation, grabbing the offered glass and downing it in one gulp. His boldness drew praise from every woman on the stage. What a generous young man. Sisters love this kind of guy. Young man, give this sister a chance. When I was young, I longed for love too. Now that I'm older, the men around me only want my money. But in you, I see love. Be my boyfriend, and I'll buy you a Mercedes E300 just like mine. Lin An found himself laughing harder with each line. These lines sounded all too familiar in his past life running the club. His friends used these exact words to lure innocent college girls. Now it was his turn to be the guy pulling the strings. Lin An declined. Forget it, sis. I'm more of an independent person. I don't like accepting gifts from others. Lin An's stance only fueled the women's desire to conquer him. People are inherently fickle. The more someone throws themselves at you, the less appealing they become. The more unattainable something is, the more desirable it seems. As the saying goes, women have 2 great passions: luring upstanding men into their world and persuading fallen men to reform. Men, too, have 2 great passions: discussing money with the poor and discussing feelings with the rich. Lin An now understood, it wasn't just men who went bad with money. Women with money played even more extravagantly. Little brother, your hands are so slender and beautiful. How come you're so much fairer than me? Young skin really is something else. Your shoulders are so broad, can I lean on them for a moment? That faint tobacco scent on you is so pleasant. Let's compare the size of our palms. Your hands are a bit cold. Let me warm them for you. With a body like that, do you have abs? Let me see. Sure enough, no matter the world, the tricks are always the same. Come on, little brother, have another drink. The third time, Sister Lu slipped another 500 yuan into Lin An's collar, this time leaving her hand pressed against his chest with no intention of pulling away. Lin An sighed inwardly. He was short on cash anyway, might as well take advantage of the situation. After all, he was a guy he wouldn't lose out. Just then, a woman's voice rang out from behind him, let him go. Everyone turned to see a woman standing behind the bar counter, her beauty as cold and luminous as the moon in the sky. Her beauty was breathtaking, even the other women felt inadequate beside her. Her aura clashed sharply with the nightclub's atmosphere. Lin An was already a bit drunk. This body wasn't like his previous one, it seemed he hadn't drunk much alcohol before. Worse still, the drinks were likely spiked. He now felt not only dizzy but also burning up inside. Shen Zhiyue's sudden appearance left the entire table, who had been enjoying themselves, thoroughly displeased. Who the hell are you? Sister Lu stood up angrily. I'm his wife. Chapter 26, Get your dirty money away. Damn it, just because you say he's your husband makes him yours? If you were really married, would you let your husband do this? Sister Lu's words were harsh, and they stung Shen Zhiyue's ears like needles. Watch your mouth. Shen Zhiyue snapped, her voice tinged with anger. This woman had insulted not only her but Lin An as well. Did I say anything wrong? You claim he's your husband, what proof do you have? Shen Zhiyue pulled out the marriage certificate and opened it for Sister Lu and the others to see. As soon as Sister Lu saw the name and photo registered on it, she knew it was Lin An. Damn it! Sister Lu cursed under her breath before turning to Shen Zhiyue. You're lucky to have such a handsome boyfriend, but you can't even take care of him properly. If you were truly capable, you wouldn't let him end up in a place like this, singing and serving drinks. Shen Zhiyue was speechless. She stepped forward and hoisted the drunken Lin An onto her shoulder. Mind your own business. With that, Shen Zhiyue shouldered Lin An and headed toward the nightclub exit. Lin An, still hazy from drunkenness, pulled a wad of cash from his pocket. Take this money. Go eat something nice tonight. I've seen you eating at the cafeteria these past few days. Shen Zhiyue snapped angrily, get your filthy money away from me. Lin An looked taken aback. Shen Zhiyue continued coldly, you're hopeless. You really plan to make a living by selling your body? She then hailed a taxi from the roadside and shoved Lin An into the back seat. Driver, take us to Zhiyue Garden. Then she closed the car door. The driver looked at the hungover Lin An in the backseat and asked in confusion, Miss, your boyfriend's this drunk. What are we supposed to do when we get there? Shen Zhiyue snapped angrily, just dump him by the roadside to sober up. She couldn't be bothered to care about Lin An's well-being anymore. He kept coming back to bars and nightclubs to indulge himself, what a piece of trash. She had no intention of going home with him tonight. Tonight, she planned to head straight back to the office and wait until tomorrow to go home. She'd been blind to his true nature this time. The driver sighed helplessly and drove according to the customer's request. Upon reaching the destination, Lin An had already fallen asleep in the back seat. After getting out of the car, the driver stared at Lin An inside, momentarily unsure what to do. Could he really be so heartless as to just abandon Lin An by the roadside? Although it was autumn and the weather wasn't hot, leaving him by the roadside wouldn't cause him to freeze to death. But what if something dangerous happened to a young man like him? Young man? Wake up, young man. Where do you live? I'll carry you home. The driver was a kind soul, thinking it best to deliver Lin An home safely. Lin An was clearly drugged, sleeping deeply. A seasoned player in love affairs in his past life, a drunken fool in this one. Just as the driver was wondering what to do, a young woman approached. Zhu Kersen happened to pass by the taxi and caught a glimpse of the person inside through the window. She froze in her tracks. Wasn't that Lin An? Driver, what's going on? The driver recognized Zhu Kersen and explained the entire situation to her. Zhu Kersen said, leave him to me. The driver eyed Zhu Kersen warily. The girl was pretty enough, but who knew if she was trustworthy? What if she was a body snatcher? Noticing the driver's suspicion, Zhu Kersen quickly explained, I know this man. We're friends. You can trust me with him. To prove her connection to Lin An, Zhu Kersen pulled her phone from her pocket and pulled up a photo of them together. It was a photo taken last time at the bar, one she had never deleted. Seeing the intimate photo, the driver was mostly convinced. Since he's your friend, I'll leave him in your care. I've got other rides to pick up. Zhu Kersen nodded and stepped forward to hoist Lin An onto her back. The driver sighed, muttering under his breath about how young men these days had no sense of propriety, then hopped back into his car and sped off. Zhu Kersen carried Lin An back to her own home. She never imagined Lin An lived in the same neighborhood as her, what a coincidence. By the time she plopped Lin An onto the bed, her petite frame was panting from exhaustion. Would Lin An be uncomfortable sleeping fully clothed? Juk Xin wondered. Ah well, she'd seen most of it yesterday anyway. She was just helping him undress and get into bed, hardly taking advantage of him. Ju Kersen then began peeling Lin An's clothes off, taking the opportunity to run her hand over his abs. They felt so good. Lin An woke up slowly the next day, fragments of yesterday's memories surfacing in his mind. He shook his aching head. This feeling of blackout was truly unpleasant. What kind of fake liquor did Sister Lu's group slip him? When Lin An's eyes finally opened wide, a captivating face was mere inches from his own. Long lashes fluttered slightly in her sleep. What was going on? Why was he sleeping next to Ju Kersen? What had happened yesterday? Lin An tried to piece it together. But there was no trace of Ju Kersen in his memories at all? Had he traveled through time again? Lin An's movement woke the sleeping girl. Ju Kersen slowly opened her eyes, and their gazes met. You're awake? Ju Kersen sat up, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Her nightgown slipped down as she rose. She blushed and tugged her nightgown up modestly. Lin An swallowed hard and turned his head away from Ju Kersen. Ju Kersen explained, my place is pretty small. I live alone and don't have an extra bed, so we just squeezed in. Don't worry, I didn't do anything yesterday. Lin An wasn't sure if that nothing was really true. Anyway, whatever happened, he'd come out ahead. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Ju Kersen got up and headed toward the kitchen. Lin An began searching for his clothes. Under the quilt, he was wearing only boxer shorts. He found his clothes on the chair beside the bed and quickly got dressed. Juk Xin had already started cooking breakfast for Lin An. Go wash up first. You drank quite a bit last night. I'll make noodles for you, it won't take long. There's a new toothbrush in the bathroom cabinet. Ju Kersen poked her head out of the kitchen holding chopsticks. Lin An nodded and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. A moment later, Ju Kersen carried 2 steaming bowls of noodles out of the kitchen. Each bowl was topped with a poached egg. Come eat. Lin An didn't hesitate, he was genuinely starving. He hadn't eaten anything the night before, and drinking on an empty stomach was really hard on the stomach. Lin An took the bowl, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating. How is it? Tasty? Ju Kersen asked gently. Delicious. These noodles are so fragrant. You're such a good cook. Whoever marries you will be so lucky. Lin An praised. Ju Kersen smiled sweetly, then picked up her chopsticks and began eating the noodles. Just then, a knock sounded at the front door. Lin An and Ju Kersen both turned their gaze toward the entrance. Chapter 27, is that all? Ju Kersen got up to answer the door. When she saw who was outside, her expression darkened. Lin An turned his head to peek. The visitor was a man, roughly his age, with an unremarkable appearance and average height. A hint of awkwardness played across his face. Ju Kersen demanded, what are you doing here? Her tone dripped with disdain. The man gave an awkward chuckle. Kersen, I need your help with something. Can I come in to talk? Ju Kersen shut him out immediately. Sorry, are we that close? The man forced a smile. Kersen, don't be like this. I genuinely need your help. Spotting Lin An eating inside, the man exclaimed in shock, Kersen, who is he? Ju Kersen retorted irritably, is that any of your business? The man's face flushed crimson. What do you mean? What do you mean is it any of my business? We just broke up a few days ago, and you've already found a new lover so quickly? From the man's words, Lin An realized their relationship. So he was her ex-boyfriend. Ju Kersen knew Lin An was listening in the room. With her ex-boyfriend shouting so loudly, Lin An had probably heard everything, which infuriated her even more. Enough! You're the one who cheated and slept with another woman, yet you come here questioning me about having someone new? If that's all you have to say, there's nothing more to discuss. Now get out. The man hurled insults at Lin An, you pretty boy. If you're a real man, come out. Stop hiding behind women. Ju Kersen yelled, what the hell do you want? Get out of here if you have nothing to say. Lin An set down her chopsticks and walked toward the door. I'm here. What do you want to say? Lin An couldn't stand scumbags like this. Though he'd been a womanizer in his past life, he'd only ever pursued women after his money, never for love. So strictly speaking, what he did was transact, not date. The man immediately backed down when he saw how much taller Lin An was than him. What kind of man are you, stealing someone else's woman? Lin An found it hilarious. Didn't you two break up already? What's there to fight over? The man snorted coldly. Sure, I've slept with other women, but my heart has always belonged to Kersen. I believe she still has feelings for me. Oh my god, Lin An almost punched him in the face. How could he say something like that? What was this nonsense about sleeping with other women but still loving her? It sounded so familiar, like something certain groups would say in a past life. Ju Kersen couldn't listen anymore. You really are full of yourself. But sorry, you're not in my heart anymore. You can get lost now. She couldn't be bothered to waste another word on such a scumbag. She moved to shut the door, but the man grabbed the frame, blocking her. Kersen, have you forgotten our feelings? We were so devoted for so long. Now that I'm in trouble, you can't just abandon me. Seeing he wouldn't relent until he got what he wanted, Ju Kerson said, what is it? Just tell me. For old time's sake, I might be able to help you out. A smug look instantly spread across the man's face. There are outsiders here. I need to find a place to speak with you privately. Ju Kerson sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. Just say what you need to say here. Lin An isn't an outsider. The man sighed helplessly and lowered his voice. It's like this, that girl I met a few days ago, she. He trailed off, clearly embarrassed to continue. Ju Kerson pressed, what about her? The man gritted his teeth and blurted out, she's pregnant. Lin An watched the drama unfold, finding the whole situation utterly fascinating. Ju Kerson grew even angrier upon hearing this. You two got pregnant, so you should just get married. Get the hell out of here. She slammed the door shut in fury. The man reached out to grab her wrist. But she slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. You disgust me. The man stared blankly. Kerson, you don't even want me to touch you now? Forget it. Can you lend me some money? Ju Kerson stared at her ex-boyfriend in disbelief. Wait, what? Your woman's pregnant and you're asking me, your ex-girlfriend, for money? Don't you think that's ridiculous? If I lend you money, doesn't that make me a sucker? Even Lin An, who had lived 2 lifetimes, found it outrageous. How could he have the nerve to ask? He'd truly witnessed the depths of a man's shamelessness. Some people just kept pushing the boundaries of decency. Kerson, you have to help me with this. Otherwise, I'm really screwed. I've always liked you. If you just lend me the money, once this is resolved, will you get back together with me? The man still believed Ju Kerson harbored feelings for him. Ju Kerson shook her head. No way. Lending you money is impossible, I don't have any either. And I'll never get back together with you. Ju Kerson, I gave you my youth. You can't be so heartless. His voice bordered on hysteria. What? Your youth is youth, but mine isn't? You're making me sick right now. The man turned his gaze to Lin An, is this your doing? It's all because of you. I'm warning you, stay away from Kerson, or I won't be polite. I'll expose you online. Lin An was just minding his own business when he got caught in the crossfire. Hey, why don't you consider whether it's your own fault? The man argued back, what did I do wrong? I just made the mistake every man makes. Lin An sighed in exasperation, he's beyond help. I can lend you money, but consider this severing all ties between us. From now on, don't come looking for me again. I don't want to see you either. Lin An clicked his tongue. Ju Kerson was surprisingly loyal, most people would have just kicked him out. Lending money? Forget it. The man was overjoyed. Kerson, I knew you were the kindest person. Rest assured, once I settle things here, I'll definitely come find you. The man thought he might rekindle his relationship with Ju Kerson. Don't even think about it. I told you this cuts all ties between us. If you come looking for me, I won't lend you a dime. The man's expression darkened noticeably, but for the sake of the money, he reluctantly agreed. Why only 3,000? The man muttered contemptuously after receiving the money. Ju Kerson frowned. This is all I have. If you ask for more, I won't have anything left. The man was clearly unsatisfied. 3,000 isn't nearly enough. If you must, go borrow some more? Lin An couldn't hold back any longer. Are you a man or not? You can't afford to pay for your woman's abortion, so you go borrow from your ex-girlfriend? She said this is all she has, and you're still not satisfied? Then give the money back and get the hell out of here. What business is it of yours, you little mistress? Lin An kicked him hard, you. Chapter 28, Behind Bars. Lin An's kick sent Ju Kerson's ex-boyfriend sprawling backward onto the ground. You bastard, you dare to hit him. He pulled out his phone to call the police. Help! Someone's been assaulted. Come quick. Soon, a police car arrived and placed handcuffs on Lin An. Even as he was being led away, Lin An glared at the man with pure venom. Ju Kerson panicked the moment she saw Lin An being led away. Wait. There must be some misunderstanding. A female officer said, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you'll have to come back with us for questioning. The man smirked triumphantly. You little punk dared to hit me. This isn't over. I'll make sure you pay for this. The female officer frowned. You're coming with me for questioning too. I believe you provoked this situation first. The man looked utterly bewildered. Why was he, the victim, being taken to the station too? Sitting in the interrogation room, Lin An stared up at the ceiling, his face showing no trace of worry, appearing somewhat carefree. Name? Lin An. Gender? Male. Occupation? Freshman at Peking University. The officer across from him shot Lin An a puzzled look. The kid looked like a model student, hardly the type to be violent. Why would he hit someone? Why did you hit someone? Lin An looked at the questioning officer. That bastard deserved it. Regardless, assault is unacceptable. You'll be detained for 3 days. Afterward, we'll see if the victim is willing to reconcile with you. Lin An was taken aback. He hadn't even explained himself yet, and they were already sentencing him to 3 days in detention? This completely contradicted standard investigative procedures. What do you mean, 3 days detention? You haven't even heard my side of the story. Lin An was naturally unwilling. The officer held up the paperwork and said, "You beat someone up over a woman, pretty manly of you." But the victim refuses to settle and insists on pressing charges. Intentional assault? You think this is a minor offense? Lin An was utterly speechless. The guy was so weak, one kick and it's intentional injury? The officer set down the papers, seeing Lin An wasn't likely a bad person. He'd reviewed the victim's statement. Lin An hadn't used excessive force, and it was because that guy had been such a jerk. "Kid, let me warn you that victim's been causing a scene at the station. Our officers took him to the hospital for a checkup. If he's got any injuries, you might not be out of here for 3 days. Lin An looked utterly dejected. He'd only been transported here for a couple of days, hadn't even enjoyed the good life for long, and now he was facing a stint in a harsh prison? Who are your family members? I can put in a word for you. While you can't get out yourself, I can have your family negotiate compensation with the victim. If he agrees to settle, you might get out sooner." "Forget it. I'm an orphan. Don't bother." Lin An thought of his gambling-addicted mother, his gravely ill father, his elderly grandmother, and his underage sister. Not a single one could help him. He'd rather not trouble them with this. "An orphan? But when I pulled your records, it showed you have family. Your parents are both alive. I know you're worried about them fretting over you, but in cases like this, it's best to notify your family. You're still young and might not be able to handle certain matters on your own." The officer was a decent person, patiently trying to persuade him. He then picked up Lin An's file again. "This kid was married at such a young age? You're already married? Then I'll notify your spouse and have her come handle this." Lin An was about to refuse, but the officer had already risen and was walking toward the interrogation room door, pulling out his phone as he went. Shen Zhiyue's phone rang during class. She pulled it out and saw it was a call from 110. Shen Zhiyue stepped out of the classroom to answer the call. "Hello? Hello? Hello, may I ask if you are Lin An's wife?" Truthfully, Shen Zhiyue had been worried about Lin An all night yesterday, but she'd stubbornly refused to reach out to him. She wanted to see if Lin An would come to apologize on his own. As long as Lin An gave her a way out, she would forgive him. But a whole day had passed, and Lin An still hadn't reached out. This left Shen Zhiyue deeply disappointed. She had already decided that if Lin An didn't contact her before she finished work, she would return to the Shen family home, never to see him again. Lin An's call never came, but the police station did. "This is Lin An's wife. What happened?" Shen Zhiyue's heart skipped a beat at the police officer's opening words. That kind of introduction rarely meant anything good. "Well, your husband has been detained for intentional assault. Would you be available to handle this matter?" Shen Zhiyue immediately grew anxious. Just moments ago, she'd been angry at Lin An, but now only worry remained. "Which police station?" "I'll be right there." "Is he okay? Did he get hurt?" The officer replied, "Lin An is fine, but the victim is insisting on pressing charges. We can't release him yet. You should talk to the victim as soon as possible and try to get him to sign a statement of forgiveness. That way, we can release him sooner." Shen Zhiyue breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin An was unharmed. "I'll be right there." After hanging up, Shen Zhiyue took a taxi to the police station. When she arrived at the service hall, someone was already waiting for her. Shen Zhiyue's stunning beauty drew stares wherever she went. The officers couldn't help but remark that Lin An was a fool with such a stunning wife at home. He still went and fought over another woman with some other guy. Zhu Kersen's ex-boyfriend, Zhang Pang, had been slumped listlessly in a chair. Zhu Kersen had been urging him to let it go, but he refused to budge. He insisted that hitting someone meant facing the consequences. But the moment Zhang Pang saw Shen Zhiyue, his slumped body snapped upright. His eyes darted around the room, fixated on her. Could such a perfect woman truly exist in this world? If not for Lin An, what right did he have? First Zhu Kersen, now this woman, both revolving around him? God really is unfair. This is the victim. I've prepared a room for you. Please go inside and discuss it. Shen Zhiyue nodded, then turned to look at Zhu Kersen and Zhang Pang. When her gaze fell on Zhu Kersen, her delicate brows furrowed. Why her? But with the police present, she held her tongue. The three of them then entered a conference room. Zhang Pang sprawled across the chair like a big shot, feigning severe injury. Zhu Kersen couldn't stand it anymore. Can you stop pretending? The medical results are out, you're perfectly fine. What? It's my body, how do you know there's nothing wrong? I've got internal injuries. Shen Zhiyue recognized Zhang Pang's shameless nature at a glance and cut straight to the point. What exactly do you want before you'll sign the statement of forgiveness? Chapter 29, Let's go home. Zhang Pang declared with a smug grin, What do you mean, what do I want? Assault is illegal. Breaking the law means serving time in prison. That's just the way it is. Shen Zhiyue realized from Zhang Pang's words that he was determined to target Lin An with no room for negotiation. She stood up and declared, Then there's nothing left to discuss. So what if he goes to jail? It's not like he'll lose his life. Go ahead and press charges if you've got the guts. We'll accept whatever sentence he gets. Zhang Peng hadn't expected Shen Zhiyue to defy conventional logic. He hadn't intimidated her at all. Hold on. Shen Zhiyue turned to face Zhang Peng. Is there anything else? If not, we'll see you in court. Zhang Peng was a petty man, unable to keep his cool. He'd hoped to profit from this situation, but Shen Zhiyue refused to back down, choosing instead to confront him head-on. Having feigned severe injury moments ago, Zhang Peng now dropped the act entirely. He addressed Zhu Kersen. Step outside for a moment. I need to speak privately with this lady. Zhu Kersen glanced at Shen Zhiyue before rising to leave, clearing space for the two. The room was now empty except for Zhang Peng and Shen Zhiyue. Zhang Peng said, actually, I could sign that letter of forgiveness. But I have one condition. Shen Zhiyue stared at him expressionlessly. What condition? Zhang Peng looked at Shen Zhiyue with a lecherous grin. Sleep with me, and I'll sign the letter of forgiveness. You get the advantage. How about it? Shen Zhiyue flatly refused. Not a good deal at all. If that's how you want it, we'll see each other in court. Shen Zhiyue stared at the man with utter disgust before turning toward the door. How ungrateful. Do you really want that bastard to go to jail? Shen Zhiyue spun back around. Go ahead and try. Her tone was icy cold, carrying an air of authority, the commanding presence of someone in a position of power. Zhang Peng was intimidated by her aura and backed down. Forget it. I don't want to make this awkward. Here's the deal, give me 50,000 yuan and this matter is settled. In the past, 50,000 yuan would have been nothing to Shen Zhiyue. Not just 50,000, even 500,000 wouldn't have been a significant sum. But things were different now. Having severed ties with the Shen family, she had only 20,000 yuan to her name. Where could she possibly get 50,000? 5,000 yuan. 5,000 tops. Take it or leave it. Zhang Peng's face darkened. 5,000? Are you trying to tip a beggar? I recognize the clothes you're wearing. That outfit alone cost 80,000. Your family is well off. Don't tell me you can't come up with 50,000. Shen Zhiyue remained unmoved as she pulled out her phone. Do you want this 5,000? If not, I won't give you a single cent. I'll hand it straight to the lawyer. Zhang Peng was furious, but he desperately needed the money. 10,000 yuan. Not a penny less. We'll both compromise. Shen Zhiyue didn't want to haggle over such a small matter either. She generously pulled out her phone. Send me your payment code. After confirming the payment cleared, Zhang Peng grabbed paper and pen from the desk to draft a letter of understanding. Shen Zhiyue walked toward the door. The police were waiting outside. So? Did you settle it? Shen Zhiyue nodded. He's already written the letter of understanding. Hurry up and release Lin An. And you stay away from Lin An from now on. He's my husband. Zhu Kersen felt deeply annoyed, but Shen Zhiyue's presence was overwhelming. Besides, Shen and Lin An had already obtained their marriage certificate. Strictly speaking, she was the third wheel. She might not even qualify as one, since Lin An didn't feel the same way about her. It was nothing but unrequited love. That kick Lin An delivered wasn't aimed at Zhang Peng, it had landed squarely in her heart. He was so cool, it was the first time a man had ever stood up for her. Just then, a squad of officers walked in from the police station entrance. The middle-aged officer leading them caught sight of Shen Zhiyue and exclaimed in shock, Miss Shen? Chief, do you know her? The chief nodded cautiously and said, Miss Shen, what brings you to our police station? Shen Zhiyue didn't know who this man was, though he might be a friend of her father's. Shen Zhiyue recounted the events that had transpired earlier. The chief was startled and hurriedly ordered the officer interrogating Lin An, release Mr. Lin immediately. The chief's reaction astonished the officers present. What kind of person could make their own chief so afraid? To show respect, the chief even followed the officer to escort Lin An out. Mr. Lin, we sincerely apologize. This was a mistake on our part. Please come out now. Unaware of the commotion outside, Lin An saw a middle-aged police officer he'd never met before walk in. He forced a gentle smile in his direction. The chief noticed the handcuffs still on Lin An's wrists and hurriedly ordered the junior officer beside him, hurry up and unlock Mr. Lin's handcuffs. How could he be so clueless? The chief laughed awkwardly. I hear Mr. Lin is currently studying at Qingbei? That place is full of top students. He's quite talented. While others might not know Shen Zhiyue's identity, he certainly did. Shen Zhiyue, the only daughter of the Shen family, Beijing's foremost aristocratic clan. This Lin An was the Shen family's son-in-law. How on earth had his subordinates managed to bring such a big shot here? Never mind. Seeing Shen Zhiyue didn't reprimand them, as long as they could send the two away, this matter would be settled. Lin An stepped out of the interrogation room into the office lobby and immediately spotted Shen Zhiyue and Zhu Kersen. His expression darkened. Shen Zhiyue glanced around before shooting Lin An a fierce glare. Let's go home. Shen Zhiyue said coldly before turning and walking away. Lin An sighed. For the first time, he felt a sense of defeat having to rely on a woman to clean up his mess after something went wrong. As Lin An passed by Zhu Kersen, she tugged at the hem of his shirt. "Are you okay?" Zhu Kersen spoke cautiously, waiting until Shen Zhiyue was out of earshot before whispering her concern. Lin An nodded. "I'm fine." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the money from last night's escort work, taking out 3,000 yuan from the middle. "Take this. Didn't you give all your living expenses to that guy? There's still a long way to go this month. Take it for now. Consider it a thank you for letting me stay yesterday." Zhu Kersen hurriedly refused. "No, absolutely not. I still have money." Lin An wouldn't let her refuse and shoved the money into her pocket. "Take it." Then he ran after Shen Zhiyue's retreating figure. The station chief watched the departing pair and breathed a sigh of relief. Those two living Buddhas were finally gone. He'd been on pins and needles the whole time. If they suddenly called the head of the Shen family, he might even get suspended. Chapter 30, Breaking Off the Engagement. Lin An followed Shen Zhiyue back home. Shen Zhiyue sat on the sofa, turning her head away to avoid looking at Lin An. Lin An knew this woman was angry. Ahem. Jing Yamo cleared his throat. "Thanks for today." Lin An wasn't good at cheering girls up, nor did he know how to do it. So in moments like this, he felt lost. Based on past experience, buying a Louis Vuitton bag or some cosmetics usually did the trick. Shen Zhiyue probably wouldn't even glance at a Louis Vuitton bag or cosmetics. Poof. Shen Zhiyue gave a cold laugh. She wasn't about to let Lin An off the hook so easily, especially after he'd hooked up with that woman at the bar. "How about I treat you to dinner tonight?" Shen Zhiyue shot Lin An a glance, one that was utterly captivating. Though she hadn't meant to look so alluring, that unintentional glance nearly sent Lin An reeling. "Just dinner? That punishment is far too lenient. Do you think I'm that cheap? Ha? You still want to punish me? What else did you expect?" Lin An feigned shock. Still, Shen Zhiyue's mood had improved considerably. "One meal definitely won't be enough. I want to eat a meal you cook." "No problem. Order whatever you like. I'll let you taste my cooking." "I want to eat." Shen Zhiyue prepared to throw a curveball at Lin An. "I want the lasagna Garfield eats in the cartoons." This truly stumped Lin An. While he was confident in everyday home cooking, this particular dish was completely unfamiliar to him. What country is lasagna from? Shen Zhiyue thought for a moment before answering. "I don't know either. It's just something from cartoons. I wanted to eat it when I watched cartoons as a kid, but my mom said it wasn't healthy, so I never got to try it." Lin An pulled out his phone to look up the steps for making lasagna. He was shocked by what he saw. This dish was incredibly difficult to prepare. But since Shen Zhiyue wanted it, he was determined to recreate it no matter what. "Wait here for a moment. I'll run to the nearby supermarket to get the ingredients for lasagna." Watching Lin An's retreating figure, a satisfied smile spread across Shen Zhiyue's lips. To satisfy Shen Zhiyue's craving for a dish, Lin An ran to 3 different supermarkets before gathering all the necessary ingredients. Many of the items couldn't be found in small neighborhood stores, forcing him to visit larger chain supermarkets instead. He ran around until late afternoon before finally returning. Lin An returned home laden with bags and boxes, then began prepping the ingredients. Shen Zhiyue sat on the sofa, watching him the whole time. "Why are you staring at me?" Lin An asked, puzzled. Shen Zhiyue gave a sweet smile. "You look pretty handsome when you're focused. If you're bored, come help me." Shen Zhiyue pouted. "No way. This is your punishment, you're doing it." Lin An sighed. "Fine. If you work me to death, you'll be stuck with a deadbeat husband." "What? Cooking a meal is going to kill you?" It took Lin An several hours to make the lasagna. Though it was his first attempt, it looked surprisingly good, and the entire room was filled with the aroma of meat. Lin An pulled the lasagna out of the microwave, garnished it with a mint leaf, and managed to perfectly recreate the lasagna Garfield ate in the cartoon. Shen Zhiyue's eyes lit up at the sight of the lasagna on the table. It had been her childhood obsession, and she never imagined Jing Mo would fulfill it for her today. In that moment, Shen Zhiyue felt profoundly happy. She took a small bite. Fresh out of the oven, the lasagna was scalding hot. She fanned her mouth with her little hands, looking utterly adorable. Lin An couldn't help but chuckle softly. As evening approached, after finishing dinner, Lin An retreated to his room to write. Over the past 2 days, he had penned over 10,000 words for his novel, Jitin. He was just 10,000 words short of meeting the submission requirements. Writing a novel was a long process, so Lin An never entertained the notion of becoming an overnight sensation. That evening, Lin An wanted to go out singing again, but Shen Zhiyue stopped him. "You shouldn't go singing for hire anymore. We don't need that money. If you really must, take odd jobs instead. At least that money feels more solid." Shen Zhiyue pleaded earnestly. Lin An had no choice. Since Shen Zhiyue was adamantly against it, he had to give up street singing. If all else failed, he'd have to work in a factory. In his previous life, he had been a prominent figure in the stock market. To think he might end up working in a factory in this life was truly lamentable. Lin An felt utterly defeated. But when he suggested factory work, Shen Zhiyue shot it down again. Factories are full of young troublemakers. How could they be decent people? If you go, those older women in the factory will try every trick to sleep with you. Listen to me, we're not going into a factory. Well, Shen Zhiyue's jealousy was quite intense, she couldn't even trust him to work in a factory. He should have known better than to act rich this morning. His family was dirt poor, and he'd even given money to help Ju Kurson. This morning, pretending to be rich, the 5,000 plus I earned yesterday, after giving away 3,000, I only have 2,000 left. He'd been counting on making another killing today. After all, busking could bring in 1,000 yuan a day. It wasn't like wealthy women would be lining up to pay him to accompany them to bars every single day. While Shen Zhiyue and Lin An were talking, Lin An's phone rang. Shen Zhiyue frowned. So late at night, who could be calling you? Lin An pulled out his phone and saw it was his younger sister calling. It's my sister, you've met her before. Shen Zhiyue recalled the young girl, pretty even at her age, and bound to be a beauty when she grew up. The Lin family's genes were truly formidable. Their children never lack in looks. Hey, big bro, something's happened at home. You need to come back. Lin An startled. It couldn't be that Snake Sisters gang had come knocking again, could it? This matter should have been resolved already. Why was there trouble at home now? Tell me what happened first. Lin An hurriedly asked. Well, you know how we took Chen Bingying's family's dowry a while back? Now her family's come to our house causing trouble, demanding we return the dowry. They say if we don't, they'll call the police and accuse us of fraud. Lin An replied doubtfully, if they want it back, just have mom return the dowry. It's no big deal after all, your brother is married now. But then his sister, Lin Yao, whispered softly, Mom, gambled it all away. Lin An's face darkened instantly. He was furious at his mother's gambling addiction. How could she have lost the entire 100,000 yuan dowry in just a few days? Shen Zhiyue noticed his grim expression and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Lin An sighed and recounted the entire incident. Shen Zhiyue was furious too. How could your mother gamble away someone else's dowry? Chapter 31, This is my wife. I need to go handle this. With this happening, he had to go home and see for himself they'd actually come to call off the engagement. Truthfully, Lin An had always intended to return the dowry outright and refuse the marriage altogether. But his mother had never considered returning the money from the dowry. Plus, he'd been so busy lately that he'd completely forgotten about the engagement. Now Chen Bingying naturally had grounds to come knocking. He and Chen Bingying had severed all ties the very day he crossed over. Though he wasn't the original Lin An, he had inherited Lin An's memories. He understood the depth of emotion the original owner had poured into her years of affection. Chen Bingying was unworthy of love. For years, she'd basked in Lin An's affection. Even if she believed she'd done nothing wrong, her behavior was utterly despicable. If she didn't like him, she could have simply refused him openly instead of stringing him along like this. Had she refused his gifts, ceased contact, and extinguished any illusion of hope, Lin An would have stopped pursuing her. But Chen Bingying never truly rejected Lin An. Until recently, when Chen Bingying's mindset gradually twisted. She not only came to believe Lin An's affection was her due but also began trampling on it to test whether his love was genuine. Then she ended up pregnant with another man's child, a move that was utterly repulsive. In the end, she forced herself into marriage, demanded a dowry, and now wants it back. What the hell does she want? I'm going with you. Shen Zhiyue felt compelled to intervene in this matter. As Lin An's wife, she had to confront Chen Bingying and get things straight. Lin An didn't refuse. The two of them hopped into a taxi and headed straight for the small rented flat where Lin An's parents lived. The moment they arrived at the doorstep, they saw a crowd blocking the entrance. They must be Chen Bingying's family. Lin An's arrival made Chen Bingying's eyes light up, but when she saw Shen Zhiyue beside him, her brows furrowed tightly. Chen Bingying stepped forward and spoke to Lin An in an unexpectedly soft tone for the first time. Lin An, why, did you bring this woman with you? Lin An replied coldly, Shen Zhiyue and I are married. Naturally, we come together. Chen Bingying refused to believe it. Lin An, how long do you plan to keep up this charade? How could you possibly be married to Shen Zhiyue? Lin An, I've reflected on my actions. I was truly wrong before. I'm sorry. Tears welled up in Chen Bingying's large eyes. Lin An looked deeply at Chen Bingying. The renowned campus beauty of Tsinghua and Peking universities was actually admitting her mistakes with such hurt in front of him? This was truly a rare sight. But Lin An couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply pulled out his marriage certificate with Shen Zhiyue. What? Chen Bingying snatched the certificate in disbelief, hastily opening it to read the names printed on it. In an instant, she felt all her strength drain away, her face turning deathly pale. This can't be. It must be fake. Lin An, tell me it's fake, right? Lin An, I truly regret it. Please tell me it's fake, okay? A single tear slid down Chen Bingying's cheek. She was truly panicking. Lin An had actually gotten married. And to such an outstanding woman, one whose family background far surpassed hers, whose looks were a cut above her own. A woman like this seemed flawless. Competing with her, she had no advantage whatsoever. Lin An, after all these years together, how can you just let go like that? This time, I'll come back. Can we start over? This time, let me be the one to chase after you. Shen Zhiyue pleaded, abandoning all traces of her former school beauty's pride, desperate only for Lin An not to leave her. These past 2 days without Lin An hovering around her had thrown her life into utter chaos. Her mind was constantly consumed by thoughts of him. Lin An used to bring her breakfast. Without it these days, her stomach ached by noon. Every night before she slept, Lin An would find her and talk endlessly. Though she often brush him off, his concern lulled her into deep sleep. But now that sense of security was gone. These past few nights, she hadn't slept a wink. Shen Zhiyue's eyes were red-rimmed, a profound sense of injustice she'd never felt before tangled in her heart, making her feel utterly miserable. Lin An was so cruel after winning her heart, he just walked away without a second thought. How could he do this? Now that Lin An had married someone else, she had no chance left. Shen Zhiyue felt as if she'd fallen into an ice cellar, her entire body trembling slightly. A wave of dread slowly washed over her. She was terrified that Lin An would never belong to her again. Shen Zhiyue's mother, a high-ranking company executive with a strong personality, instantly flew into a rage upon seeing her daughter tear up in front of Lin An. "You bastard! How dare you bully my daughter? You little, let me tell you, I've seen plenty of tricks like yours in my youth. You think this will make my daughter fall head over heels for you? I'm telling you, this engagement is off today." Lin An's mother, Ho Guifang, emerged at that moment. Hearing Chen's mother's words, she too grew fearful. This engagement couldn't be called off. She had already spent the entire dowry. If the engagement were broken, they would surely demand the money back. "Lin An, you little bastard. How did I raise you? I told you to treat Ying well, not bully her. What the hell are you doing now? Apologize to Ying this instant." Lin An frowned deeply, glaring at his mother, Ho Guifang. "When did I bully her? You're accusing me without knowing the facts. Have you even heard what happened?" Hearing Lin An dare to talk back, Ho Guifang's anger flared. She grabbed a broomstick and roared at him, "You ungrateful son. All the trouble I went through raising you, and now you dare talk back to me. I'll beat you to death." Shen Zhiyue's mother joined in, screaming, "You bastard. You ruined my daughter. She never cried once when I beat her as a child, but now you've made her cry." The women's shouts drew a crowd of neighbors, who gathered around, pointing and whispering at Lin An. Lin An glared coldly at Chen's mother. "Shut your mouth. I never intended to bully your daughter. I pursued her for 3 whole years, doting on her every need. But now she's carrying another man's child. Under these circumstances," she cried. "Yes, I was wrong. Do you think that's fair? You want to call off the engagement, don't you? Fine. I will definitely call it off. And even if you didn't want to, you couldn't because I'm already married. This is my wife." Lin An introduced Shen Zhiyue to the crowd. The neighbors surrounding them were stunned by Shen Zhiyue's beauty the moment they saw her. Chapter 32, Sacrificing Family for Justice. "You little brat. You went and got married without telling us a word. How could you be such an unfilial child? Marriage is a major life decision, you just went ahead and made it on your own?" Ho Guifang snapped angrily. "Young lady, if you wish to marry my son, you must provide a dowry. How much dowry are you prepared to offer?" Lin An felt her mother had gone completely mad over money. 100,000 yuan dowry, she'd gamble it away in a heartbeat. She was already drowning in 15 million yuan of gambling debts, and now another 100,000? It was nothing but a bottomless pit. Lin An shot her mother a cold stare. "Did you take Shen Zhiyue's dowry money to gamble?" Ho Guifang's eyes darted nervously as she stammered, "I gambled for you too, hoping to scrape together some money so you could live a better life." Lin An's expression remained impassive. "Fine. Since that's the case, we'll accept that debts must be repaid. But Shen Zhiyue heard you too, she's the one in debt. Go collect from her. Don't bother me anymore." Ho Guifang looked utterly horrified. "You little bastard. What do you mean? You want me to pay it back? Where am I supposed to get the money?" Lin An slowly shook his head. "I've already called the police. I'm reporting you for gambling. You'll be spending a few years in prison." Everyone stared at Lin An in shock. This move was ruthless, sending his own mother to prison. After all, she was his mother. Ho Guifang froze in terror. "Shaoan, you're not serious. I'm your mother. Your real mother. I raised you from birth through all kinds of hardship." Lin An remained unmoved. "You never bought me a single outfit growing up. You never cooked a single meal. My father was the one who took care of us. How can you have the nerve to say you raised us with such hardship?" Lin An knew a compulsive gambler was a compulsive gambler, they never changed. If he didn't get her locked up, he'd likely be trapped in an endless cycle of debt repayment forever. Anyway, this was the original owner's mother, what did she have to do with him? He had to fight hard outside while keeping things stable at home. This mother had been gambling all along, sooner or later, she'd ruin him. Better to send her straight to prison for peace of mind. She couldn't possibly gamble in jail, could she? What kind of person was Chen's mother? This was the first time he'd ever seen someone so ruthless sending their own mother to prison. Right now, Lin An struck him as nothing short of a madwoman. Shen Zhiyue was also startled. Doing something like this would surely earn Lin An a lifetime of condemnation. As the saying goes, family shame shouldn't be aired in public. Lin An had just publicly shamed his own mother, betraying his own kin. Hearing the police sirens approaching nearby, Ho Guifeng panicked instantly. Shaoan, I'm your mother. You can't do this to me. If I go to jail, it'll affect you too. Shaoan, you're still my flesh and blood, born after 9 months of carrying you. You can't do this to me. Lin An remained unmoved. She had already nearly forced her into prostitution before, and now she'd gambled away Chen Bingying's dowry. Keeping such a mother around was nothing but trouble. Lin An's father, Lin Chuan, approached at that moment. Ho Guifeng, you're ruthless. You've betrayed our son time and again. This time, I support Shaoan's decision. Let's get a divorce. We used to have a happy, loving family. Ever since you got hooked on gambling, you've become a different person. You don't care about your family at all. You gambled away Shaoan and Yao Yao's living expenses. How can you even call yourself human? Lin An spoke with a face full of resentment, finally venting all the pent-up anger from these past years. Hearing her husband speak like this, Ho Guifeng suddenly came to her senses. Yes, it's all my fault. We used to live in a spacious, beautifully decorated apartment. After I started gambling, I insisted on moving into this shack. Now we can't even afford food. Shaoan, Yao Yao, I'm so sorry. It's all this mother's fault. When the police arrived, they immediately spotted Lin An and Shen Zhiyue. Coincidentally, the officer on duty was the same one who had interrogated Lin An that morning. The officers were taken aback upon seeing Lin An. What a coincidence. Mr. Lin, did you place the emergency call? The officer even used the formal you. This was entirely out of respect for Shen Zhiyue. Lin An pointed at Ho Guifeng and said, my mother is gambling. Take her away. Ha? The officer was dumbfounded. Reporting his own mother? That's putting duty before family ties. Since Lin An was the one who called it in, they took Ho Guifeng back to the police car to take her to the station for questioning. After the officers led Ho Guifeng away, the area fell silent. Chen Bingying felt Lin An before her was a stranger. The Lin An she once knew had been indecisive, yet at some point, he had transformed into this ruthlessly decisive person. He was willing to risk the world's condemnation to send his own mother to prison. Lin An sighed and turned to Chen's mother. The bond between your daughter and me is severed. I'll write you an IOU. Consider the 100,000 yuan as a loan to your Chen family. I'll repay the full amount within a year. For some reason, when Lin An declared their bond severed, Chen Bingying felt as if she'd been stabbed countless times. Her mind went blank and she nearly fainted. Chen's mother was speechless. Truthfully, she found herself somewhat impressed by Lin An, now his ruthless decisiveness, his ruthless methods, his cunning. He lacked the typical weakness of young men. This person might grow into someone she would look up to. But who could predict the future? With such crushing debt, Lin An would struggle to turn his life around, let alone become someone to look up to. Not wanting to linger any longer and risk further embarrassment, Mrs. Chen stated, I hope you can repay this money within a year. With that, she led Chen Bingying away. Once back in the car, Mrs. Chen looked at her daughter's dazed and disoriented expression and felt a pang of pity. You keep so many things from me. Was what Lin An said today true? Has he truly cared for you for 3 years, yet you never accepted him? Chen Bingying began to weep bitterly. Yes. Chen's mother sighed. She truly didn't know how to reason with her daughter. When someone had shown her kindness for 3 years, neither accepting nor rejecting it, wasn't that just stringing him along? By the time he realized it and walked away, you'd be left here feeling wronged. Chen's mother felt deeply regretful about how she'd lashed out at Lin An today in front of everyone without hearing his side. When had she become so lacking in decorum? She was, after all, a high-ranking executive at a company, a woman of prominence. Yet just now, she'd behaved like a shrew. But she had only this one precious daughter. Seeing her child cry tore at her heart, and in that moment of impulse, she'd spoken without reason. If all else failed, she'd find time to buy a gift and apologize in person. Lin Chuan couldn't stop grinning when he saw his daughter-in-law cultured, dignified, and radiating an air of nobility. Chapter 33, A Little Barbecue. Dad, hello? Shen Zhiyue called Lin Chuan father with a hint of shyness. Lin Chuan beamed with delight. Well, daughter, here's a little gift for changing how you address me. With that, Lin Chuan hurriedly pulled out 1,000 yuan in cash from under the bed and pressed it into Shen Zhiyue's hands. Don't be picky, just take it. Lin Chuan felt a bit awkward, but this was all the personal savings he had managed to set aside. Who gives only 1,000 yuan as a name-changing gift? But Ho Guifeng had gambled away all their family money, so saving up 1,000 yuan was already quite an accomplishment for him. Shen Zhiyue understood his predicament and declined the money. To Shen Zhiyue, 1,000 yuan wasn't worth as much as a single cosmetic item of hers, but she felt Lin Chuan's sincerity. No need. Things are tough at home right now. Keep the money for Yao Yao's schooling. Lin Chuan insisted on giving the 1,000 yuan to Shen Zhiyue. Shen Zhiyue knew refusing would make him feel guilty. So she accepted the 1,000 yuan. Lin Chuan quickly asked, "Young lady, have you eaten yet?" Shen Zhiyue nodded. "I've eaten." Come, sit down. Tell me, what does your family do? Does Shaoan ever bully you?" Shen Chuan warmly pulled Shen Zhiyue to sit on the bedside for a chat. "My family runs a small business." Lin An had just taken a sip of water and spit it out immediately. The Shen family running a small business? They're practically the richest family around. Lin Chuan nodded and said, "Running a small business is better than working for someone else these days. Business is good. But does your family know about our current situation? Have they said anything?" Lin Chuan asked, his concern evident. Shen Zhiyue recalled her father's words and momentarily didn't know how to respond. Would Lin Chuan be upset if he knew the truth? So Shen Zhiyue told a lie. "My family doesn't mind this at all." Lin Chuan sighed. "Shaoan, you found a good girl. You two should live a good life together from now on." Lin An nodded. In his memory, his father had been a kind man, showering him and his sister with love and care since childhood. Now that you've broken off the engagement with the Chun family, don't look back. Otherwise, Xiao Shen will feel uncomfortable. Lin Chuan urged with the earnestness of a concerned elder. Understood, Lin An replied. All right, it's getting late. You two should head back and get some rest. Oh, by the way, where are you two staying now? Are you living in Xiao Shen's house? Lin An shook his head. I've rented a place now. We're staying there. We really need to save up to buy a place. Renting all the time isn't good for Xiao Shen's reputation. People will talk. Xiao Shen, our family's circumstances aren't great right now. Please be understanding. Xiaoan is a capable kid. He'll work hard to earn money, and things will gradually improve. Deep guilt clouded Lin Chuan's eyes. All this was because of his family's gambling. They had once had some savings, enough for Lin An to get married and buy a house. But Ho Guofan gambled away every last penny. Now his daughter-in-law was suffering alongside them, and he truly couldn't bear it. It's fine. Lin An and I are doing just fine now. You two have suffered so much. Lin An and Shen Zhiyue chatted with Lin Chuan for a while before heading home. Lin An had to go to school early the next morning, and Shen Zhiyue had to go to work. Back home, they still slept in separate beds. Shen Zhiyue glared angrily at Lin An's retreating figure but said nothing. She merely slammed the door shut with considerable force. The door slammed with a loud bang, startling Lin An. What was this woman angry about now? At 11 o'clock at night, Lin An cautiously slipped out of the room, tiptoed out the front door, hailed a cab, and headed to the nightclub. Upon arrival, Lin An changed into his usual attire and took the stage to sing. At 2 a.m., after finishing his performance, Zhai Tingting handed him another 2,000 yuan. I heard about yesterday. Given your character, you must be strapped for cash to take on hostess work. Consider the extra 1,000 alone from me. Lin An took only 800. He was a man of principle and refused to rely on others' charity. You get paid for the work you do. Since he was late today, 800 was all he deserved. Zhai Tingting sighed helplessly. You really need to change that stubborn streak. It'll only get you hurt out in the world. Come on, let's grab some late-night snacks. Lin An was indeed feeling a bit hungry, so he followed Zhai Tingting to get some grilled skewers. At the table, Zhai Tingting casually ordered some skewers and brought over 2 cups. Want some drinks? Lin An nodded. Sure, why not? You've really changed. You used to never touch a drop. Saying this, Zhai Tingting opened a bottle of Budweiser and poured some for Lin An. Lin An just smiled without saying anything. Zhai Tingting pulled out a pack of Dogwan Yuan cigarettes from her pocket. Lin An took one. So now you smoke too? Lin An nodded. Most men smoke. Zhai Tingting nodded in understanding. When did we become so distant? We used to be so close, like we shared the same pants. We even used to take baths together back then. Zhai Tingting remarked wistfully. Lin An was undeniably handsome, consistently at the top of his class academically, and aside from being a bit timid, he fit the mold of the perfect child parents raved about. He'd always been popular with girls since childhood. In Zhai Tingting's memory, Lin An was still that shy, innocent boy. But in the blink of an eye, he was already married. Getting married in freshman year was considered early. Do you like Shen Zhiyue? Zhai Tingting exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin's. The question was practically redundant. Shen Zhiyue came from a privileged family and was stunningly beautiful. No man could resist her. But Zhai Tingting just couldn't let it go. After a long silence, Lin An nodded. Yes. Then he added, but marriage requires a match made in heaven. Our family backgrounds are just too different. Zhai Tingting gave a bitter smile. Lin An, I've always believed you'll make it big someday. Family background doesn't matter. If you love her, then work hard to earn money and give her the best life possible. Zhai Tingting bitterly picked up the wine glass before her and downed it in one gulp, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Just then, a woman approached the table where Lin An and Zhai Tingting sat. Hey, little brother, wanna come over to our table for a drink? Zhai Tingting frowned at the woman. No thanks. Lin An declined outright. Don't be so ungrateful. It's your lucky day that a girl like me fancies you. Come on, let's go. With that, the woman reached out to grab Lin An's arm. But Lin An swatted her hand away. Get lost. You pretty boy sure has a temper. I love a little wolf dog like you. Chapter 34, What are you doing in my room? Zhai Tingting was the current leader of the Phoenix Gang. She might look young, but she'd trained in various martial arts since childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to command such respect from this group at such a young age. Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Already in a foul mood from drinking, Zhai Tingting flew into a rage when someone came to pick a fight. She slammed her hand on the table and leapt to her feet. Who the hell do you think you're telling to get lost? The woman across from her had a fiery temper too. Her shouts sent 4 or 5 women scrambling to their feet from the tables behind them. They slowly encircled the two. You've got some nerve. Looks like you're just asking for a beating. The leader grabbed a beer bottle and pointed it at Zhai Tingting. We've got our eyes on this guy. Get lost, or else we'll teach you a lesson. Lin An couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. When had he become so sought after? At the bar, people wanted him to drink with them. Even when he went out for a late-night snack, people wanted him to drink with them. Zhai Tingting looked at the 5 or 6 women in front of her, each dressed provocatively with hair dyed in bright, garish colors. They looked every bit the part of street toughs. She couldn't care less about this group. She figured even Sister Snake alone could handle them all. Zhai Tingting strode toward the women. Come on, come on. Throw it over here. If you don't, you're a coward. When it came to tough talk, Zhai Tingting had been mixing in with the underworld since she was a kid. She'd never been afraid of anyone. She pointed at her own head. Seeing Zhai Tingting not only unfazed but openly taunting them, fueled by alcohol, the woman flew into a rage. She raised the beer bottle in her hand and swung it straight at Zhai Tingting's head. At the last possible moment, Zhai Tingting twisted her head to dodge, then executed a spinning kick that sent the woman flying with impressive flair. Pink. Lin An blurted out the words by accident. Because Zhai Tingting's dress had ridden up slightly as she lifted her long, straight legs. Zhai Tingting cried out in embarrassment and anger, Lin An. She couldn't believe Lin An was paying attention to that at a time like this. Lin An awkwardly covered his mouth. Damn. You dare lay a hand on me? Girls, beat her up. The barbecue shop owner, seeing his place about to get wrecked, hurriedly shouted, Stop it. Stop it. But the women were drunk and unwilling to back down. Outnumbering her, they charged toward Zhai Tingting en masse. Zhai Tingting showed no fear. Facing the women charging at her with fierce momentum, she deftly twisted and turned within their encirclement. Not a single one could even touch the hem of her clothes. In just a few swift moves, she knocked the entire group to the ground. How dare you hit us? Do you know who we are? We're Sister Snake's sisters. Lin An looked at Zhai Tingting with interest. Zhai Tingting's face darkened instantly. Who exactly is your big sister? The woman in charge shouted, We're Snake Sisters crew. You know the Phoenix Gang, right? Apologize to us now. Zhai Tingting stepped forward, crouched beside the woman, and slapped her across the face. I'm the ING boss of the Phoenix Gang. Ah. The woman's expression was priceless. Big sister, we were wrong. We didn't know you were the Phoenix Gang's boss. Please let us off. You dare parade around using my Phoenix Gang's name? You really don't know when to quit. The woman scrambled to beg for mercy. We're sorry, we were wrong, truly wrong. Zhai Tingting silently cursed her bad luck, then stood up and said to the barbecue shop owner, Count up how much stuff got smashed. I'll pay for it. The owner had certainly heard of the Phoenix Gang's reputation. Learning this was their leader, he dared not accept her money. No, it's fine. It's not much. Zhai Tingting didn't waste words. She pulled out her phone and scanned 3,000 yuan to the owner. This should be enough, right? The owner nodded hastily. That's plenty, plenty. Zhai Tingting glanced at Lin An, still a bit annoyed about him catching her wardrobe malfunction earlier. Let's go. This ruined my good mood. Lin An nodded. I'm pretty much done eating anyway. As they left, Zhai Tingting shot the woman a fierce glare. Don't ever say you're from the Phoenix Gang again. You're an embarrassment. The woman dared not utter a word, only nodding repeatedly. After leaving the barbecue shop, Lin An headed home to sleep. It was already 4 in the morning. Lin An, are you free tomorrow? Instead of answering whether he was free, Lin An countered, Do you need something? If not, I'm busy. Zhai Tingting said, I want to go shopping tomorrow and buy some things. If you have time, would you like to come with me? Lin An initially refused, but remembering how much Zhai Tingting had looked out for him lately, he agreed. I might sleep in tomorrow morning. I have 2 classes in the afternoon. I'll meet you after class. Hearing Lin An agree, Zhai Tingting smiled. Great. I'll pick you up at the school gate tomorrow. Lin An quickly shook his head. Absolutely not. Don't come to the school to pick me up. I'll meet you at the nightclub tomorrow. Zhai Tingting understood Lin An's meaning. After all, going shopping together with a married man would be too suggestive. It had to be done discreetly. Alright then. I'll wait for you at the nightclub tomorrow. Lin An slipped home quietly, returning to his room without turning on the lights. He carefully shed his coat and shoes before climbing into bed. The moment he lay down, he felt a soft embrace wrap around him. Ha! Shen Zhiyue's voice came from behind him. You've been out carousing again and only just got back. You reek of alcohol. What are you doing in my room? Heh, you think I don't know you sneak out at night? Lin An felt the awkwardness of being caught in a lie. Alright. I'm back now. You should go back to your room and sleep. But in the darkness, Shen Zhiyue suddenly adopted the demeanor of a clingy little woman. No, I want to sleep holding you tonight. We're married now. With that, Shen Zhiyue pressed her delicate body close. Lin An felt a rush of blood to his head and nearly pinned her beneath him. A wave of heat washed over the back of his neck and Shen Zhiyue's breath grew slightly ragged. In the silent room, both their hearts raced. Lin An forced himself to sleep, but Shen Zhiyue's hands and feet were restless, constantly roaming over his body. It made it incredibly difficult for Lin An to drift off. No matter how strong his urges grew, Lin An held himself back. Crossing that line would make divorce impossible. The Shen family would never let him off lightly. Yet facing such a breathtaking beauty, clinging to him from behind, resisting was no simple feat. Lin An dared not move, pretending to be asleep instead. He forced himself to fall asleep as quickly as possible. Chapter 35. I want to terminate this pregnancy. The next morning, Lin An awoke to find the bed empty beside him. After getting up and washing up, he sat back down at his computer to write. His plan was to crank out 20,000 words within 3 days and submit it as soon as possible. After all, busking wasn't a long-term solution. He needed to find a way to start a business quickly. By the time Lin An finished writing, it was already noon. Without eating, he headed straight to school for class. Academic credentials held significant weight in this world. Since the original owner had secured admission to Qingbei Academy for him, he was determined to earn that degree. Upon arriving at school, Lin An encountered Shen Bingying. Lin An, have you had lunch yet? Let's grab a bite at the cafeteria together. My treat. Shen Bingying's unexpected invitation stunned her friends. When had the renowned campus beauty of Qingbei University ever taken the initiative to invite a boy to eat and offered to pay? Lin An, however, showed no sign of excitement, his face as expressionless as a dead fish. When had the tables turned? Why was Shen Bingying now chasing after Lin An? Many guys assumed Lin An was playing hard to get, but that didn't quite add up. If he was indeed playing hard to get, why were rumors about him and Shen Zhiyue suddenly spreading around campus? Then it clicked for everyone. Lin An had hooked up with a big shot. Shen Zhiyue wasn't any less attractive than Shen Bingying. Her figure was even better, and on top of that, she came from a wealthy family. If given the choice, they'd pick Shen Zhiyue too. No, I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat. Sure enough, Lin An declined without a second thought. As Shen Bingying's second-in-command sycophant, Tung Haochen sensed his chance had finally arrived. Yingying, if he won't go with you, I'll take you. What do you want to eat? I'll take you out. Shen Bingying snapped back, her face clouded with frustration. Can you just get lost? Who wants to eat with you? Stay away from me, okay? Tung Haochen's expression was priceless. He glared fiercely at Lin An. What kind of magic did this guy possess that even the usually haughty Shen Bingying was actively pursuing him? Truthfully, Lin An had already sensed it yesterday at his place. He'd been so blunt, and she knew about his marriage. Based on the Shen Bingying he remembered, she would never have come looking for him again. But the current Shen Bingying was baffling him. Why would she still seek him out after everything? Shen Bingying had barely slept again last night, dark circles now visible beneath her usually flawless features. Recalling her mother's words from yesterday, she feared Lin An might be angry with them and cut off all contact from now on. She couldn't explain why it mattered so much to her. Deep down, she wondered, even if they couldn't be lovers, couldn't they at least be friends? As long as Lin An was by her side, even just as a friend would be enough. Later, Shen Bingying had no choice but to go out to eat with a few close friends. On the way to the restaurant, Zhao Shi approached them. Yingying, I made a reservation at a restaurant tonight. Want to join us? Shen Bingying had been distracted the entire walk and hadn't even noticed Zhao Shi approaching. Zhao Shi's voice snapped her back to reality. Looking at Zhao Shi before her, Shen Bingying thought of Lin An again. Normally, this would have made her heart flutter with joy because she believed Zhao Shi was more accomplished than Lin An and came from a better family background. Even if there was no future between them, just dating shouldn't be a problem. Why was Lin An being so petty? She had already told him she would marry him someday, and that she was only dating Zhao Shi for a while. Couldn't he just wait for her? She never imagined Lin An would one day choose to let go and walk away from her. Seeing Shen Bingying looking utterly distraught, Zhao Shi hurriedly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" After all, Shen Bingying was carrying his child now, so he naturally had to show concern. Shen Bingying came from a decent family, but in Zhao Shi's eyes, it still fell short. He didn't want this child, yet he didn't know how to handle it. At first, he'd considered finding an excuse to terminate it, but then he remembered Chen Bingying had that sycophant Lin An. He'd planned to have Chen Bingying marry Lin An, letting the two of them raise the child. But plans changed. Lin An seemed to have suddenly woken up, growing cold toward Chen Bingying and losing all desire to be with her. So Zhao Shi waited for another chance to suggest that Chen Bingying terminate the pregnancy. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. Taking the initiative would ruin his image. If Chen Bingying got angry and exposed the whole thing, his reputation at school would be destroyed. School beauties come and go every year. He couldn't possibly give up on future school beauties just for Chen Bingying, could he? Suddenly, Chen Bingying seemed to have made up her mind. Zhao Shi, I need to talk to you about something. Soon after, Chen Bingying and Zhao Shi found themselves in a small grove. I want to terminate the pregnancy. Zhao Shi hadn't expected Chen Bingying to volunteer to terminate the pregnancy. He felt a secret thrill inside, but outwardly he still had to put on an act of deep affection. What's wrong, Yingying? That's the proof of our love. Chen Bingying felt a pang of guilt. But She wanted to confess her feelings for Lin An, but that would be unfair to both the unborn child and Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi sighed. Yingying, is there someone else in your heart? If that's the case, then the child shouldn't be born. It would only hurt him too. I'm sorry. Chen Bingying hung her head in shame. A faint smile touched Zhao Shi's lips before her expression turned profoundly sorrowful. Over the years, he'd made his move on countless campus queens and department beauties. His success rate was nearly 90%. The remaining 10% was senior Shen Zhiyue. Standing out among so many suitors naturally required his exceptional emotional intelligence. If Lin An had been there, he would have understood this was what they called PUA in the previous life. But while PUA tactics worked on many girls, they were utterly useless on Shen Zhiyue. Zhao Shi had also pursued Shen Zhiyue for a time, yet she remained utterly indifferent to his advances. This left Zhao Shi feeling utterly defeated. He wasn't the type to be deeply devoted. He wouldn't hang himself on one tree. The more unattainable something was, the more desirable it became. To Zhao Shi, Shen Zhiyue felt like she belonged on an entirely different level from all the other women. To Zhao Shi, Shen Zhiyue was his white moonlight. In truth, Shen Zhiyue had long since forgotten him. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. This afternoon, I'll take you to terminate the child in your womb. Shen Bingying nodded. Before we terminate the pregnancy, may I love you one last time? Shen Bingying already felt deeply guilty toward Zhao Shi, so she readily agreed to his request. The two headed to a hotel near the school. Chapter 36, My attraction to you still can't compare to a car. Lin An entered the classroom to find Li Zhihao bent over playing a game. Several boys were gathered around watching. Lin An arrived at the worst possible moment. Leaning closer, he saw Li Zhihao's phone screen turn red as a giant failure popped up. You suck. Lin An, you're back at school? The speaker was Lin An's other roommate who hadn't moved out of the dorm yet, named Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu stepped forward to greet him. Zhao Yu was an average-looking guy, but he was genuinely nice. He spoke softly and had a bit of a nerdy vibe. Lin An knew this guy was secretly a bit of a flirt, though. He'd claim women were useless, but his phone was full of messages from girls he was chasing. Guys have pride, so no one ever called him out on it. Lin An nodded and walked to his seat, yawning. Zhao Yu followed him. Lin An, I heard from Zhihao that you went to a bar the other day and some girl left with you. What happened that night? Tell your bro the details. Lin An shot Li Zhihao a vicious glare. This guy actually dug up his old dirt, how inconsiderate. Li Zhihao felt a twinge of guilt under the glare. We're all brothers here. If you know, you know. Lin An sighed. Nothing happened. Bro, you're being totally disloyal. You're still hiding stuff from us, aren't you? Zhao Yu, not hearing the answer he expected, wasn't about to let it drop. Seriously, nothing happened. After we got to the hotel. Before Lin An could finish, Zhao Yu cut him off. You went to a hotel and say nothing happened? Come on. Seriously, nothing happened. We went to the hotel, didn't do anything, and then got arrested. Lin An spread his hands helplessly. Zhao Yu froze, then hurriedly asked, Who's so clueless? A playful smirk touched Lin An's lips as he replied, the counselor, of course. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait, Lin An, you and the counselor really? He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Lin An neither explained nor denied it. Zhao Yu, what are you doing? Shen Zhiyue's voice suddenly rang out from the podium. She had entered the classroom unnoticed. Seeing Zhao Yu and Lin An grinning and whispering to each other, her womanly intuition told her these two weren't up to anything good. She promptly interrupted their conversation. Zhao Yu, seeing the counselor had arrived, gave a nervous chuckle and returned to his seat. After class, Lin An hailed a cab and headed straight to Zhidingting's nightclub. By now, he knew his way around so well he didn't even need Sister Snake to guide him. She found Zhidingting, who now had a bit of a tough girl vibe about her. But dressed in all pink, she was clearly just a sweet girl. She wore a light yellow hoodie on top, a pink pleated skirt below, and a pair of white sneakers on her long legs. Her long hair cascaded down her back, the very definition of the black long straight hair look popularized online. Lin An, do you like my outfit today? It looks pretty good. Lin An complimented. I asked if you like it. Lin An didn't answer. Zhai huffed, would saying I like it kill you? The two exited the nightclub through the back door, where a sports car with a blue glow sat quietly parked below. Lin An had been a car enthusiast in his previous life. Just by glancing at the emblem, he could estimate the vehicle's price. It was a McLaren 720S, priced at over $2 million. Wait, you drive a McLaren? Lin An asked in astonishment. You actually recognize this car? Of course I do. Wait, am I not more attractive to you than a car? You didn't react this strongly when you saw me. Lin An gave an awkward laugh. You know how it is, guys just love cars. Can you drive it? Lin An nodded. Of course I can drive. Zhai took out the car keys and handed them to Lin An. Then you drive. Lin An slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. Vroom. The roar of the engine echoed through the parking lot, drawing the attention of several people. Lin An slammed his foot on the accelerator. A familiar sensation returned. In his previous life, he'd owned quite a few supercars. In this world, he was drowning in debt, barely able to afford food, let alone a supercar. Lin An raced his McLaren through the streets of the capital city. Even in Beijing, people couldn't help but turn their heads when a supercar zoomed by. Arriving at the plaza, Lin An parked in the underground garage before heading out shopping with Zhai. It wasn't so much that Lin An was accompanying Zhai shopping as it was Zhai buying things for Lin An. Knowing Lin An was strapped for cash, Zhai deliberately found an excuse to take him shopping at the mall, where she bought him several outfits. After browsing for a while, Lin An was laden with bags of all sizes. Most of the items were gifts from Zhai to Lin An, while she herself hadn't bought much. When they felt they'd bought enough, Lin An suggested heading back. They walked out of the mall and headed toward the underground parking garage to retrieve their car. However, as they passed by a hotel, two people emerged from inside and happened to bump into Lin An and Zhai. Both turned to look at each other. Shen Zhiyue's face was ashen, as if caught red-handed. Lin An, what are you doing here? The moment Zhao saw Zhai, his philandering nature surfaced, a fleeting look of greed flashing in his eyes. His gaze darted quickly over Zhai's body. Oh, I was just passing by after shopping. You two carry on. With that, Lin An led Zhai toward the underground parking garage. Shen Zhiyue suddenly panicked. She didn't know why, but she desperately wanted to go explain herself. Lin An, wait. Let me explain. Lin An turned back, puzzled. Explain what? Shen Zhiyue looked panicked as she said, I was just passing by too. Lin An grew even more puzzled. What you're doing has anything to do with me? Shen Zhiyue's heart sank to the bottom. She desperately wished Lin An would get angry because anger meant jealousy, and jealousy meant he still cared about her. But Lin An was eerily calm now, showing no concern whatsoever about her leaving a hotel with another man. This was unbearable for Shen Zhiyue. Did she hold absolutely no place in Lin An's heart? Is there anything else? If not, I'll be heading back. Lin An felt this was already quite polite. He wasn't stupid. Whatever Shen Zhiyue wanted to explain would likely boil down to nothing happening between her and Zhao Shi in the hotel. Even if they had? So what? Shen Zhiyue was already pregnant anyway. Whatever she and Zhao Shi did had nothing to do with him. The current Shen Zhiyue was truly losing her composure, more so than ever before. She could no longer conceal the turmoil within her heart. Chapter 37, looking more and more like a married couple. She cared far too much about Lin An. His current attitude toward her was unbearable. She felt like she was about to break. Before, all she needed was to nod her head, to say yes when Lin An confessed his feelings, and he would have stayed by her side forever. But what had she done? Guilt, sorrow, pain, all these negative emotions flooded her mind. Tears streamed down her face like they were free. She stepped forward and grabbed Lin An's arm. Lin An, I beg you. I realize now I truly can't live without you. Please come back to me. Without you, I can't eat, I can't sleep, my life is a mess. Lin An had no idea what had gotten into Shen Zhiyue. After he'd gotten married, she was suddenly trying to keep him. Shen Zhiyue, what do you take me for? Some toy to amuse yourself with? Am I just your sleeping pill? A spice to flavor your life? Shen Zhiyue's eyes went blank. She'd never considered this question before. What role did Lin An truly play in her life? As Lin An had said, was he merely a tool to serve her needs? But was that fair to Lin An? Did she truly cherish the good in Lin An, or did she cherish Lin An himself? This was the first time she'd pondered it. You can't answer that now, can you? You just think no one else would take care of you as meticulously as I do. Admit it, you're just selfish. You've never once considered my feelings. With that, Lin An took Zhai away without looking back. Shen Zhiyue stared blankly at Lin An's retreating figure. After a long while, she crouched down and buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Rain fell steadily, soaking her body. By then, Zhao Shi had already left. Not seeking shelter in this downpour? That's just crazy. Lin An drove his McLaren back to Zhiyue Garden. After getting out, he carried bags and packages into the house. Here, take the keys. Lin An handed the keys back to Zhiyue after getting out. Zhiyue followed him out. Since you like it so much, you can borrow it for now. Lin An slowly shook his head. Forget it. I'll buy my own someday. Even if you let me drive it now, I can't afford the gas. Lin An then bid farewell to Zhiyue. Shen Zhiyue might be home, so I won't keep you for tea. Zhiyue didn't say anything else. She got into her car, revved the engine, and drove off. Shen Zhiyue hadn't gotten off work yet at this hour. Lin An had just arrived home when Shen Zhiyue returned. As soon as she pushed open the door, Shen Zhiyue held a notebook listing daily tasks, crossing off each completed item. Her handwriting was neat and elegant. Shen Zhiyue not only came from a wealthy family but also excelled academically. She had been the top female student in the capital during her time at Peking University and Tsinghua University, and had even participated in a scientific research project. By comparison, Lin An's handwriting resembled scribbles. Setting down her notebook, Shen Zhiyue frowned at the piles of bags in the living room. Stop buying things recklessly. We need to tighten our belts now. From now on, you must record every penny you spend. She added earnestly, from now on, I'll entrust all my money to your management. Hearing these words from Shen Zhiyue filled Lin An with astonishment. At the same time, it made her heart ache. Shen Zhiyue genuinely wanted to build a life with her. The daughter of the wealthiest man in the country was actually talking about saving money. Lin An pulled a pair of pink women's slippers from the shoe cabinet. Put these on. I'll start cooking now. Shen Zhiyue nodded. I still have work to do, so I won't be helping you. With that, Shen Zhiyue pulled documents from her handbag and settled onto the living room sofa to work. Lin An felt a strange illusion this really resembled the daily life of a married couple. By noon, Lin An had thoroughly cleaned every corner of the house, leaving it neat and cozy. He even washed her clothes and hung them out to dry on the balcony. Shen Zhiyue felt much better inside, though she didn't say it out loud, after noticing Lin An's efforts for the home. When Lin An emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates, one of cola chicken wings and another of crispy pork slices, both Shen Zhiyue's favorites. Shen Zhiyue had finished her work and was now sitting on the sofa scrolling through Douyin, savoring the only moment of relaxation in her day. She gathered her loose hair into an updo. Her straight nose bridge and sharp jawline made Lin An inwardly sigh, truly the finest in the world. Her profile was stunning enough to outshine any celebrity in the entertainment industry today. Spotting Lin An emerge from the kitchen, Shen Zhiyue turned her head and flashed him a sweet smile. Her pure and lovely cheeks no longer seemed as aloof as the rumors suggested, now radiating a touch of earthly warmth. As Shen Zhiyue and Lin An sat down to eat, whether feasting on delicacies or simple fare, Shen Zhiyue's eating manner remained impeccably graceful. Quiet and focused, she radiated the poise of a well-bred young lady. Lin An finished quickly, returning to the kitchen shortly after with her empty bowl, which she tossed into the sink. Then he said to Shen Zhiyue, "You go ahead and eat. I'm heading back to my room to work." Lin An returned to his room to continue writing his novel, Covering the Heavens. The manuscript would soon meet submission standards, and Lin An was already fantasizing about earning his first fortune from covering the heavens. After finishing her meal, Shen Zhiyue went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. She had never done such chores before, but now that it was just the two of them living together, household responsibilities needed clear division. If Lin An cooked, then she would wash the dishes. Once the chores were done, she sat on the sofa, suddenly at a loss for what to do next. Recalling how Lin An had held her while they slept last night, her cheeks flushed slightly. But then she remembered that Lin An had only held her while they slept last night and hadn't done anything else, and she felt a little annoyed. Was she really less than that Jew person? At that thought, Shen Zhiyue suddenly felt like disturbing Lin An. It started as just a fleeting thought, but it grew stronger the more she thought about it. Soon after, Shen Zhiyue arrived at Lin An's door. Without knocking, she simply opened the door and walked in. Lin An was intently focused on his computer screen. Catching her entrance out of the corner of his eye, he turned and asked, "Have you finished eating?" Shen Zhiyue nodded. "What are you writing?" Shen Zhiyue then shifted her attention to Lin An's computer screen. Lin An replied, "I'm writing a novel." As he spoke, Lin An casually picked up a cigarette from the table, placed it between his lips, and lit it. Shen Zhiyue's attention was completely absorbed by the novel on the computer screen, and for a moment, she didn't even notice that Lin An had started smoking again. "Can I take a look?" Lin An nodded. "Go ahead." Then Lin An stood up from his chair and gave his seat to Shen Zhiyue. Shen Zhiyue took the seat and began reading Lin An's novel from the beginning. As soon as she started reading, she was completely drawn into the story. 9 dragons pulling a coffin, just imagining such a grand scene was enough to stir one's heart. "Lin An, is there a body buried in that coffin?" Chapter 38, he doesn't listen to his brother's advice. Shen Zhiyue's curiosity was piqued. She never read novels before. To her, those so-called feel-good stories weren't satisfying at all. Her first half of life had been smooth sailing. She could practically be called the female lead of a feel-good novel. Reading novels held no emotional resonance for her. But this was her first time encountering a fantasy novel, and she found herself utterly engrossed. Lin An had masterfully captured the grand scale of the world. In this world, women outnumbered men, making female-oriented fiction popular. But female-oriented novels were all about love stories. That's why Shen Zhiyue couldn't stand female-oriented novels but found Lin An's fantasy work utterly captivating. Then, 9 dragons dragging the coffin carried the protagonist Yifan from Mount Tai to the ancient planet Manhwa, launching a series of terrifying and thrilling adventures. By this point, Shen Zhiyue couldn't wait to read on, only to find no continuation. Lin An, this novel is absolutely amazing. How did you write it? Can you give me a sneak peek of what happens next? Shen Zhiyue now had a deeper understanding of Lin An. Not only was he handsome and talented at writing songs, but he also possessed a gift for novel writing. A guy like that would be a heartthrob anywhere. Lin An replied slowly, the world building for this novel is too vast. I couldn't explain it all in one night. You're better off reading it slowly. Shen Zhiyue had originally intended to interrupt Lin An, but seeing him typing intently, she abandoned the idea. As Lin An tapped away at his keyboard, Shen Zhiyue leaned against his shoulder and, without realizing it, drifted off to sleep. When Shen Zhiyue awoke, she found herself lying on Lin An's bed. The sky outside the window was already turning pale. No one was beside her. Was Lin An some kind of nocturnal creature? Had he gone out again during the night? Sounds came from outside the door. When Shen Zhiyue went out, she found Lin An lying drunk at the doorway, a wad of cash stuffed in his pocket. Seeing Lin An like this, Shen Zhiyue felt both heartache and sorrow. He worked so hard every day either writing books or singing in bars. All she could do was take care of him after he got drunk. The pressure on him was immense. The next day at noon, Lin An woke up in bed. He couldn't remember anything that had happened the night before, nor how he had ended up in bed. A blanket covered him, and a note remained on the computer desk beside the bed. Lin An got up and picked it up. It read, I'm off to work. There's breakfast I made in the fridge. Rest well and don't overwork yourself. Lin An placed the note back on the desk, then clutched his forehead as he headed to the bathroom to wash up. This body was allergic to alcohol. Every time he drank, he ended up with a headache. The prolonged nights of writing novels had taken their toll, and even with the system's enhancements, Lin An's body was struggling to keep up. He felt groggy and lightheaded, his steps unsteady. Stumbling into the kitchen, he retrieved the lunch Shen Zhiyue had left for him in the fridge. Judging by the appearance, Shen Zhiyue wasn't much of a cook. Even her preserved egg and lean pork congee was dark and murky, clearly an overdose of preserved eggs. Lin An sighed. No matter how awful it tasted, he'd have to force himself to finish it. After the first bite, Lin An gave up. This wasn't fit for human consumption. He considered throwing it away, but then remembered how that would waste Shen Zhiyue's kind intentions. So Lin An lit a cigarette and downed the entire bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee. It nearly made him vomit. At least it was over. He had no classes in the afternoon. Shen Zhiyue must have covered for him in the morning. He pulled out the 2,000 yuan he'd earned at the bar yesterday. Combined with what he'd made the previous days, he now had nearly 10,000 yuan. Lin An first paid off the money he owed Li Zhihao, then opened the chat window labeled brother. Their last conversation had ended with, pay back what you owe today, or you'll be waiting. Lin An sent a message, let's grab a bite. The reply came almost instantly. Sure, meet me at the usual spot. Given the original owner's character, it was impossible for him to owe the other person money. The debt stemmed from a bet. Back then, Lin An had made a bet with his buddy Wan Shuai. If Lin An continued to like Chen Bingying, he'd give Wan Shuai 10,000 yuan. But Lin An lost the bet. He couldn't stop pursuing Chen Bingying. That's the so-called reason for owing money to a good brother. Because of this, Wan Shuai and Lin An had a huge fight, and the two once close brothers ended up severing ties. I really have no idea what the original owner was thinking. Lin An muttered under his breath. Sacrificing a precious brotherhood for a woman like that. The old spot Wan Shuai mentioned was a small riverside shop. The shop had been open for many years, run by a middle-aged man. As Lin An and Wan Shuai grew up, the shopkeeper grew fatter and fatter. Middle age had caught up with him. Lin An, pay me back, damn it. Wan Shuai demanded repayment, but upon seeing Lin An, he bought 2 bottles of drink from the shop and handed one to him. Lin An accepted it without hesitation, popped the cap, and took a big gulp. Hey, you two kids, haven't seen you around in ages. What VE you been up to lately? Wan Shuai reached for his phone to pay, but the owner stopped him. Keep it. This drink's on me. But Wan Shuai shamelessly replied, that's so kind. Then I'll take a free ice cream too. You brat. I buy you a drink, and you still want to push your luck? Wan Shuai didn't care. He grabbed 2 ice creams from the freezer and tossed one to Lin An. The owner had no intention of charging him, but Wan Shuai insisted on paying for the drinks anyway. Hey, Lin An, did you finally get that girl you'd been chasing for years? The boss looked at Lin An. Every time Lin An came by, he'd casually ask the same question. Lin An would always shake his head sadly and say no. Then the boss and Wan Shuai would burst into laughter. Lin An would get angry and start arguing back. Gradually, the boss and Wan Shuai couldn't bear to watch anymore. This wasn't deep affection, it was sheer stubbornness. How could a grown man be so stubborn? Why insist on hanging himself on one tree? They expected Lin An to respond as he always did, no. But neither of them expected Lin An to pull out a marriage certificate from his pocket. They were both stunned. Wait, you actually pulled it off? The boss looked utterly astonished. Wan Shuai, however, didn't look very pleased. He scowled and downed the remaining half of his ice cream in one gulp. Then he turned his head away, refusing to look at Lin An. Hey, kid, why aren't you happy for your brother? The boss didn't want to see the two brothers upset, so he asked. Wan Shuai snorted coldly, brothers, my ass. He won't even listen to his own brother's advice. Does that woman he's chasing really like him? If she truly did, how could she let Lin An chase her for so long? The boss fell silent. Wan Shuai had a point. Honestly, they wouldn't recommend getting involved with a woman like that, let alone marrying her. Lin An was being a bit reckless. Chapter 39, If Fortune Smiles, Let Us Not Forget Each Other. Lin An chuckled. General Wan, who said I married Chen Bingying? Wan Shuai frowned in confusion upon hearing this. If you didn't marry Chen Bingying, then who did you marry? Lin An opened the marriage certificate, holding it so the front faced both Wan Shuai and the boss. The two saw the registered name indeed, it wasn't Chen Bingying. The bride's name was Shen Zhiyue. Who was this Shen Zhiyue? Wan Shuai's mind froze for a moment. After just a few days apart, Lin An had pulled off something this bold, marrying a woman he didn't even know? To be honest, they'd been friends since childhood, and Wan Shuai knew exactly how many friends Lin An had. This Shen Zhiyue? He'd never even heard of her. You didn't just marry some random woman out of spite, did you? The moment he finished speaking, Wan Shuai froze in shock upon seeing the bride's photo. This woman was more than just pretty. He wasn't highly educated, but he knew what it meant to be breathtakingly beautiful. Lin An's wife was clearly that kind of woman. If this was someone chosen out of spite, then he wanted to be impulsive too. The boss, who had seen it all, found the photo increasingly familiar the longer he looked at it. Suddenly, his expression shifted in an instant to utter shock. This. He blinked in disbelief, hoping it was all a mistake. Because he actually knew this woman. Though he knew her, she couldn't possibly know him. She was the daughter of the wealthiest man in the city, Shen Cheng's only child. He'd thought it was just a resemblance, but seeing her name confirmed that this was the Shen family's heiress. Damn, Lin An was something else. He'd actually hooked up with the richest man's daughter? Why the hell wasn't this huge news reported online? A tycoon's daughter getting married? What reporter wouldn't want to dig into that kind of scoop? What's the big deal? Why are you acting so shocked? You don't actually know his wife, do you? Wan Shuai said, taking a sip of his drink. Of course I know her. I definitely know her. But... Wan Shuai sprayed his drink right onto the boss's face. The boss furiously wiped the drink off his face with his hands. You little brat, where do you think you're spraying that? No, how do you know his wife? I don't even know her. Wan Shuai asked suspiciously. The boss sighed, seemingly unconcerned about the drink splashed on him. He was simply too stunned by what he'd witnessed today. Do you know who that woman is? The boss muttered under his breath. Ugh. Can you just cut the suspense and tell me already? If I knew, would I be asking you? Wan Shuai snapped impatiently. The boss spoke slowly. Do you know who the richest person in China is? Wan Shuai shook his head blankly. No idea. Anyway, it's not me. The boss was speechless. Of course it's not you. I'm asking if you know who it is. I already said I don't know. Can you just tell me already? The boss's expression turned solemn. His name is Shen Cheng. He's the wealthiest man in China. Wan Shuai hadn't processed it yet. Okay, now I know. But what does he have to do with Lin An's wife? His gaze suddenly darted to Lin An's marriage certificate. Shen Zhiyue, also surnamed Shen? No way. Wan Shuai was stunned. Then he cautiously asked, but there are so many people surnamed Shen in China. It can't be that coincidental, right? The boss continued, there are indeed many people surnamed Shen, but someone this beautiful surname Shen with the exact same name? Would you call that a coincidence? Is this even a coincidence? This is clearly the same person. Lin An, come clean. Is this marriage certificate real or fake? You didn't pay someone to Photoshop it just to mess with us, did you? It wasn't that Wan Shuai looked down on Lin An, quite the opposite. Lin An was exceptional. In Wan Shuai's eyes, if he were a woman, he'd definitely be with Lin An. But she was the daughter of the richest man in the city. The disparity in their family backgrounds was staggering. How had they even ended up together? Did her family actually approve of their marriage? This is a real marriage certificate. Why would I lie to you? No, and Yi, how did you pull this off? Going from a total suck-up to a love guru overnight? We've only been apart for a few days, and you've already married the richest man's daughter? What the hell happened in between? Teach me how you did it. Wan Shuai looked earnestly at Lin An, begging him to share some of his secrets. The boss spoke with the authority of someone who'd been there. Lin, you've been chasing that girl for so long. Over the years, you must have picked up some tricks. It's no surprise you finally won her over. So you have to endure some emotional setbacks before landing a rich woman? I get it now. Wan Shuai's expression shifted to one of sudden enlightenment after this revelation. Lin An quickly interjected, it's nowhere near as hard as you imagine. Just be bold, even teachers need maternity leave. She was my counselor at school. I kissed her against her will, then went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for binding. Wan Shuai and the boss were both dumbfounded. That kid Lin An is seriously something else. He even pulled that off with the richest man's daughter. Aren't you afraid they'll have someone kill you? Wait, you two got married, and the Shin tycoon just let it slide? He didn't come after you afterward? The boss asked in disbelief. Lin An sighed, his voice thick with bitterness, of course they did. But Shen Zhiyue cut ties with the Shin family and left with me. Impressive. Impressive. The two exclaimed in unison. Big shot, please accept my kneel. Wan Shuai made a move to kneel. He never imagined Lin An would do something like this. They'd been childhood friends, and he knew his personality inside out. How did he suddenly change like this? Lin An suddenly asked, so does that mean I won the bet? Wan Shuai laughed. You're married now to the daughter of the richest man in the country, and she's gorgeous. There's absolutely no reason for you to still like Shen Bingying. All I can say is, you're seriously talented. I admit defeat. So do I still owe you that 10,000 yuan? Wan Shuai shook his head. Honestly, bro, I never really wanted that 10,000. It was just a way to snap you out of it, to stop you from chasing Shen Bingying. Truthfully, seeing Lin An with such an outstanding woman made him genuinely happy. You're really hitting it big now, kid. Don't forget your poor buddy when you're rich. Wan Shuai playfully slung his arm around Lin An's shoulder. The boss was pleased too, you really have made it big. Don't forget to come support my place more often, you're going to be my VIP customer now. Ah, it's not as rosy as you guys think. Shen Zhiyue is like the moon in the sky. After a few days of hardship with me, she'll probably go back to the Shen family and resume being their spoiled princess. Wan Shuai frowned. Lin An, why are you so hopeless? Listen to your buddy, hurry up and have a kid with Shen Zhiyue. Once the kid's born, you'll be kneeling at the Shen family's doorstep holding that baby. We'll see if they'll accept you then. Chapter 40, I've got money now, come back. That's one way to look at it, but it'd ruin Shen Zhiyue's entire life. Lin An looked utterly disgusted. This brother was truly irresponsible. Hey, Lin An, don't talk like that. What do you mean ruin her whole life? Getting a husband as handsome and young as you is her good fortune, isn't it? Lin An waved his hand dismissively. Come on, come on. You're talking about the daughter of the richest man in the country. They're all playing the marriage game, they only go for guys from families that are at least well off. If Shen Zhiyue hadn't cut ties with her family, I wouldn't have been able to take her away. Wan Shuai had no retort. Lin An's point was undeniably valid. Enough of that. Since you and Shen Bingying are done, I'm happy. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I'll call Mingzi and the others later. We'll grab drinks tonight. The two bid farewell to the convenience store owner. Watching their retreating figures, the owner leaned against the counter, smiling warmly. Ah, youth truly gone forever. Wan Shuai made a call, and soon a Mercedes-Benz Hushi pulled up. The window rolled down to reveal Feng Ming, another of Lin An's brothers. Dude, where did you get this car? Wan Shuai exclaimed in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Feng Ming grinned proudly. Of course it's mine. Get in. I'll take you guys out to show off. Wait, what? Just driving a Hosher is showing off? Wan Shuai opened the door and climbed inside. Lin An followed closely behind. Lin An, now that I'm driving a Mercedes E300, do you think I still have a chance to win back my first love? 6 horizontal, 12 vertical Hoshi makes your first love dreams come true. Feng Ming really is a sentimental guy. Lin An's head spun at the thought. This guy was just like the original owner, his brain couldn't wrap around this concept. What era is this? The pure love warrior route just doesn't work anymore. How exactly do you want us to help? Tonight I'm treating her and her friends to dinner. You guys just need to be the atmosphere crew play wingman. Soon, Feng Ming led the two of them to a Western-style restaurant. This particular Western restaurant was quite upscale, with prices to match. 3 girls were waiting at the restaurant entrance. One of them was exceptionally beautiful, tall, with striking features that rivaled Shen Zhiyue's. No wonder the guy was so smitten. A beauty like that wasn't easily forgotten. She pulled over to the side of the road. Feng Ming got out first, followed by the other two. To Lin An's surprise, Feng Mu's first love wasn't the stunningly beautiful girl, but a petite, slightly chubby, adorable girl. Su Mu. Feng Ming stepped forward to greet her. Su Mu smiled sweetly. Hello, everyone. Lin An and Wan Shuai also greeted her. The two girls began introducing themselves. Hello, my name is Long Qin. My name is Chen Caney. Lin An smiled and nodded. Hello, I'm Lin An. As the host, Feng Ming hurriedly ushered everyone inside. Come on in. The 6 of them entered the Western-style restaurant. Lin An was a bit speechless at the quiet restaurant. Who in their right mind would bring so many people to a Western restaurant? Shouldn't such an occasion call for a street food stall or a hot pot restaurant? Western cuisine was suited for couples on dates. Feng Ming hadn't thought it through either. He'd deliberately chosen an extremely expensive restaurant just to show off his generosity. Sure enough, once everyone was seated, the atmosphere grew awkward. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Wan Shui, being the more outgoing one, broke the ice. Are all three of you from the same university? Long Qin nodded. We're all from the same university. You guys too? Wan Shui waved his hand dismissively. I didn't go to university. I went to the police academy. Long Qin's eyes lit up. So you're going to be a police officer someday? Well, everyone in my family is a cop. Guess I'm following in my father's footsteps. Long Qin said admiringly, that's so brave. Let's exchange WeChat and be friends. Feng Mingdu was stunned. Hadn't Wan Shui barely said a word before this girl asked for his WeChat? Sumu, it's been so long since we last saw each other. I've been working hard to make money. Now that I'm financially stable, I can give you a good life. Will you come back to me? Lin An closed her eyes. She couldn't bear to watch. What did that even mean? Was she implying she'd only been with him for his money? Sumu frowned. If that's your intention, I can tell you straight up it's impossible for us to be together again. My breakup with you was never because you didn't have money. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Lin An spoke up, discuss this privately. Don't bring it up in front of so many people. Feng Ming lowered his head, looking dejected. Chen Zhiyue, the most attractive of the three, changed the subject. Lin An, what do you do? Lin An glanced at Feng Ming before answering, me? I'm a student at Peking University. That's impressive. Are you a top student? As China's top universities, Tsinghua and Peking are the ultimate goals for students nationwide. Students admitted to Tsinghua or Peking are often top scorers in their regions. Not really. You really are modest. Apart from Feng Ming, the other four were chatting happily. Noticing Feng Ming's gloomy mood, Lin An took the opportunity of a bathroom break to pull him aside. Lin An, I've worked so hard just to win her back. But now that I have everything, she still won't come back to me. That's the wrong way to think about it. Some love can't be measured by money. What do you take her for? Not every woman loves money. If she stayed with you when you were poor, it wasn't for the money. Feng Ming stared at Lin An in shock. But when we were together, she was a high schooler and I was a college student. We ate cold noodles by the roadside, and she told me she envied the women sitting in Maybachs. Lin An shook his head slowly. Everyone envies that. But she still chose to be with you. It's not about money making her come back. What brought her back wasn't money, it was love. The fact that she agreed to meet you today proves she's willing to give you a chance. But you're only reaching out now that you're wealthy. Isn't that a betrayal of that feeling? She likes you for who you are, not because of any achievements you've made. Feng Ming pondered Lin An's words, then his face twisted with regret. She gave me her youth, but I didn't cherish it properly. Lin An pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and sighed deeply. So many people think money is needed to sustain a relationship, but true love requires both partners to strive together. It can't be maintained by one person's efforts alone. That's why so many people drive Maybachs and Rolls Royces, yet the passenger seat isn't occupied by the girl who once shared their hardships. Chapter 41, is this you? The day you finally drive a Maybach or a Hulse, go find your first love. On the day you own a Mercedes-Benz. Will you still remember the girl who shared street food with you, showered with you, and rode on the back of your electric bike? Will you recall the hardships you endured together? But by then, money will have blinded you, making you believe it can solve every problem. The Maybach emblem won't illuminate the paths you once walked together. You can give her expensive handbags, even luxury cars and mansions, but none of these will ever touch her heart like that simple roadside flower you gave her in her innocence. You didn't cherish her back then, thinking success would make everything right. That kind of thinking is truly insulting. By then, all these things have become utterly cheap. But this isn't an excuse for men not to earn money. While you may not win back your first love, you can still win someone else's. You still have a chance. Don't try to buy your way in with money, it will only spoil things. Lin An finished speaking and walked over to pat Feng Ming's shoulder, who stood there with a blank expression. After finishing his cigarette, Lin An stepped out of the restroom, leaving Feng Ming alone to stare at his reflection in the mirror. The change was truly immense. Why did it take you guys so long in the bathroom? Where's Feng Ming? The voice belonged to Su Mu. Lin An smiled knowingly. This girl probably couldn't stop thinking about Feng Ming either. But Feng Ming had chosen the wrong approach. It's nothing. He's just a cheapskate who can't handle Western food. He's probably got an upset stomach right now. Lin An's humorous remark drew simultaneous giggles from the three girls. So, after you and Feng Ming broke up, have you found a new boyfriend yet? The sudden mention of herself made Su Mu blush slightly. No, I haven't dated anyone in my 3 years of college. Honestly, I think Feng Ming is pretty capable. He started from scratch these past few years and's already built a business. Su Mu said proudly, I always knew he'd make money someday. He's got a real knack for business. He said he'd like to take you to the movies tonight. Are you going? Lin An decided to give Feng Ming a helping hand. She'd just given him a nudge earlier, so now it was time to create an opportunity for him. Su Mu's eyes darted around nervously. He should just ask me himself. Why send someone else to invite me? Just then, Feng Ming returned from the restroom. Didn't he just tell me in the bathroom? Tell me, right? You wanted to take Su Mu to the movies tonight, didn't you? Feng Ming froze for a moment before quickly catching on. Oh, right. Su Mu, let me take you to the movies tonight. Su Mu hesitated, but Long Qin and Chen Caney were both egging her on. Go on, go on. It's the weekend tomorrow anyway, so you can come back late tonight. Su Mu finally agreed reluctantly. Lin An could tell the girl had wanted to say yes all along but was too shy to admit it. She needed a little push. Chen Caney found herself intrigued by Lin An. Could this really be a freshman? She herself was known as the campus beauty, with many admirers, and this was the first time she'd encountered such an intriguing guy. When Chen Caney had gone to the restroom earlier, she'd overheard Lin An persuading Feng Ming, which had piqued her curiosity about this young man. Lin An, do you have a girlfriend? Feng Ming was now in high spirits, his chatter flowing freely. Lin An, if you ask me, you shouldn't pursue Chen Bingying. Chen Caney is prettier than her, and she's even an internet celebrity. Lin An didn't know how to respond, while Wan Shui stifled a laugh beside him. He knew Lin An had already given up on Chen Bingying and gotten married. But he wasn't about to broadcast that fact in public. More women, more options, right? Instead of answering, Lin An asked curiously, you're an internet celebrity? Chen Caney replied modestly, I just enjoy cosplaying anime characters and posting videos. I'm no big deal. Long Qin interjected, over 2 million followers? That's definitely influencer territory. She then pulled out her phone, opened Douyin, and showed Lin An Chen Caney's account. What do you think? Isn't our Nini pretty? Lin An nodded. She is pretty. If you think she's pretty, you better make your move fast. The line of guys chasing our Nini stretches from the dorms all the way to the school gate. Chen Caney shot Long Qin a glare. Just eat your food and shut up. Lin An calmly declined, right now, I'm focused on my career. I'm not interested in dating. Feng Ming, ever the lively one, chimed in, Lin An, cut the crap. What career are you talking about as a college student? Haven't you been chasing Chen Bingying all this time? Seriously, give up on that girl. She's just stringing you along. The three girls turned to Feng Ming with gossipy expressions. What do you mean? Feng Ming glanced at Lin An. Is this something I can talk about? Lin An shrugged indifferently. You've already spilled half the beans. What else is there to say? Go ahead if you want to talk about it. Lin An didn't mind Feng Ming spilling the beans on him. Seeing Lin An's consent, Feng Ming began. Lin An had a girl he pursued for years from high school all the way through college. He was so good to her, scrimping and saving to buy her gifts, taking care of her down to the smallest detail. But in the end, Chen Bingying ended up with the student council president. Forget chasing women like that. Come chase our Nini instead. With a devoted guy like you, she'd be yours in no time. Su Mu chuckled slyly. Since she's with someone else now, are you still going to pursue her? Chen Caney asked. Lin An shook his head. I've cut off all contact with her. She's no longer part of my life. Feng Ming exclaimed in surprise, are you serious? You've told me that so many times before. This time it's for real. He won't pursue Chen Bingying anymore. It was Wan Shui who spoke, knowing that Lin An was now married and to someone infinitely better than Chen Bingying. How can you be so sure? I just know it. Wan Shui answered confidently. You mentioned you're busy with your career. What exactly are you doing now? Chen Caney asked curiously. Suddenly, Long Qin gasped. Wait. Everyone turned to look at her, unsure what had happened. Long Qin pulled out her phone again, opened Douyin, and started searching for something. Soon, a video appeared. The video had over 100,000 likes. Lin An, is this you? The scene in the video was on a bar stage, where dazzling lights made Lin An appear exceptionally tall and slender. Lin An held a guitar in her arms, eyes closed, singing a song with deep passion. Long Qin turned up the phone's volume so everyone could hear Lin An's voice clearly. Hundreds of times, repeated hundreds of times. Must this longing persist until the pain fades away? How could I possibly pretend it doesn't matter? You taught me how to love you, yet never taught me how to forget. Your casual actions tear apart every stand I take. No way, bro, is that really you? When did you learn to sing? Chapter 42, The Shen family pays a visit. Feng Ming and Wan Shui exclaimed in unison, utterly stunned. After all, they'd known Lin An since childhood. They knew exactly what Lin An was capable of. He'd been completely clueless about music his entire life. Long Qin was visibly moved. Lin An, this must be you. I felt like I'd seen you somewhere before the moment I first laid eyes on you. Lin An nodded, deciding to just admit it. He never imagined someone in the audience had filmed him busking and posted it online. Are all these songs your originals? You're so talented. Long Qin looked like Lin An's biggest fan, asking with pure admiration. Lin An nodded again. I guess you could say they're original. After all, he was the only time traveler in this world and no one would expose him. Nini, you and Lin An are such a perfect match. If you two got together, you'd go viral online. If Lin An wrote a song for you, your views would skyrocket for sure. Shen Zhiyue merely gave a faint smile, neither denying nor confirming, her gaze fixed intently on Lin An. She had little interest in wealthy men, but she found someone as talented as Lin An quite appealing. Shen Zhiyue's gaze was mesmerizing. Lin An found himself utterly unable to look away. Let's exchange contact info. Who knows? We might collaborate in the future. I'm just saying, you'd definitely like a guy like Lin An. Long Qin and Sumu chimed in, egging them on. Hearing this, Lin An didn't refuse and pulled out his phone. The two exchanged contact information. The six chatted away. Long Qin also found Wan Shui somewhat appealing, making this outing a complete success. As night deepened, the meal concluded, and it was time for everyone to head home. Feng Ming had offered to drive a few of them home. But the car was too small to fit all six of them. So they all declined. Shen Zhiyue and Long Qin shared a taxi back to campus. Feng Ming and Su Mu went to see a movie. As they parted, Shen Zhiyue said to Lin An, let's keep in touch when you get back. Lin An chuckled softly and gave a perfunctory nod. Anyone could tell that Shen Zhiyue didn't just have a little interest in Lin An, she was seriously into him. Her words implied they should nurture their feelings once back. After they left, Lin An shot Wan Shui a look. You said you'd treat me to dinner, and this is what you bring? Wan Shui laughed heartily. You're not losing out either. A beauty like that has taken a liking to you. Lin An sighed. I've got one at home already. What am I supposed to do now? Wan Shui sneered coldly. Then why didn't you mention you were married when we were eating? You probably had a thing for her too, didn't you? I couldn't bring myself to expose you. Lin An replied guiltily, but Shen Zhiyue could be taken away at any moment. You know what kind of family the Shins are. We're just not meant for each other. Wan Shui patted Lin An's shoulder. I get it, bro. Your love life's been rough. Alright, I'm heading back. Remember, you owe me a meal. With that, Lin An headed for a taxi by the roadside to go home. Wan Shui nodded. I'll remember. Head home now, it's getting late. Without any pretense of small talk, they parted ways after a brief exchange. Lin An took a taxi to his residential complex entrance and bought a pack of Dogwan Yuan cigarettes at the convenience store. Stepping out of the store, he spotted a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside, its license plate reading Jingya 0006. Lin An sighed. What was bound to happen had finally come. Approaching the rear window, he found it open. A middle-aged man inside said, "Get in." The door opened automatically, and Lin An walked straight to the back seat. The man glanced at the unopened pack of cigarettes in Lin An's hand, then pulled out a box of cigars from his pocket. He pulled one out and offered it to Lin An. Lin An didn't take it. The man clipped off the end with cigar scissors and placed it between his lips. Ding! Lin An recognized the brand of the lighter. DuPont. Even the cheapest model of this lighter cost 5,000 yuan. In his previous life, Lin An had used this very model, an exclusive item for the wealthy. Only after hearing that ding did one truly enter the upper echelons of society. Like it? Xin Shang noticed Lin An staring at the lighter in his hand. After taking a puff of his cigar, he asked with a smile. Lin An remained silent, offering only a self-conscious smile. It's yours. Xin Shang tossed the lighter to Lin An. The lighter was worth over 1,000,000 yuan, enough to buy an apartment in a typical second-tier city. Lin An didn't catch it. Even if the giver was the wealthiest man in the country, he wouldn't accept such a patronizing gift. Just tell me what you need. There's no need to humiliate me like this. Shen Qing sneered contemptuously. Kid, you think I'm humiliating you? Do you even think you're worthy of my humiliation? That lighter I tossed you just now, you couldn't afford it even if you sang for 10 years. I've had people watching you all this time. I thought you'd pull off something big, but instead you're doing this lowly work, serving drinks, busking, and checking into hotels with other women. A man like you is unworthy of marrying our Xiao Yu. Lin An didn't argue. He knew he was indeed unworthy of Shen Zhiyue. Now even his achievements from his past life fell far short. Xin Shang took another drag on his cigar, his face aloof as he declared, I came here to advise you to let go. A frog at the bottom of a well can never reach the moon in the sky. Name your terms. Money? Cars? Property? Whatever you desire, I can provide. Oh, right, didn't you exchange flirtatious glances with 2 women today? One as an internet celebrity, the other a street singer. Perfectly matched, aren't they? Lin An clenched his fists. Shut up. You can insult me, but don't you dare insult her. What gives you the right to think our jobs are lowly? Are you so high and mighty? Do you really believe you're superior? Xin Shang asked doubtfully, isn't that the case? How could someone like you at the bottom of society understand our lives? Do you even know how vast the gap between us is? Do you even know what kind of life Xiao Yu used to live? You just got lucky. Lin An suddenly interjected. Lucky? Since ancient times, emperors were ordinary people too. Why did they become emperors? Was that just luck too? That's called the mandate of heaven. Some people are simply different from the common folk from the moment they're born. Do you really see yourself as some ancient emperor? Shen Zhiyue retorted without hesitation, isn't that exactly it? Didn't we fight our way to this position for money and power? Do you really think ancient emperors lived better lives than I do now? Lin An had been part of the upper class in his previous life. He couldn't deny that in modern times, money equaled boundless power. Their lives were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Take this lighter, for instance. What does $1 million mean to the average person? And many people have never even heard of this brand. Chapter 43, The Fortune Teller. Enough. We're not in the same class. There's no point in discussing this with you. This might be your only chance to change your fate in this lifetime. Think it over carefully. Shen Zhiyue clearly didn't want to waste any more words on Lin An. He wanted Lin An to make his demands quickly so he could offer a token concession and get Shen Zhiyue back to the Shen family. Poof. I want nothing. Shen Zhiyue isn't an object, she's a person. Whether she stays or leaves is entirely her choice. You have no right to interfere. Shen Zhiyue frowned, his face darkening with displeasure. Lin An, think carefully. You could ask me for 100 million. I could give you 100 million right now, more money than you could ever earn in a lifetime. Shen Zhiyue looked down on Lin An from the bottom of his heart, thinking he was being ungrateful. From Shen Zhiyue's perspective, Lin An was a greedy snake swallowing an elephant, scheming to seize their family fortune by holding Shen Zhiyue hostage. Lin An gave a cold laugh. Sorry, but I've no interest in that measly 100 million. How arrogant. You, a lowly nobody, should be grateful to me instead of talking back like this. Do you think having Shen Zhiyue by your side gives you leverage over our Shen family? Let me tell you this, the moon in the sky remains the moon in the sky. Even when its reflection falls into a well at night, it will eventually tilt with the moon's movement, it will always be the moon in the heavens. And let me tell you this, I'm offering you a simple way out. If you agree to my terms, I'll let you walk away voluntarily. Even if I don't give you a single penny, Shen Zhiyue will return to the Shen family sooner or later. Lin An resolved to stand his ground against Shen Zhiyue. Go ahead and try. Today, I refuse to agree to your demands. I won't take a single penny from you. Shen Zhiyue sneered at Lin An. Fine, then get out. Lin An slammed the door and stormed out, leaving the two parting on bad terms. The Rolls-Royce drove away from Lin An. For a moment, he felt a complex mix of emotions. He didn't want to go home, nor did he want to see Shen Zhiyue. Some of what Shen Zhiyue had said wasn't without merit. She remained the moon in the sky, what could he possibly offer to keep her? Even if he achieved the success of his past life, that didn't mean the Shen family would inevitably decline. Faced with such a colossus, he had merely transitioned from proletariat to middle class, yet Shen Zhiyue still looked down on him. For a moment, Lin An felt utterly defeated. Walking on, Lin An reached a park near his home, where an old man happened to be reading fortunes for a woman by the roadside. Lin An approached to observe, hoping to distract himself. The fortune teller instructed the woman to shake 3 copper coins inside a bamboo jar, repeating the process 6 times. After examining the pattern, the fortune teller began, Young lady, did anyone in your family undergo surgery in 2018? Was it a car accident or surgery? The woman replied firmly, no. The fortune teller frowned in puzzlement. It's impossible that there wasn't. Think carefully. The woman remained resolute, there was nothing. It's impossible that there wasn't. Really, I haven't. Why would I lie to you? Are you sure the birth chart you gave me earlier is accurate? The fortune teller asked again. Were you delivered by C-section? The woman answered, no. The fortune teller grew doubtful of the divination. That's impossible. Think it over one last time. Really, I wasn't. Why would I lie to you? Are you an only child? The fortune teller examined the divination signs again and asked. I am an only child. The woman answered directly. Impossible. Your birth chart shows otherwise. You can't be an only child. Sigh, I am an only child. I don't know if I have any siblings. Did your mother ever have an abortion? The woman thought for a moment and replied, she did have one, an ectopic pregnancy. The fortune teller nodded. What year was that? The woman answered, I think it was in 18. The fortune teller frowned deeply. But you said no one in your family had surgery in 1988? Well, it wasn't done with surgery, the woman replied earnestly. So you insist it only counts as surgery if it involves an incision? It's not a surgery unless someone dies, right? Well, you're not making any sense either, the woman began to scold the fortune teller. I'm a fortune teller, not a surveillance camera in your house. How am I supposed to explain it clearly? The fortune teller was getting a bit speechless. All right. I don't want to argue with you. Let me ask you something else. Did you have a boyfriend back in 22? No. The woman still answered no. You couldn't possibly not have. Think carefully, it was back in 22. The woman remained resolute, honestly, I didn't. Why can't I believe you? You haven't dated anyone in 22 years. Why did you have an abortion? How could you have an abortion if you weren't dating anyone? The woman exclaimed in shock, holy crap, you can even figure out my abortion? The fortune teller replied with an air of profound mystery, of course I can. It's as clear as day. But wait, if you had an abortion 22 years ago, why haven't you dated anyone in 22 years? The fortune teller realized the crux of the matter. He wasn't my boyfriend? Not your boyfriend? Having seen it all, the fortune teller was taken aback by this answer. What business is it of yours? The woman said irritably. Can you even tell fortunes? You can't predict anything right, yet you still have the nerve to set up shop? The woman began questioning the fortune teller's abilities. Don't get me worked up here. My blood pressure's already high. I'll ask you again, have you cheated on anyone while looking for a partner this year? The woman answered, no. The fortune teller nearly lost his mind. Don't just say no without thinking. Think carefully. I really haven't. What am I supposed to think about? The woman said matter-of-factly. I've never cheated. Impossible. Have you ever been with two men at the same time? The fortune teller changed his approach. That's not cheating. It's just that my love overflows, so I need to find another boy to catch it. I love them both, so how could it be cheating? Your mother. The fortune teller couldn't hold back any longer and finally started cursing. Why is talking to you such a pain in the ass? You can't predict. I'll give you one last chance. If you get it wrong again, I'm not paying you. The fortune teller locked horns with the woman. All right. This time it'll be spot on. In 2019, did any elderly relatives pass away in your family? No. The fortune teller was so furious he jumped to his feet. You didn't get it right again. Are you even any good? You're a fraud, aren't you? The fortune teller's face flushed crimson as he shouted, impossible. Think hard about 1999. I beg you, stop tormenting me. Just tell me about 1999. The fortune teller examined the divination signs once more. Impossible. I've confirmed it again. It's highly likely to be related to cardiovascular issues. But my grandfather passed away from a sudden cerebral infarction. Then why did you say no elderly person would pass away? It's not an elderly person. My grandfather passed away before he turned 80. Chapter 44, A Life of Wealth and Honor. Alright, I get it now. You didn't come here to read fortunes today, you came to ruin the show. I've put up with you for far too long. The fortune teller roared in fury. And I haven't even mentioned how you're wasting my time. You can't predict a damn thing. Shut your filthy mouth right now. You're giving me high blood pressure. I don't want your money. Get out of here. The woman glared at the fortune teller and stormed off angrily. Lin An observed that the fortune teller's predictions were surprisingly accurate, though the woman was unbearably difficult. Intrigued, he crouched down before the fortune teller's stall. Master, tell my fortune too. Lin An noticed the sign stating fortune telling cost 100. A QR code was displayed nearby. Lin An pulled out a 100 yuan note and handed it to the fortune teller. Clearly still fuming over the woman's earlier outburst, the fortune teller angrily picked up his teacup, took a sip, and tried to calm himself. The fortune teller took the bamboo tube and handed it to Lin An. Shake it first. Shake it 6 times, and I'll interpret the divination for you. Lin An nodded and shook it 6 times. The fortune teller examined the divination symbols with paper and pen in his notebook before beginning his interpretation. Please give me your birth date and time. Lin An provided his birth chart to the fortune teller. He provided the original host's details. After all, having traveled through time, his own from the previous life likely wouldn't apply. The fortune teller grew increasingly astonished as he examined the information. Young man, there's something off about these birth details. Lin An asked in confusion, what's wrong with them? Whoa. You should be dead. The fortune teller seemed to have encountered a ghost, his speech stuttering slightly. Lin An realized this fortune teller had some real skill. He himself had traveled through time, and the original owner wasn't supposed to die. If your birth chart is indeed correct, then some unexpected event must have intervened to avert your calamity. Never mind. What do you want to see? Love, career, or health? Lin An thought for a moment and said, all of them. That'll cost extra 100 more per reading. Without further ado, Lin An handed the fortune teller another 200 yuan. First, let's discuss your destiny. You're born under a wealthy star, destined for a lifetime of fortune. But your abilities fall short of seizing all that wealth. To put it another way, it's like having a mountain of gold right in front of you, but you lack the strength to move it. Does that make sense? Lin An nodded. I understand. Now, tell me about my health. How long will I live? The fortune teller took a deep breath and said, your birth chart indicates a fate of dying young. But after you overcome this crisis, your body will be unharmed, and you'll live a life free of illness and disaster. Alright, I'll take your words as a blessing. Finally, let me read your marital fortune. The fortune teller began examining Lin An's marital prospects. What he saw startled him. The fortune teller snapped his head up, his eyes fixed intently on Lin An's face. You young man. SSSSH. The fortune teller, utterly incredulous, recalculated the reading. You've got 9 phoenixes in this lifetime. Grasp just one of them, and you'll achieve great things. You've stumbled upon unimaginable wealth and fortune. Lin An froze, letting out a bitter laugh. 9 phoenixes? So I'm doomed to be a freeloader for life, huh? The fortune teller was exaggerating a bit. Young man, let me give you some advice. While the 9 phoenixes indeed signify a life of wealth and honor, your romantic path will be incredibly complicated. Achieving true happiness won't be easy. Don't let anyone down. Lin An nodded and rose to leave. It was getting late. Shen Zhiyue must have gone home by now. The door opened. Shen Zhiyue sat upright on the living room sofa, scrolling through her phone. Seeing Lin An return, she stood up and asked, "Where did you go today? Did you eat dinner?" Lin An replied, "I ate out with a friend." Shen Zhiyue hummed in acknowledgement, not pressing further. Lin An recalled what Shen Qing had said. Shen Zhiyue would eventually leave. He took a shower and prepared to return to his room. "Lin An." Shen Zhiyue suddenly called out to him. Lin An turned around as a wave of fragrance swept over him, followed by soft lips pressing against his. Lin An's pupils dilated. He never imagined Shen Zhiyue would initiate a kiss. When their lips parted, Shen Zhiyue was panting, her cheeks flushed. "Lin An, I've always been here." Lin An couldn't find words to describe his emotions. The long-buried, icy heart within him suddenly began to beat, pounding violently, so intensely that he could hear its own rhythm. Lin An fled in a panic, retreating to his room and slamming the door shut. He couldn't calm the turmoil within him for a long time. Could Shen Zhiyue truly like him? Lin An suddenly felt he shouldn't wallow in despair like this. Shen Zhiyue had gone this far, yet he kept retreating. So what if he was the richest man? He was a time traveler, after all, and he had the system as his trump card. Why couldn't he carve out his own place in this world? Lin An sat back down at his desk, fired up his computer, and in one furious burst, wrote 10,000 words, meeting the submission requirements. He then organized the finished manuscript and outline before uploading them to the hottest mainstream platform. But at this hour, the editors had already clocked out. It would take at least 3 days for a submission response. Lin An wasn't the least bit worried this book wouldn't meet the standards for a publishing contract. After all, in his previous life, this novel had been incredibly popular, maintaining its high heat for over a decade. It had even been adapted into anime, TV dramas, and comics. The copyright fees alone reached tens of millions. The exhausting 10,000-word marathon update left Lin An completely drained. He collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, someone was beside him. Shen Zhiyue had come to his room again last night and slept in the same bed. Today was the weekend, so Lin An didn't have to go to school, and Shen Zhiyue was also off. Lin An rose early to prepare breakfast. Shen Zhiyue must have been exhausted too, waking up only at 9 in the morning. That day, Chen Kaney sent him a WeChat message asking him out for lunch, but Lin An declined, citing work commitments. Lin An stayed home the entire weekend, diligently writing his novel. Finally, on Monday, he received a reply from the website. His novel, Covering the Heavens, had met the standards for a publishing contract. Lin An breathed a sigh of relief and promptly signed the contract with the website. At the same time, an editor at Orange Chinese Literature approached the chief editor, showing him a novel that had just been submitted today. "What about this novel?" The editor reported, "This novel is exceptionally well written, with an incredibly expansive world building. I believe it has already met the criteria for an outright purchase. While it's still in its early stages, we can acquire the rights at a very low price." The editor was curious what kind of book could meet the criteria for an outright purchase in its initial stages. He clicked on the book and began reading slowly. When he saw the opening scene featuring the 9 dragons dragging the coffin, he couldn't help but be stunned. Could novels really be written like this? Chapter 45, Drink More Hot Water. The editor considered himself well read, though this world leaned heavily toward romance novels. After all, with more women than men in this world, writing had to cater to the interests of the majority of female readers. This book, however, completely pioneered a new genre. I have a feeling this book is going to be a huge hit. Go contact the author right away and try to secure the rights at the lowest possible price. The editor complied and located the phone number Lin An had provided during his author registration on the platform. He then dialed Lin An using the landline at Orange Chinese Network. Lin An picked up his phone and saw it was an official call from Orange Chinese Network. He hurriedly answered the call. "Hello, may I speak with author Chen Shi?" Lin An's pen name was Chen Shi. "Yes, and who is this?" "I'm your editor. The novel you uploaded is currently in my possession." Lin An realized this must be about discussing a contract. "Oh, hello. Are you here to discuss a contract?" The other party replied, "That's correct. Your book is exceptionally well written, and we'd like to sign you. However, this isn't a royalty-based contract, it's a buyout deal. We'd like to acquire the full rights to your book." Lin An fell deep in thought upon hearing this. Buyout deals typically offered higher upfront payments, but they meant a one-time settlement of royalties. If the book performed well in the future, he wouldn't receive any additional earnings. Still, Lin An tentatively asked, "May I ask how much your platform is offering for the buyout?" The editor replied, 100,000 yuan. Lin An nearly choked on his drink. 10,000 yuan to buy Zhetian? That price was utterly ridiculous. Without a second thought, Lin An refused. Forget outright purchase. Let's sign a revenue sharing deal instead. The editor knew his offer was too low the moment Lin An flatly refused. This price is indeed too low. Could you tell me what your target figure is? I can discuss it with my superiors. Lin An remained firm. I don't intend to sell the rights outright. The copyright will remain with me. If we can't agree on a royalty deal, I'll have no choice but to submit it to other platforms. The editor grew anxious and hurriedly said, "Even if we increase the price, you still won't consider a buyout? You must realize this is your debut work. I don't see you having any other published books. For a new author, selling a new book for hundreds of thousands is truly substantial." The editor hoped Lin An would stay grounded and avoid setting unrealistic expectations. Plus, the world building in your book is incredibly ambitious. Its long-term performance is still uncertain, and we'd be taking on significant risk. Lin An replied slowly, "No, thank you. I still choose the royalty split." Seeing that persuasion was futile, the editor simply agreed to his request. "Very well. I'll send you the contract." After hanging up, the editor sought out the chief editor. "This author is very confident in his novel and has no intention of selling it outright." The editor-in-chief wasn't surprised. "No problem. Let's sign him on a royalty basis. But this book is genuinely well written, give it a big push." That very evening, the novel Covering the Sky went live on Orange Novel. Su Mengxian, a popular celebrity, enjoyed reading novels in her spare time. An avid reader, many of her fans often recommended good books to her. But after all these years, she'd grown tired of female-oriented novels. Moreover, the authors often wrote in a way that felt intellectually demeaning. Take cultivation novels, for instance. A female lead at the Great Perfection stage gets falsely accused by her junior sister at the Foundation Establishment stage, and the two end up debating the accusation in front of the entire sect. Or a general commanding 800,000 troops falls for the same heroine as the emperor. Even more absurd are historical novels where the protagonist time travels to the Ming dynasty to compete for favor with Empress Ma, or an empress sends her prince to marry a barbarian chieftain. Su Mengxian couldn't understand why these stories became popular. She simply couldn't stomach them. She browsed the bookstore but found nothing worth reading. She then decided to browse the male-oriented fiction section. Opening the rankings, a new book had emerged as a dark horse, climbing onto the charts. Covering the Sky? The title was simple and straightforward. Su Mengxian glanced at the synopsis. A bronze ancient coffin, enduring through the ages. Ascending heaven's path, striding with song, with a flick of the finger, the heavens are obscured. What a grand introduction! Just the synopsis alone piqued Su Mengxian's interest. She clicked to open the novel and began reading. Chapter 1 was a bit disappointing. The plot was still quite cliched. But with the suspense of the 9 dragons dragging the coffin, Su Mengxian forced herself to keep reading. When the protagonist was transported from Earth's Mount Tai to the ancient planet of Manhwa, enduring countless trials, Su Mengxian found herself reading breathlessly, her heart racing with excitement. By the time the protagonist arrived at the Northern Dipper constellation and encountered unprecedented settings, she was utterly hooked. Life Forbidden Zone, cultivators, anomalies, primordial sacred physique. How did the author even come up with these terms? This writer is incredible. Before she knew it, Su Mengxian had reached the latest chapter. What? It's over? The North Star is so vast. Cultivators need days of flight just to reach a sect. The setting is absolutely brilliant. Su Mengxian began urging for updates in the comments. Please hurry up with the updates, author. This book is truly amazing. To encourage faster updates, Su Mengxian even tipped several thousand yuan. Not only that, she reposted the book on her Weibo. A book this good absolutely had to be recommended to her followers. Lin An had no idea his book had garnered such fervent reader support so soon after its release. He didn't have time to worry about it now. Because Shen Zhiyue was on her period today. This was Lin An's first time buying sanitary pads at the supermarket. It felt a bit awkward. Seeing the usually elegant Shen Zhiyue clutching her stomach and curled up in pain, he felt deeply sorry for her. Though he dated many girlfriends in his past life, whenever they were on their period, all Lin An had to do was send them a red envelope, and their stomachs would magically stop hurting. But Shen Zhiyue wasn't that kind of girl, so he felt a bit at a loss. He'd read online that boiling some brown sugar water might help, but he wasn't sure if it would work. Lin An went to the kitchen and brought back a bowl of freshly brewed brown sugar water, still steaming hot. Here, drink some hot water. Shen Zhiyue obediently took the bowl and cautiously sipped a mouthful. Lin An sat beside Shen Zhiyue and suddenly noticed a different scent emanating from her. It had always been a herbal scent, not exactly pleasant or unpleasant. It seemed to be her natural body scent whether she bathed or sweated. That herbal aroma always lingered on her. But now her scent had changed. Lin An could detect the tang of blood on her. Feeling any better? Like a typical straight guy, when someone was on their period, all he could say was, drink some hot water. Feeling better? Chapter 46, I brought you breakfast. Brown sugar didn't ease Shen Zhiyue's menstrual cramps, but it was Lin An's thoughtful gesture. After drinking it, she pretended the pain had subsided, stood up from the sofa, and smiled at him. Much better. Then she dug out some painkillers and took one. Lin An sat awkwardly beside her. Beyond knowing that drinking brown sugar water was supposed to help with menstrual cramps, he knew nothing else. After taking the painkiller, Shen Zhiyue felt much better. Lin An asked softly, is there anything you'd like to eat today? Shen Zhiyue slowly shook her head. I don't have much of an appetite. You've been craving northeastern cuisine, right? I could cook you a meal. Shen Zhiyue nodded. Sure, just give me a moment alone first. Though Lin An didn't know how to ease Shen Zhiyue's stomach pain, he understood he needed to do something. He couldn't just sit idly by while Shen Zhiyue suffered on the couch. Keeping himself occupied, Lin An wasn't sure if a meal of northeastern cuisine would actually make Shen Zhiyue feel better, but at least eating something could help restore some of her energy. Cooking her favorite dishes might even encourage her to eat more. Lin An dashed downstairs to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. Shen Zhiyue had mentioned more than once how much she loved northeastern cuisine, as well as Tianjin dishes. Braised pork belly and Beijing-style shredded pork with sweet bean sauce. Lin An decided to showcase her culinary skills today, preparing every dish Shen Zhiyue adored. When you're not feeling well, you need to eat something delicious to nourish yourself. After over 2 hours of bustling around, the table was now laden with 4 dishes, all of Shen Zhiyue's favorites. After taking her pain medication, Shen Zhiyue's stomach felt much better. At least she could stand and walk now. During the worst of the pain, she'd been forced to either crouch or lie down. Only then did Lin An realize that menstrual cramps were a matter of physical constitution. Unable to bear the thought of wasting all the dishes Lin An had prepared, Shen Zhiyue ate more than usual. Even though she didn't have much of an appetite. After dinner, Lin An didn't attend to other tasks today. He simply sat beside Shen Zhiyue, keeping watch over her. The two sat on the sofa watching television. Gradually, Shen Zhiyue leaned her head against Lin An's shoulder. The two of them sat watching TV, and before they knew it, Shen Zhiyue had fallen asleep. Lin An carried Shen Zhiyue to bed, carefully tucked her in, and placed a cup of lukewarm water by her bedside. Only then did he leave Shen Zhiyue's room. Returning to his own room, Lin An sat at his desk and began typing. Logging into his author dashboard, he checked the reader count. In just 2 days, it had already surpassed 50,000. And this was merely a new book with a few tens of thousands of words. Lin An didn't dwell on it. The novel covering the heavens had already proven its worth in his previous life. 50,000 readers was merely the beginning. The reader count would undoubtedly grow even larger in the future. Lin An buckled down and began writing furiously, adding another 10,000 words overnight. In this world, female readers dominated, and their daily update volume was minimal. Most authors posted only 2 chapters per day. Lin An had just dropped 10,000 words in a single night. The authors he followed were all cursing. Is this level of competition really necessary? Is this even human? A tentacle monster. Why push so hard? Time to call it a night. He glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight. Lin An yawned and climbed into bed. The next morning, Lin An freshened up and got ready for school. He couldn't keep skipping school every day. Arriving at school, Chen Bingying approached him carrying a breakfast. Lin An, I bought you breakfast. Lin An stared blankly at Chen Bingying. She seemed very different today. Lin An had once remarked that Chen Bingying looked good in white dresses. But she despised white, claiming girls who wore white dresses were just pretending to be pure. She often wore revealing outfits. Today, however, she was wearing a white dress. Eat while it's hot. Lin An declined, I've already eaten. Chen Bingying's smile remained frozen on her face. She felt deeply wronged inside. She had gone to the hospital these past 2 days to terminate the pregnancy, barely giving her body time to rest, all while trying to win Lin An back. But Lin An still rejected her, leaving her no chance at all. Lin An noticed Chen Bingying's unwell state. Her complexion was poor, and she could barely stand straight before him. She swayed slightly with every step. Lin An took a deep breath and accepted the breakfast from Chen Bingying's hands. Don't bring it anymore. With that, Lin An turned and walked toward the classroom. Chen Bingying's heart leapt with joy. Could it be that Lin An had decided to forgive her? Come to think of it, she had rejected him countless times before, yet he had persisted relentlessly. She had only turned him down once, and this was her reaction. Now, every time she thought back, she felt terribly sorry toward Lin An. Being rejected by someone you like really hurt. Lin An carried breakfast over to Li Zhihao's desk. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Li Zhihao looked at Lin An with surprise. Why are you at school today? Lin An replied, speechless, what kind of question is that? I'm still a student, why wouldn't I come to school? Honestly, I have no idea what you're busy with. I never see you around anymore. Lin An sat down wearily and placed the breakfast Chen Bingying had brought him on Li Zhihao's desk. Oh, you brought me breakfast? Li Zhihao opened the plastic bag and began enjoying his breakfast. Shen Bingying brought it for me. Li Zhihao nearly choked on his bun at the words. Ha? You mean she brought this for you? Lin An said casually, Shen Bingying brought it for me. Wait, bro, did I hear that right? Shen Bingying brought you breakfast on her own? Lin An nodded slowly. Yeah, she brought it to me. What's the big deal? Wait, no, you've always been the one bringing her breakfast. Now she's actually bringing it to you? Li Zhihao wished he hadn't eaten at this breakfast, felt like a hot potato in his hands. It's fine. Eat yours. Who knows what she's up to now? Lin An, you're something else. You've got this play hard to get thing down pat. Care to teach a brother how it's done? Lin An cracked a rare joke, no tricks involved. It's all about personal strength. You're something else. Hey, have you noticed Shen Bingying's attitude toward you has changed? I've noticed. Lin An thought about it, it really was quite different from before. Today she even wore that white dress she disliked. Li Zhihao remarked while eating breakfast, I think she's kind of into you. Lin An nodded. I've noticed it too. Bro, I think you've changed a bit too. Me? What's different about me? Back in the day, if I told you Shen Bingying liked you, you'd probably be jumping for joy. But now you're so calm about it. Lin An didn't even lift an eyelid. So she likes me. Big deal. I don't like her anymore. Li Zhihao gave Lin An a thumbs up. Bro, you're something else, you can take it or leave it. I thought you'd just stop chasing Shen Bingying for a couple days, but turns out you've really let it go. Chapter 47, My Delicious, Her Delicious. Li Zhihao came from a well-off family. Both his parents were civil servants and were always extremely busy, so he never developed the habit of eating breakfast. The kid was also a die-hard gamer, playing video games every night until the wee hours. Maybe because he hadn't played games much as a kid, he became utterly obsessed with all kinds of games after entering college. Once he started playing, he'd lose track of time completely. Just managing to drag himself out of bed for morning classes was a major feat. When Lin An used to bring breakfast for Shen Bingying, she sometimes refused it if she wasn't hungry. At those times, Lin An would give the breakfast to Li Zhihao. When he skipped breakfast, Li Zhihao would be ravenous by noon, dragging Lin An to the cafeteria like a starving wolf. He was always the first one there. Lin An would help Shen Bingying save a seat and get food. All Shen Bingying had to do was text Lin An what she wanted for lunch. By noon, when she strolled leisurely to the cafeteria, her desired meal would already be waiting on the table. Lately, since the kid started dating, he'd cut back on gaming and would call Zhao Bebe every night for hours on end. They'd chat until dawn. Heaven knows where he found all those topics. Sometimes Lin An genuinely worried he might drop dead from exhaustion. Lin An, I'm telling you, girls have been coming to our class asking about you lately. Lin An looked at Li Zhihao in confusion. Who exactly? Li Zhihao replied, both from within and outside the school. Being good-looking has its perks. Anyone interested in you just comes chasing after you. And each one is prettier than the last. Lin An retorted irritably, what's there to ask about me? Li Zhihao smacked his lips. Shen Bingying has been asking people in our class non-stop these past few days if you've been coming to class. Lin An was utterly frustrated. When the original owner had pursued her, she'd been cold and distant. Now that she wasn't interested, the girl was clinging to her again. What on earth was she after? Sitting in the classroom, Shen Bingying's mind was consumed by thoughts of Lin An. The agony of unrequited love gnawed at her. She'd never felt this way before. Boys had always pursued her since childhood. This feeling of having her emotions controlled by someone else was truly unbearable. Shen Bingying has been in a daze lately. After the abortion, her body was also very weak. Looking back, whenever she was sick before, her parents were always busy and no one ever took care of her. It was Lin An who ran around buying her medicine and accompanied her to the hospital for checkups. Zhao Shi had visited her on the very day of the abortion, but had never reached out again afterward. Could it be that Zhao Shi had only been toying with her? After all the twists and turns, the only one who truly cared for her was Lin An. Li Zhihao suddenly posed a question. Lin An, if Chen, the campus beauty, asked you to get back together now, would you go back? You gave her your entire youth. Lin An shook his head decisively. My youth belongs to me, not her. The end of one story signifies the beginning of another. People must look forward. You can glance back, but don't let the past influence who you are now. Li Zhihao sensed Lin An had truly changed. The Lin An of the past was always gloomy and withdrawn. How could he now utter such profoundly philosophical words? As Lin An spoke those words, he found himself wistfully recalling the past, his previous life. If given the choice, he would still choose to return to his previous life, that carefree existence as a small-time stock market tycoon. In this world, only love causes the deepest suffering, whether it's loving someone or being loved. Lin An found university courses utterly uninteresting. The lectures bored him to tears. He couldn't fathom how those characters in novels who reincarnated or traveled through time could ever settle down to study. If he were reborn, his first move would be to drop out. This damn school was utterly pointless. If attending school could make you rich, wouldn't every year see countless top students becoming millionaires? He was here solely for the diploma. After all, a degree from Tsinghua or Peking University carried serious weight, perfect for showing off later. As for any other use for it? Lin An couldn't think of one. With the time wasted on school, Lin An could have returned to his peak condition. He actually wanted to trade stocks, but as a time traveler, he knew nothing about this world's market and needed time to study it. But he could barely afford food, had to write books, perform for money, and attend classes. There was simply no time left for learning. Forget it. You can't eat an elephant in one bite. First, secure some seed money to lay the groundwork for future investments. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Shen Zhiyue sent Lin An a message. Come to my office for lunch. Lin An didn't refuse after all. Having lunch with his wife was only natural. He politely declined Li Jihao's invitation to join them, then headed toward Shen Zhiyue's office. Though Shen Zhiyue was an intern, her perks were generous thanks to her father being the wealthiest man in the country. The university provided her with a private lounge, a single room spacious enough to live in. Stepping into her lounge, he saw a table laden with various takeout meals. Shen Zhiyue was dressed in a professional suit, and her alluring figure left Lin An staring in awe. It had to be said, Shen Zhiyue's looks and figure were in a league of their own, easily setting the standard on their own. The phrase "none more beautiful than Shen Zhiyue" spread widely across campus. Had Shen Zhiyue still been enrolled, the title of campus beauty queen would never have gone to Chen Bingying. If anyone could be called the most beautiful woman at Tsinghua or Peking University, it would undoubtedly be Shen Zhiyue. Lin An stared at Shen Zhiyue, but she didn't seem particularly offended. After all, both were already married. I heard Chen Bingying brought you breakfast. Try mine and see whose tastes better. Lin An knew immediately that Shen Zhiyue was jealous. No wonder she'd dragged her out for lunch today. Lin An spread her hands helplessly. I gave Chen Bingying's breakfast to Li Jihao. I didn't take a single bite. Shen Zhiyue's furrowed brows relaxed at Lin An's words. Well, you didn't eat breakfast either. Come eat with us. The two sat on the sofa eating lunch. Just then, the door next door opened, and voices of a man and a woman drifted in from outside. Little puppy, what are you pretending? Do you want to fail your course? A middle-aged woman's voice drifted in. Though spoken softly, the break room's soundproofing was poor, and Lin An and Shen Zhiyue heard every word clearly. But principal, there are other people here. A male voice replied. Don't worry. At this hour, everyone's gone to the cafeteria. The lounge is completely empty. These words reached Shen Zhiyue and Lin An's ears. Shen Zhiyue's cheeks flushed hot, and she awkwardly set down her chopsticks. Leaning close to Lin An, she whispered, the principal lives next door. She secretly brings young boys to the lounge sometimes. As for what happens after they're brought in, Shen Zhiyue didn't need to say it. Lin An knew perfectly well. Chapter 48, Lin An, help me. Hearing the unsavory chatter, Shen Zhiyue couldn't bring herself to look at Lin An for a moment. They never came around, but of all times, they had to show up when Lin An was here eating. Little dragon, hurry up and eat this. Grandma specially bought this energy-boosting medicine for you. Neither of them dared to make a move. You've made Grandma so happy. I'll give you 100,000 yuan in pocket money and even let you borrow my Maybach to drive around. Don't underestimate Grandma just because I'm old. I've still got it. When you're young, you don't appreciate a grandmother's worth. You mistakenly treat girls like treasures. Do any of those women treat you as well as Grandma does? Shen Zhiyue shot Lin An a sidelong glance, but he remained utterly unfazed, as if such things were commonplace to him. Such unspoken rules exist everywhere. Then, sounds drifted over from the next room. Shen Zhiyue fidgeted restlessly, yet dared not make a sound. If the neighbors detected someone here now, it would be utterly embarrassing. TSK, this principal sure knows how to play the game. Lin An remarked with a sigh. For a full half hour, Lin An heard no sign of the activity across the hall stopping. He couldn't just sit there doing nothing. Ahem. These sounds reached Lin An and Shen Zhiyue's ears. Both were young and impetuous by nature, and Lin An felt a wave of heat wash over him. Sitting beside him was a breathtaking beauty, while the couple next door were doing that. Any man would react. Shen Zhiyue's cool, delicate hand accidentally brushed against Lin An's. Lin An quickly withdrew his hand. He stood up and headed toward the door. Lin An, where are you going? Lin An sighed. Who knows how long they'll be at it. I have to go. If I listen any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Shen Zhiyue's face flushed crimson. She thought to herself, if you can't control yourself, then just don't. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. It's not a good time for you to leave now. Shen Zhiyue clutched the hem of Lin An's shirt. It should be over soon. Just wait a bit longer until they leave. Lin An sighed helplessly and sat back down on the sofa. Just then, the sounds from next door grew louder. Another 10 minutes passed before the sounds gradually faded. Finally, the two people left the room. The surroundings fell silent once more. Lin An rose and headed toward the door. Over the past 40 minutes, he'd nearly pounced on Shen Zhiyue several times. But reason kept him in check. Now, he had to escape the lounge. Shen Zhiyue gritted her teeth. Lin An hadn't done anything yet, and he was a man. She was his wife, after all. After leaving the lounge, Lin An found a sink and splashed water on his face. Panting, he lit a cigarette to quell the wicked thoughts churning inside him. Just then, his phone rang. It was a message from Ju Kurson. Lin An, I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you come help me? Lin An froze for a moment before replying, what's going on? What kind of trouble? Ju Kurson was exceptionally beautiful, with a stunning figure and a gentle disposition. If Shen Zhiyue hadn't suddenly brought two people along that day, something might have happened between us. It's about my ex-boyfriend again. He came bothering me today, trying to get his hands on me. I refused and pushed him away. Next thing I knew, he collapsed, hitting his head on the table corner. Now he's unconscious. If you have time, come to First People's Hospital. Lin An replied, I'll be right there. Lin An hailed a cab and arrived at the First People's Hospital. At the entrance, she spotted Ju Kurson looking utterly dejected. Ju Kurson wasn't wearing makeup today, but even barefaced, her beauty was undeniable. She wore a t-shirt on top and ultra-short shorts below. Her long, straight legs reflected the sunlight. Ju Kurson looked utterly dejected, with a middle-aged woman beside her who seemed to be saying something to her. Spotting Lin An, Ju Kurson seemed to find reassurance, quickly ducking behind him. So that's why you wanted to kill my son. You found someone new and just wanted an excuse to get rid of him. The middle-aged woman wore a vicious expression, determined to pin the label of adultery on Lin An and Ju Kurson without a second thought. Ju Kurson remained silent, clearly afraid of the woman. Lin An turned to the woman. You're Zhang Peng's mother, right? Have you even figured out what happened? Just spouting nonsense here? Lin An retorted without any politeness. Your son tried to rape her. Ku Xin was defending herself. Do you understand the concept of self-defense? The middle-aged woman grew even more furious upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? My son raping her? Their boyfriend and girlfriend, isn't it perfectly normal for them to do that sort of thing? We broke up ages ago. The middle-aged woman sneered coldly upon hearing this. Who knows if you're just shifting blame by claiming you broke up? Lin An didn't want to argue with her here. Now that the incident had happened, the other party definitely wouldn't let it go. What's Zhang Peng's condition? How dare you ask that? My son nearly died in the emergency room. What do you suggest we do about this? Lin An replied calmly, it's true he was injured because of us. We're willing to cover the medical expenses. The middle-aged woman erupted, her voice sharp and shrill, you put my son in this state and all you're offering is to cover medical expenses? I'm calling the police. I'm calling them right now to have you arrested. Lin An shrugged indifferently. Go ahead, call the police. The middle-aged woman didn't want to end up in jail. She wasn't stupid. Once inside, the police would enforce the law impartially, leaving little room for extortion. She'd intended to scare Ju Kurson and squeeze as much money as possible out of her, but then Lin An had appeared out of nowhere. He wasn't afraid at all, even though she'd threatened to call the police. Judging by his age, he wasn't exactly young. Why wasn't he afraid of her? Typically, youngsters his age lacked real-world experience. A little intimidation usually made them compliant. Especially when they hear about calling the police, they'd be scared enough to hand over their money and beg for mercy, never daring to let the other party actually call. But Lin An showed no fear at all. That calm expression didn't seem like bluffing. Chapter 49, demanding an exorbitant sum. Lin An spoke slowly, you know exactly what kind of person Zhang Peng is. Kurson already told you what happened. Only 2 people were involved. Now that you say Zhang Peng is unconscious, how can you possibly know the exact details of what occurred? Ju Kurson nodded her little head. Exactly. You keep insisting your son wouldn't rape me, but how could you possibly know what happened when he's still unconscious? The middle-aged woman was momentarily speechless. My son is a decent young man. How could he possibly do something like that? She stubbornly defended Zhang Peng. Enough. Just tell me if you agree to my earlier suggestion. If you do, I'll cover the medical expenses right now. If you don't, go ahead and call the police. If it really happened like Kurson said, she acted in self-defense. Not only will she be fine, but your son could be detained for attempted rape. The middle-aged woman was genuinely intimidated by this. You people. Fine, medical expenses, huh? 5,000. The middle-aged woman began demanding an exorbitant sum, asking for 50,000 yuan in one breath. This is a reasonable price. Hospitalization costs plus surgery fees 50,000 shouldn't be too much. Lin An slowly shook his head. That's too much. 50,000 is impossible. Show us the bill. If it really is 50,000, we'll pay it. The middle-aged woman refused to show Lin An the medical bill. They were locals in the capital city with medical insurance. The total cost was only a few thousand yuan. You guys put my son in this state and you expect us to pay nothing for his care? At the end of the day, your son made improper advances toward Kurson. He brought this on himself. Don't blame others. I'll name my price, 10,000 yuan. Take it or leave it. I can't do any better than that. Lin An said sternly. After all, the woman was a streetwise local. Her negotiation technique was one of calm composure, a quality befitting a businessperson. No matter how big the deal, one must remain composed. Otherwise, one risks appearing weak and vulnerable, inviting the other party to take advantage. Lin An had handled countless deals and contracts in his previous life. He knew exactly how to handle people like this. 10,000 yuan? That's far too little. Lin An shook her head slowly. It's already substantial. Even if you sue us, the court fees and miscellaneous expenses would add up to roughly the same amount. If that's the case, I'd rather give this 10,000 to a lawyer to mount a not guilty defense for us. I don't know anything about the law, but I know this much: hurting someone means paying compensation. 10,000 yuan is impossible. The middle-aged woman refused to budge. For a moment, Zhu Kersen looked at Lin An with concern. Lin An simply gave her hand a gentle pat. Then Zhu Kersen felt reassured and fell silent, leaving everything else to Lin An to handle. For some reason, Zhu Kersen felt Lin An was truly dependable. Standing behind him gave her a sense of security. If only he were her boyfriend. Too bad he was already married. Never mind. Let's see how Zhang Peng is doing first. The middle-aged woman didn't object, eager for them to see her son's pitiful state. The three entered a hospital room where Zhang Peng had regained consciousness and was lying in bed scrolling through videos. Lin An glanced over. He was actually watching a borderline explicit female blogger. Seems his brain wasn't damaged after all, still had the energy to ogle pretty girls at a time like this. The middle-aged woman's first reaction upon seeing her son awake wasn't joy but anxiety. She had planned for Zhang Peng to feign injury, exaggerating the severity of his condition to secure a larger settlement. But now her son was not only awake but also watching beautiful women. This good for nothing. The middle-aged woman muttered under her breath. Zhang Peng heard the commotion and turned to see three people walking in. When he spotted Lin An, he frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Kersen, look what you've done to me. You'll have to spend the rest of your life making it up to me." Lin An chuckled softly. "Looks like you're just fine, full of life and energy." The middle-aged woman glanced around before approaching Zhang Peng with feigned concern. "Xiao Peng, the doctor said your injuries are serious. You need to rest properly and stop playing with your phone." Zhang Peng understood the situation. The doctor had just said he was fine and would recover in a couple of days at home. His mother reminding him now that he was badly injured probably meant she had ulterior motives. "Ouch, my head hurts so much." Lin An was speechless at the clumsy acting. All right. Stop putting on a show here. Let the doctor come over and explain the situation. If it's serious, we'll give you more compensation." At the mention of compensation, all three pairs of eyes lit up. He quickly interjected, "Only I know my own body. I'm in pain all over. I might have hit my central nervous system. This can't just be swept under the rug." Zhu Kersen was furious. Pointing her finger at Zhang Peng, she snapped, "You're shameless. I can tell you're faking it. Xin, how can you say that? You're the one who hurt me. 100,000 yuan. Give me 100,000 yuan, or I'll call the police." Lin An couldn't believe his ears. What a pair. Just like they'd planned this all along. This one was a heavyweight, demanding 100,000 yuan outright. The middle-aged woman felt a surge of joy upon hearing her son's words. Her son was bold, demanding 100,000 yuan outright. "I can't give you 100,000. I'll give you 10,000. You know exactly why you got hurt. If you're not afraid of getting arrested, go ahead and call the police." Zhang Peng's eyes darted nervously. He knew he'd been pushed down by Zhu Kersen. But he had tried to force himself on her, and Zhu Kersen had resisted, accidentally pushing him down in the struggle. If he really called the police, he might actually end up behind bars. If 100,000 is too much, then 70,000. No, 50,000. Just 50,000. Lin An sighed. He really didn't want to haggle with this kind of person any longer. He turned and went to find the doctor. Learning their medical bill was only a little over 3,000, he was so infuriated he laughed bitterly. Demanding 100,000 yuan for a bill that barely topped 3,000 yuan, that was some nerve. Lin An pulled up the bill. "This only costs 3,000? Do you really think it's appropriate to demand 50,000 from us?" Zhang Peng was stumped. He stubbornly insisted, "The rest is for emotional distress." "Enough with the emotional distress. I just spoke to the doctor. You have no serious injuries. A few days rest will cure you. You don't even need hospitalization. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Take it or leave it." "We're leaving." Lin An and Zhu Kersen made to leave. The middle-aged woman and Zhang Peng shouted in unison, "Wait." The two exchanged a glance and said, "Fine, 10,000 it is. Transfer it now." Chapter 50, Sing a Song for Me. Lin An only had a little over 10,000 yuan on him, counting both his phone and cash. He had even covered Zhu Kersen's living expenses recently and was now broke. So Lin An emptied his entire savings. "Kersen, you really are blind. You found a guy who doesn't even have 10,000 yuan. Look at him, cash and transfers combined, he's got maybe 10,000 yuan total. No wonder you said you'd only give us 10,000, turns out that's all you had to begin with." Zhang Peng sneered. Seeing how much Lin An had sacrificed for her, Ju-Kerson felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Shut up. He earns his own money. What about you? You don't even have a decent job. The usually gentle Ju-Kerson flew into a rage for the first time upon hearing someone disparage Lin An. Lin An stepped between them. This pointless argument was truly unnecessary. Alright, let's go. Ju-Kerson nodded, then shot Zhang Peng a cold stare before leaving. You disgust me. From now on, stay out of my life. If you bother me again, I'll call the police. Hey, how can you talk like that? Do you think Zhang Peng wanted to be with you? So many women are crazy about him. Ju-Kerson said nothing more and followed Lin An as they slowly walked away. You helped me again today. I don't even know how to thank you. How about joining me for dinner tonight? Lin An had intended to head home. He still needed to write, but Ju-Kerson insisted on treating him to dinner, so he agreed. Seeing it was still early, the two went home to rest for a while. Come evening, Lin An and Ju-Kerson arrived at the bar. Ju-Kerson applied light makeup and changed into a new outfit, revealing her slender waist. Under the bar's lights, Ju-Kerson looked even more alluring and captivating. Lin An, do I look pretty today? Lin An nodded. You look beautiful. What would you like to drink? It's on me. Ju-Kerson fluttered her eyelashes, appearing even more lively. They settled into a booth, where Ju-Kerson ordered 2 whiskeys, a glass of red wine, and a cup of black tea. Drinking whiskey straight was too much for the body. Downing 2 bottles would probably make you throw up. Seeing Ju-Kerson order 2 full bottles of whiskey outright, it was clear she intended to drink until she was drunk. What's wrong? Don't you like this liquor? Ju-Kerson asked quickly when she saw Lin An staring blankly at the drinks on the table. Lin An smiled faintly. No, I just worry that if you get drunk, I'll have to carry you home. I can hold my liquor just fine. Don't end up drunk while I'm sober, forcing me to carry you home. Last time you passed out completely utterly helpless. Ju-Kerson was referring to the time Sister Lu and her friends got her drunk. Recalling that day, something must have been slipped into her drink, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so out of it. Ju-Kerson requested 2 glasses from the waiter and began mixing drinks. Judging by her practiced movements, she was clearly a regular at bars. Surprised, huh? Ju-Kerson flicked the glass in her hand with a flourish. I used to be a bartender. I can mix most cocktails. With that, she placed the finished drink in front of Lin An. Care to try? Lin An nodded and took a sip from the glass. The flavor was unique, a hint of spiciness lingered, but it was perfectly balanced. It's quite good. Lin An offered his praise. Ju-Kerson mixed herself a glass, took a sip, and set it back down. Mine tastes different from yours. Want to try mine? Ju-Kerson's heart pounded wildly. The surroundings grew quieter by the second. If Lin An agreed, wouldn't that mean they'd be indirectly kissing? That was her little thought. Lin An picked up the glass in front of her and took a sip from the other side. It was fiery and potent. She hadn't expected Ju-Kerson to enjoy such strong liquor. It's like a fiery line shooting straight down your throat. He, how about it? Tasty, right? It's okay. The bar's resident singer was belting out songs with all his might, and Lin An was getting tired of listening. This bar's pretty nice, except the singer's voice isn't great. Lin An whispered into Ju-Kerson's ear. Ju-Kerson's slender body trembled slightly, her breathing quickening. Lin An's breath had just brushed against her ear. He was way too close. So, Lin An, can you sing? A little. Why don't I go tell the boss, and you can sing? I'd love to hear your voice. Lin An waved his hand dismissively. No. That's too much trouble. But before he could stop her, Ju-Kerson stood up and headed straight for the stage. Lin An couldn't stop her even if he tried. The resident singer clearly knew Ju-Kerson. Spotting her approach, he quickly crouched down. After exchanging a few words, the singer turned his gaze toward Lin An. Ju-Kerson turned and waved at Lin An. Her face radiated a smile, like the moonlight in people's hearts. Lin An chuckled softly, rose, and walked toward the stage. The singer was also the owner of this bar. Coercive mentioned you can sing? Why not come up and belt out a tune? I'm in the music scene too. Let's exchange some experiences. The bar owner seemed to harbor some hostility toward Lin An. Lin An, please sing a song for me. Coercive bowed slightly like a gentleman, extending his hand in invitation. This gesture sparked a chorus of cheers from the entire crowd. How romantic. The woman is beautiful, the man is handsome, they make a perfect match. One more. The bar owner's forehead veins bulged. Lin An now understood why he harbored hostility toward him. So the owner of this bar is into Ju-Kerson, huh? Hand me that mic and I'll sing one for you. A mischievous thought suddenly crossed Lin An's mind. Ahem, I'm not a professional singer, so I might not sound great. No problem, just go ahead and sing. The bar owner grew even more delighted upon hearing this, encouraging Lin An to take the stage. The crowd around them started cheering him on, urging him to go up boldly. They said it didn't matter if he sang badly, it was all about participating. Lin An continued, I have 2 songs to sing. Now, I'll begin with my first song. Then, with a look of deep emotion, Lin An slowly began to sing. If one day I fall in love with your wife, and your wife falls for me too, brother, please don't cry out loud. I'll make sure she never suffers a moment's hardship. The bar owner, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly turned grim upon hearing Lin An sing this song. His entire face turned crimson with suppressed anger. Damn it, this was a direct jab at him. This kid must know I like Ju Kurson and deliberately sang this song. Ju Kurson covered her mouth and giggled softly. Lin An, you're so funny. The audience below the stage was stunned. Wait, how did he find out about me? And turn it into a song? Now that's a good song. It's so straightforward it broke my heart the moment he sang it. Chapter 51, Falling for Someone You Can't Be With. As Lin An finished singing, someone in the audience couldn't hold back their tears. The bar owner approached Lin An. Hey kid, stick around after your drink. I'll treat you to a late night snack. He reached out to take the microphone from Lin An's hand. Lin An flinched. I still have one song left to finish. The bar owner laughed in exasperation. Go ahead, sing all you want. Let's see if you can make flowers bloom with your singing. The owner turned and walked away. Lin An picked up the microphone. Hey. My next song is called Crossing the Line, but the patrons present applauded enthusiastically. But they didn't hold much hope for Lin An. After all, his last song had been, well, it made you want to punch someone. So they assumed he was just here to crack jokes and liven things up. Some patrons, though, found Lin An vaguely familiar. Like they'd seen him somewhere before. These regulars who frequented bars, hopping between venues, had naturally visited Blue Ocean nightclub before. Lin An picked up the microphone and exhaled a slow, heavy breath. Until all the dreams have shattered. Only then did I see your tears and regret. How I wish I could give you another chance. To ask you who it was you truly loved. Since love defies reason. How could I bear to blame you for your mistakes? I gave you too much freedom. Leaving you even lonelier. That you fell into this whirlpool of emotion. No way, he really can do it. Now I remember this guy's the resident singer at Blue Ocean nightclub. Pulling this stunt ruined my emo vibe. How could I blame you for making a mistake? Did I give you too much freedom? These lyrics, so deeply emotional. That voice? Not even 10 wives could sing like that. The bar owner watched from below the stage, his face dark and gloomy. Ju Kurson stared blankly at Lin An on stage. What had he been through? Every note of his singing carried a palpable sorrow. Ju Kurson watched silently, a strange melancholy stirring within her for reasons unknown. She couldn't explain why, but she had become utterly captivated by Lin An. Ever since that night, his image kept circling in her mind. Even in her dreams, it was always him. Could this be what love felt like? But she probably wasn't good enough for Lin An. He was so outstanding, mature and steady, gentle with others. Other boys were stubborn and immature, but Lin An was nothing like them. The greatest sorrow in the world was falling for someone she shouldn't love. Listening to Lin An's voice on stage, Ju Kurson choked back tears. An overwhelming urge surged through her. She desperately wanted to be with him. Why is life so unfair, sending such a wonderful man into my life when I need love the most? Lin An belonged to someone else. She didn't even have the right to say she loved him. After finishing his love song, Lin An returned to his booth, picked up his glass, and took a sip. Hey, kid, you sing pretty well. Interested in doing live streams? I run a media company and would like to collaborate with you. A middle-aged man approached Lin An and pulled a business card from his pocket. Lin An glanced at it after taking it. Star Media. He felt both amused and exasperated. Just singing offhand had led to someone inviting him to be a streamer. Having no immediate interest in becoming a host, he declined, no thanks. Singing is just a hobby of mine. The man shook his head slowly, a hint of regret in his expression. All right then. Keep the card. Contact me anytime if you change your mind. After the man left, Lin An keenly sensed that Ju Kurson was in a bad mood. He asked with concern, what's wrong? Ju Kurson held back her tears, looking at Lin An with heartbreaking vulnerability. I've fallen for someone I can never be with. Lin An froze. Gradually, he began to understand. Lin An looked at Ju Kurson. Then learn to love yourself. Don't waste your time on someone you can't be with. What if I can't? Ju Kurson stared at Lin An with burning eyes. She desperately hoped Lin An would say it too, that he liked her as well. Lin An didn't know how to refuse her without hurting her feelings. Lin An, I want to be with you. Even if it means being the other woman, even if you only share a part of your love with me. Lin An fell silent. Is that okay? Ju Kurson asked cautiously, her eyes filled with both hope and hurt as she looked at him. We can be friends. Ju Kurson seemed to have all her strength drained from her. Her body went limp and she slumped back against the sofa. Then she picked up the whiskey bottle from the table and took a large swig straight from the bottle. What are you doing? Lin An rushed to stop her. He stepped forward and snatched the bottle from her grasp. Ju Kurson said with a pout, I want to get drunk. If I'm drunk, my heart won't hurt so much. You're going to ruin your health this way. Can I lean on your shoulder for a moment? Ju Kursen sat down beside Lin An and slowly leaned against him. Lin An knew she was upset and didn't refuse, letting her lean against him as he gently patted the back of her head. Sigh. Lin An sighed. What kind of situation is this? This isn't fair to you. It's unfair to Shen Zhiyue too. I know all of this. But no one has ever given me a fair chance. I didn't even get the opportunity to compete with her. Why couldn't I have met you first? If I'd met you first, we'd be the ones getting married. On the way back, Lin An ran into Snake's sister the moment she stepped out of the bar. Sister Snake, what are you doing here? Lin An was carrying Ju Kursen on his back at the time. He looked at Sister Snake with utter surprise. Snake's sister eyed Lin An up and down. Hey, YVE, you got a drunk woman on your back? Wait, you're trying to pick up a dead body, aren't you? Cough cough. What kind of talk is that? Am I that kind of person? She's my friend. Oh. This place is under our protection. The owner just called me, saying someone was trying to cause trouble. I came to check it out. Lin An suddenly remembered something. Just then, the bar owner emerged. Snake's sister, it's this guy. He's trying to wreck our place. The bar owner pointed at Lin An. Snake's sister stared blankly at Lin An. Lin An innocently blinked at Sister Snake. Snake's sister, hurry up and teach him a lesson. The bar owner panicked upon seeing Ju Kursen slung across Lin An's back. This kid took the drunken Ju Kursen away. He could probably make a baby by tomorrow. Xiao Biluo stepped forward and slapped the owner across the face. Do you even know who this is? He could wreck your place without lifting a finger. We'd all be helping him. Are you kidding? This is the man my big sister has her eye on. The owner was stunned by the slap. What do you think you're doing? Nothing much. This man belongs to our big sister. The rest is none of your business. The owner swallowed hard. So he's the boss's sister's man. My apologies. My eyes failed me. Chapter 52, I just want to make her suffer. Enough. Get out. Snake's sister waved him off. The bar owner obediently retreated to hide. Sister Snake, your business is pretty extensive. This place isn't exactly close to your nightclub, is it? Lin An pulled out a cigarette and offered it to her. Well, most of the venues in the capital are under the Phoenix Gang's protection. But where are you planning to take this woman, kid? Snake's sister scrutinized Lin An. She just got drunk, so I'm taking her home. Our big sister likes you, you know. Don't let her down. Lin An felt his head spinning. And there's another one. Was the fortune teller's prediction real or fake? Could the 9 phoenixes be referring to this? 9? Does that even leave me any chance? Alright, Sister Snake. Since there's nothing else, I'll head back now. It's getting late. Snake's sister nodded. Lin An hailed a cab by the roadside and headed back to Zhiyue Garden. Ju Kursen's home was in the building next to where he and Shen Zhiyue lived. After getting out of the cab, Lin An happened to run into Shen Zhiyue heading downstairs to take out the trash. Lin An was puzzled. Why did she have to throw out the trash right when he was coming back? Was she messing with him? Sure enough, upon seeing Lin An carrying Ju Kursen, Shen Zhiyue's expression darkened. She stared at Lin An coldly. Coming back this late? Out fooling around with that woman again? Lin An hurriedly explained, I just helped her handle some matters, and she insisted on treating me to dinner. I had no choice but to agree. Shen Zhiyue retorted with a sarcastic edge, so preoccupied with outside matters, enjoying all the delights out there every day, while I haven't eaten yet. Hearing this, Lin An felt a pang of guilt. Let me go home and cook for you. Shen Zhiyue said nothing. Take her home and come straight back. You have 10 minutes. If you're not back within 10 minutes, you can sleep outside. Lin An nodded hastily. Alright, I promise to be back within 10 minutes. Go. With that, Shen Zhiyue headed home alone. Lin An hurried off, carrying Ju Kursen on his back. Arriving at Ju Kursen's doorstep, he reached for her keys but fumbled around for a while, finding only the warm, smooth texture of her skin, nothing else. Only then did Lin An realize this damn thing was a keypad door, no physical key required. For a moment, he felt awkward. Wake up! Hey, wake up! What's your door code? Ju Kursen was clearly blacked out from drinking and wouldn't wake up no matter how much he called out to her. What the hell was he supposed to do now? How to take care of Ju Kursen was a real problem. After much hesitation, Lin An couldn't bring himself to leave a girl lying at the doorstep. Fine, I'll take her home. Lin An opened the door. Shen Zhiyue teased, you're surprisingly punctual, back in just 5 minutes. But when she stepped out and saw Lin An had actually carried Ju Kursen home on his back, her smile froze instantly. You? Shen Zhiyue stared at Lin An in shock. Lin An cleared his throat. Her place has a keypad lock and I didn't know the code. Shen Zhiyue snapped angrily, then why didn't you just book a hotel room and leave her there? Lin An wished he could, but without a penny to his name, how could he afford a hotel? Didn't you tell me to be back in 10 minutes? How long would it take to book a hotel? I was just trying to avoid making you angry. Then bringing her back makes me even angrier. Forget it. Just dump her in your room. Lin An was flustered and blurted out, so I'm supposed to sleep in the same bed with her tonight? Shen Zhiyue laughed in exasperation. Lin An, you're dreaming. I'm your wife, you're not sleeping with me? Lin An quickly nodded. Right, I'll sleep in your room tonight. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Without a penny to his name, he'd be reduced to freeloading off Shen Zhiyue tomorrow if he couldn't even afford food. What kind of time traveler ends up this destitute? To prevent Lin An from doing anything else, Shen Zhiyue decided to tag along. Upon arriving at Lin An's room, he tossed the passed-out Gigolo onto his bed. You'll be uncomfortable sleeping like that. You should take off your clothes. Heh, you actually want to take off my clothes? You really are dancing on the edge of a knife. Shen Zhiyue remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I'll do it. You get out. Fine. Just as Lin An turned to leave, Gigolo, lying on the bed, suddenly spoke up. Lin An, I like you. I really like you. The air froze in an instant. Lin An felt a pair of eyes, like those of a primordial beast, staring at him from behind. A bone-chilling coldness made him shiver. Lin An, explain what's going on here. Cold sweat beaded on Lin An's forehead. I swear on my life, I have absolutely nothing to do with her. She did confess to me today, but I rejected her. Shen Zhiyue looked at Lin An with disgust. Go clean yourself up, get into bed, and wait. When I get back, I'll deal with you. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Let's see how you'll keep fooling around then. Lin An gave a nervous chuckle and hurriedly slipped out of the room. Shen Zhiyue glanced at Gigolo on the bed, then sighed as she helped her into her pajamas. This nightgown was actually a new one Lin An had bought for her. Despite her sharp words, Shen Zhiyue was fundamentally kind-hearted, a sharp-tongued but a soft heart. After gently dressing her, she brought a cup of hot water and placed it on the bedside table, then thoughtfully tucked the quilt around Gigolo. Once everything was settled, Shen Zhiyue couldn't help but find it amusing. What was she doing, taking care of the other woman? Turning away, she gritted her teeth and muttered, Lin An, you're dead meat. By then, Lin An had already changed into pajamas and wrapped himself in a blanket like a mummy. Shen Zhiyue found his appearance somewhat comical. She slipped off her shoes and slowly climbed into bed. She sat down beside him. Lin An, stop pretending to be asleep. Lin An showed no reaction, probably already snoring. Then he felt a pair of ice-cold little hands slip under the covers. Stop tickling me. Giggle, so you're ticklish after all. Lin An had just been like a startled cat. You're not getting away today. I'm going to drain you dry. Let's see how you go out looking for others again. With that, she pressed her lips firmly against his. Stop it, there are people next door. So what? I want her to hear it. Let her suffer. What? You? Shen Zhiyue was serious today. Lin An never imagined she'd be this proactive today. Gigolo didn't know when she'd woken up. Perhaps startled awake, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. But a faint sound drifted into her ears, a sound that made her body stiffen. Could she be part of their game? The intermittent sounds reaching her ears made it impossible for her to calm down. Gigolo lay awake until dawn. Only when she was certain the two were asleep did she quietly slip out of bed, change into her clothes, and slip away. Chapter 53, Joining the Club. Gigolo left Lin An's home in tears. The thought of Lin An and Shen Zhiyue doing that next door made her want to jump off the balcony. Shen Zhiyue got out of bed and was startled to see the time. It was already 10 in the morning. They had played far too long the night before. Lin An slowly woke up and headed to the bathroom to light a cigarette. Last night had been Shen Zhiyue's first time. At first, she'd been a bit reserved. But by the end, she'd become surprisingly proactive. What a temptress. Shen Zhiyue was late for the first time. She hurriedly tidied up, applied light makeup, and dashed out the door, planting a kiss on Lin An before leaving. After she left for work, Lin An suddenly remembered something troubling. He had no classes today, no money on him, and even eating was a problem. In his distress, he went to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat, only to find after searching for ages that there was nothing left but a bag of rice. Lin An went downstairs to the supermarket and bought 2 yuan worth of steamed buns plus a packet of pickled mustard greens. Sigh. He spent his last money on a pack of Dogguan yuan cigarettes. He could skip meals, but smoking was non-negotiable. He brought the groceries home and started typing away. He'd played all night yesterday and missed a day's update, so he had to make up for it today. Fortunately, Lin An had maintained a daily update pace of 10,000 words, so his readers didn't blame him. Now, the novel Covering the Heavens had climbed to the top of the Orange Novel popularity chart. It dominated the competition with immense popularity. Looks like this month's royalties will be substantial. That afternoon, after updating his novel, Lin An received a call from Li Zhihao. He was invited to attend the club recruitment event. Lin An, what clubs are you interested in joining? They're recruiting new members on campus today. Lin An wasn't particularly interested in such things, but when he heard there was a culinary club, his eyes lit up. Doesn't the food club have delicious food? The steamed buns with pickled mustard greens he'd eaten for lunch hadn't exactly made him feel like throwing up. At first, Lin An refused, but now that he figured the food club probably offered free meals, he decided to join. What time does the recruitment event end? Li Zhihao replied, 5 in the afternoon. Lin An glanced at the time. It was 2 p.m. He had time. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Arriving at school, Lin An spotted Li Zhihao with his 2 former dorm mates. One was Zhao Yu, and the other was Su Yuhao. Zhao Yu needed no introduction, a quiet yet charming guy. Su Yuhao was passionate about fitness, maintaining an impeccable physique. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he sported a well-defined 8-pack. You're so slow. We've been waiting just for you. Let's go check out the clubs. Su Yuhao declared, I'm definitely joining the fitness club. Lin An stroked his chin and said, I'm joining the food club. Li Zhihao was stunned. Wait, you two already know exactly what you want to join? Zhao Yu smirked, Lin An, you're the one. The food club is full of little chefs. That move of yours is so clever. Lin An looked utterly bewildered. He was just trying to eat. He couldn't afford meals anymore. He couldn't even afford the bus to school. He'd had to spend money to rent a shared bike to get here. Honestly, joining any club doesn't matter as long as you get credits. For someone like you who skips class all the time, those credits are super useful. Lin An thought that made perfect sense. So he became even more determined to join the food club. Club recruitment was like setting up a small stall. They'd put up tents on both sides of a campus path. Whenever someone approached, someone else would step in to explain the benefits of joining a club. 4 people walked past the club recruitment booths, dazzled by the variety of clubs on display. Anime clubs, literary societies, and even cosplay groups. The cosplay club was especially eye-catching. 5 stunning girls dressed as anime characters stood in front of their booth, waving at passing students. Who could resist that? Zhao Yu stared, his eyes going wide. He rushed over. I want to join your club. One of the girls, cosplaying Honor of Kings Luna, nodded and smiled. Of course. Our club welcomes all underclassmen. Li Zhihao, a gaming enthusiast, quickly chose the esports club. Lin An and Su Yuhao searched high and low but couldn't find a fitness club or a food club. Instead, numerous talent clubs had already begun their performances. To attract new members, they pulled out all the stops. Some danced in Lolita outfits, while others busted out street dance moves. Lin An and Su Yuhao turned around to find Li Zhihao and Zhao Yu moving with remarkable agility. By now, the two had already made quite a splash in the new clubs they joined. Hey, sis, which anime character are you cosplaying? I don't recognize it. Zhao Yu greeted a cosplayer with a starry-eyed expression. Oh, this one? It's a character from a novel I read. Her name is Jing Mo. I cosplayed as him. You look amazing. Lin An and Su Yuhao strolled around casually. As the 2 most handsome guys in their dorm, they drew girls' attention wherever they went. Lin An needed no introduction, a campus heartthrob candidate. As for Su Yuhao, his physique spoke for itself, radiating masculine charm. The 2 couldn't find any clubs that interested them, but plenty of girls approached them on the street. Just then, a senior from the drama club suddenly grabbed Lin An's shoulder. Hey freshman, with looks like yours, you'd be perfect for theater. Join our club. Then a student from Jingma suddenly grabbed Lin An's other arm. Lin An, you have a beautiful singing voice, join our music club. This classmate of Lin An's was none other than the girl who had lent him the guitar earlier. Their eyes seemed to shoot lightning bolts that crossed in midair as they vied for ownership of Lin An. Lin An knows me better, he should join our club. So what if he knows you? Our drama club is all girls. Lin An isn't the type to be swayed by beauty. Lin An wanted to say that he was the kind of person who could be swayed by beauty. He thought joining either group would make the trip worthwhile, but now he found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Both sides were so enthusiastic. Lin An, our drama club handles all the school's performances after graduation. You should join us, you'll get chances to perform on stage. What? Just because your drama club gets to participate doesn't mean our music club can't? Just then, Shen Zhiyue walked over slowly. Lin An, why are you at school? Shouldn't you be resting at home? He turned to see Shen Zhiyue's stunning face. Lin An replied, I've been taking so many leaves of absence that my credits are falling short. I thought joining a club might help me make up for it. Shen Zhiyue nodded, then pointed toward the music club. Then join the music club. I used to be its president. Chapter 54, What a coincidence. Lin An hadn't realized Shen Zhiyue was the former president of the music club. She had never mentioned being musically inclined. It made sense that families of means emphasized cultivating talents. Knowing a bit about music wasn't exactly unusual. The senior from the drama club protested indignantly, Miss Shen, you can't force this on her. At the very least, Lin An should be allowed to choose for herself. The student from Jingma retorted, save your breath. Lin An listens to teacher Shen more than anyone. Sure enough, Lin An ultimately chose the music club. The senior could only return to her own club with regret. Shen Zhiyue nodded. Joining a club is good for you. After all, you sing beautifully, it'll highlight your talents. Lin An's plan had fallen through. He'd been hoping to score a free meal, but instead ended up joining the music club. What good is music? It doesn't fill your stomach. Shen Zhiyue was likely just passing by. She told Lin An she had a meeting to attend before turning away. After Shen Zhiyue left, Lin An spotted Shen Bingying. Compared to yesterday, she looked much better dressed in a school uniform with light makeup, pure and beautiful. You could call Shen Bingying a jerk, but you couldn't call her ugly. She became the campus beauty of Tsinghua and Peking universities despite the massive gender imbalance. Not only did she excel academically, but she also had to be stunningly beautiful. Shen Bingying had joined the JK club at the start of the semester. Right now, the club members were stunningly beautiful. Several vibrant young female students dressed in JK uniforms or pleated skirts were waving at passing students. Lin An spotted Shen Bingying, and Shen Bingying spotted Lin An. Shen Bingying set aside her work and jogged over to greet Lin An. Lin An, are you interested in the club too? Lin An didn't speak, merely nodding. Noticing Lin An's coolness toward her, Shen Bingying sighed inwardly, but her face remained smiling as she said, "Too bad our club is the JK club. If you were a girl, you could join us." Lin An replied, "I've already joined a club." Shen Bingying asked curiously, "What club did you join?" Lin An pointed toward the music club nearby. "I joined the music club." Shen Bingying asked again, "So Lin An, do you think this outfit I'm wearing today looks nice?" As she spoke, she twirled around Lin An. Lin An gave a perfunctory compliment, "It looks nice." Shen Bingying smiled and said, "See you later then. We'll chat again sometime." Feeling she'd made her presence known, Shen Bingying then left. Just then, a group of girls approached. The one leading them was exceptionally beautiful, with striking features and an otherworldly aura. The moment they arrived, they drew the attention of many boys. Members from the soccer club, basketball club, and others all approached to strike up conversations. "Hey, freshman, wanna join our club?" "Hey, freshman, our club's got tons of hot guys." Shen Zhiyue, Long Qin, and the others didn't respond. Instead, they walked toward the cosplay club. But Shen Zhiyue had sharp eyes and spotted Lin An standing in the crowd at once. Lin An. Everyone was surprised to see the beautiful girl calling out to a guy. Many followed her gaze, curious to see who this Lin An was. Shen Bingying also heard someone call Lin An's name. She looked toward the source of the voice and saw a woman whose beauty rivaled her own. Her expression darkened slightly as a sense of unease washed over her. Shen Zhiyue slowly made her way toward Lin An. Today, Shen Zhiyue was dressed conservatively in a plaid jacket and jeans. Yet it couldn't conceal her stunning figure. "What are you doing at our school?" Lin An asked in confusion. "We don't have classes today, so I came to Tsinghua University to visit a friend." Shen Zhiyue replied. "Your friend?" Shen Zhiyue nodded and pointed toward the cosplay club. "The club president is my friend, she's also an internet celebrity." "You didn't reply to my messages," Shen Zhiyue said with a hint of reproach. "Been a bit busy lately," Lin An explained. Shen Zhiyue snorted. "Then treat me to dinner tonight right at your cafeteria." Lin An replied awkwardly, "I don't have any money." Shen Zhiyue frowned unhappily. "You can't even spare the money to eat at your own cafeteria?" "I really don't have any money." Shen Zhiyue sighed, "You're such a killjoy. I am the school beauty, after all." "Fine, how about I treat you to dinner?" Lin An perked up at the suggestion. "That's more like it." Shen Bingying watched the two of them chatting and laughing over there, and suddenly didn't feel like doing the recruitment activities anymore. She felt like crying for no apparent reason. Shen Zhiyue suggested, "It's still early. If you're free, why don't you come with me to my friend's place for a chat?" Lin An didn't refuse, and soon the two arrived at the cosplay club. "Lin An, what a coincidence. We were just talking about whether we'd run into you on our way here." Long Qin said jokingly. "I happen to be free today, so I thought I'd drop by for some fun. How about joining us for dinner tonight?" Long Qin knew Shen Zhiyue had a thing for Lin An and quickly stepped in to help. Shen Zhiyue chimed in from the side, "I already invited him earlier. We'll just grab dinner at Qingbei's cafeteria tonight." "Sumu, I don't mind." Long Qin, "Me neither." Zhao perked up when he saw Lin and knew these beauties. "Lin An, you know them?" Zhao had just suffered a setback because he'd asked around and discovered all these girls had boyfriends. He inwardly cursed his luck, wishing he'd never joined this club. Now, seeing more beautiful women arrive, he was just thinking about finding an opportunity to get to know them. But it turned out they were already acquainted with Lin An. Shen Zhiyue glanced at Zhao. "Is this your friend?" Lin An nodded and said, "This is my roommate." Hello. My name is Zhao." Zhao hurriedly greeted them. The president of the cosplay club was a sophomore named Han Yening. "Nini, it's been ages." Shen Zhiyue stepped forward and gave her a big hug. "If I hadn't done poorly on my college entrance exams, I would have definitely come to your school." "Your school isn't bad either, just a bit less prestigious than Tsinghua and Peking." The girls gathered together to chat. Lin An, with nothing better to do, played with his phone nearby. Zhao quietly approached Lin An. "Bro, you're something else, all the girls you know are so pretty. Why not bring one along for dinner tonight?" "The prettiest one? I'm not good enough for her. But I really like the one with short hair, she's totally my type." The short-haired girl Zhao mentioned was Long Qin. Wasn't she the one who seemed to hit it off with Wan Shui recently? Wondered if anything had developed between them. She's got someone special. Give it up. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Zhao cursed under his breath. Which one? The one in pink? Chapter 55, I'm a guy. The girl in pink Zhao was talking about was none other than Su Mu. His taste was truly impeccable, he always went for the taken ones. Being surnamed Zhao was a waste of talent, he should have been surnamed Chao instead. Forget about that one too, she's taken as well. Zhao felt like he was about to spit blood, his whole body going limp as if his soul had been stolen. Joining the cosplay club was such a mistake. Is it too late to quit the club now? Lin An was speechless. Did this kid have any ambition? Why don't you recruit a few more underclassmen? Zhao snapped out of his daze at Lin An's words, instantly perking up again. Alright, I'll recruit new members right away. Zhao was quite the go-getter. Before long, he found a girl dressed in a school uniform sweet looking with a slender figure. Her pair of long, white legs had Zhao grinning uncontrollably. Best of all, she was single. Zhao even managed to add her on WeChat. Hee, Lin An, my youth has finally begun. The new girl spoke softly, seeming quite shy. What's your name? Don't be shy once you're in the club, we're all family. Zhao even thoughtfully bought him a bottle of drink. The other person accepted the drink with embarrassment and said thank you. My name is Miao Shichi. Zhao quickly chimed in, Miao? That's the first time I've ever heard that surname. Miao Shichi smiled but didn't respond. Are you from Beijing? Zhao wanted to get to know the girl in front of him faster, hoping to make friends today and have dinner together tonight. Miao Shichi shook her head. I'm not from here. My family is from Sichuan. Zhao chuckled, then you must be able to handle spicy food. Pretty well. We Sichuan folks can handle the heat. Zhao pressed on, what are your hobbies? Did you join the anime club because you like watching anime too? Miao Shichi thought for a moment before replying, I mostly play video games and watch anime. I don't go out much. Zhao feigned surprise, me too. What games do you play? PC games? Miao Shichi nodded. Yeah, I play pretty much everything: Valorant, Three Kingdoms Kill, Naraka, Bladepoint. Zhao felt like he'd found a kindred spirit, what a coincidence. I love those too. Let's play together when you get back to the dorm. Miao Shichi was flattered, did you bring me here just to play? Zhao nodded decisively, yeah, I just wanted to play with you. Do you like me? Zhao was caught off guard by the question. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Caught off guard by this unexpected turn, he couldn't respond immediately. So he adopted a strategy of retreating to advance. Two possibilities, like or dislike. Which one do you want? You tell me, which one are you? Lin An watched the drama unfold, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Miao Shichi hesitated, please don't like me. Zhao thought she had some problem and hurried to reassure her, you're so beautiful, surely many people like you. Why wouldn't I be allowed to like you? Miao Shichi fell silent for a moment before finally blurting out, I'm a guy. Lin An was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. He scrutinized Miao Shichi from head to toe. That face, that outfit, that figure, he looked every bit the girl. A very attractive one at that. Zhao was so stunned he couldn't speak, and the air instantly grew silent. What did you say? Zhao thought he must have misheard. He still couldn't process it. I'm a man. Miao Shichi repeated his statement. You said you're a man? Holy? Zhao emotions at that moment were beyond description. Miao Shichi sighed and pulled the chest pad from his front. I really am a man. Lin An couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Zhao grimaced. I'm dying, Tai Tai. Seriously. You're wasting my feelings. I'm not. Miao Shichi sighed helplessly, so what? You didn't invest any feelings or money, and I didn't deceive you either. Zhao remained silent, bottling up his bitterness inside. Lin An was chuckling to himself over here. Miao Shichi gave him a knowing wink. Hey, do you have a partner? Maybe we could introduce each other. The moment he spoke, Lin An shuddered. Something was off, more than off, it was dead wrong. What was he implying? The suggestive look he gave Lin An nearly sent him tumbling off his chair. Shen Zhiyue was chatting, but her attention was firmly fixed on Lin An. She heard every word of their three-way conversation. Ha, Lin An, you're still a hit with both genders. Shen Zhiyue walked over to Lin An and said to Miao Shichi, sorry, but this guy's mine. Miao Shichi had no choice but to give up. Shen Zhiyue rescued Lin An from the awkwardness. Still laughing uncontrollably over there. Ha, you guys are hilarious. Lin An snapped. Enough. Stop laughing. Wait till a girl confesses to you, see if you're still laughing then. Shen Zhiyue shrugged indifferently. Perfect. I'm into both genders anyway. That evening, the four of them gathered again. Lin An joined the music club. Zhao joined the cosplay club. Li Zhihao joined the esports club. And Su Yuhao ended up not joining any club at all. That night, Li Zhihao suggested the four of them go out for a meal. But Lin An refused. He had already made plans to meet Chen Zhiyue at the cafeteria. The other three shot him a look of united disapproval. What a shameless jerk, choosing romance over friendship. If you're leaving, don't come back. Zhao Yu was the most indignant of all. He'd suffered a string of disappointments today, discovering one after another that the girls he'd met were already taken. Finally meeting one without a boyfriend, only to discover he was a guy. Lin An walked away under the hostile stares of the three, heading toward the school cafeteria. He had no choice. With no money for meals and too embarrassed to ask Shen Zhiyue for cash, he could only scrounge for food wherever he could. With no meals secured for the coming days, he could only eat one full meal at a time. When he arrived at the dorm, the four women had already found a spot to sit. Why four? Well, there was also Han Yanning, the president of the cosplay club. Four beauties gathered together made for a stunning sight, drawing the glances of many men. Lin An, we're over here. Lin An walked over. Originally seated beside Chen Zhiyue, Han Yanning promptly made room for him upon seeing Lin An approach. Lin An sat directly beside Chen Zhiyue. What do you want to eat? Lin An was well aware he was freeloading. Whatever you're having, I'll have the same. I'm not picky. When you're reduced to freeloading, what else can you be picky about? Chen Zhiyue shot Lin An a disapproving look. Just order whatever you like. I'm not from your school, so I don't know what's good here. As China's premier institution of higher learning, Qingbei University naturally boasted top-tier cafeteria standards. Not only was the variety of dishes extensive, but the flavors were also exceptional. Chapter 56, Scumbag Lin An. Lin An didn't hesitate, ordering 3 dishes and a bowl of soup. After all, he hadn't eaten all day, and the steamed buns with pickles at lunch hadn't exactly filled him up. Lin An, the whole school's buzzing with rumors about you and Shen Zhiyue. Can you tell me if it's really like the gossip suggests? Han Yanning suddenly asked with curiosity. Lin An was in the middle of sipping his soup when the sudden question nearly made him choke. Everyone else looked on with eager curiosity. What gossip? Come on, tell us. Lin An quickly changed the subject. Let's just eat. Don't bring up these things. Han Yanning wasn't about to listen to him. Rumor has it that Lin An suddenly kissed our school's beautiful counselor, Shen Zhiyue, in front of everyone during class. Everyone's faces showed shock at the news. Is Lin An that bold? Wait, if he likes his own counselor, why did he have Chen Zhiyue treat everyone to dinner? Lin An found himself in an awkward predicament. It's all rumors. Just rumors. Lin An's explanation fell flat. Rumors? Han Yanning flashed a devilish smile and pulled out her phone to play a video. In the video, Lin An walked into the classroom from outside, rushed over to hug Shen Zhiyue, and planted a kiss on her. Lin An's face turned green. Holy, that bastard actually filmed himself doing it? The real question was how Han Yanning got her hands on this footage. It's definitely photoshopped. It's gotta be photoshopped. Ha ha ha. If he'd known she'd have this kind of video, he'd have starved to death outside rather than take a single bite. With such irrefutable evidence, Lin An's feigned ignorance was useless. He could only lower his head and eat. But the three of them weren't about to let him off the hook. They all stared at him with strange looks, as if to say, who would have thought? Lin An, you look so honest, but you're actually this kind of person. Lin An felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He wanted to run away. Chen Zhiyue noticed Lin An didn't even bother to explain and was feeling pretty upset. She recalled how he hadn't replied to her messages before. So Lin An had someone he liked. Ha! She wasn't desperate. With her looks, she had plenty of suitors. There was no need to go crazy over some Lin An. So from then on, she remained silent. If Lin An didn't speak, she wouldn't either. Sitting together, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. The meal ended quickly. Lin An felt stuck, neither leaving nor staying felt right. She couldn't shake the feeling that leaving now might seem a bit rude. Kai and I, call me by my name, please. Chen Zhijue's attitude toward Lin An had clearly grown much colder. Lin An sighed inwardly. I'll owe you this meal. I'll treat you back another time. Chen Zhiyue replied coldly. No need. It's just a meal. With that, Chen Zhiyue stood up and headed toward the exit. She was clearly utterly disappointed. Han Yanning realized she'd made a mistake this time. She hurriedly urged Lin An, go after her. Lin An remained unhurried, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Better to cut the pain short than prolong it. It's for the best to end it like this. Long Qin was displeased. Lin An, are you even a man? She likes you so much, do you think that's why she came to Qingbei? She came here for you. Lin An hadn't realized that Chen Zhiyue hadn't come to see her friend, but to see him. What kind of situation was this? He suddenly recalled what Chen Zhiyue had said earlier today when Miao Shiqi asked for his contact information. This man is the one I've set my sights on. So she really did like him. But this affection was his torment. He already had Shen Zhiyue at home. Yet last night he heard Zhu Curson, and today he heard Chen Zhiyue. Karmic entanglements, all karmic entanglements. Lin An felt he needed to clarify things with Chen Zhiyue. so he got up and rushed out in the direction she had left. When he found her, she was sitting alone on a bench by the school road. 3 boys were nearby. Hey, beautiful. All alone? Add me on WeChat. Let's be friends. Shen Zhiyue had no intention of responding, but upon spotting Lin An nearby, she pulled out her phone and accepted the stranger's friend request. Lin An found himself inexplicably stepping forward. Excuse me, she's the woman I've set my sights on. The 3 men immediately recognized Lin An's superior looks and shifted their gaze to Shen Zhiyue. Hey, kid, so what if you like her? You two aren't even together. Lin An looked at Shen Zhiyue. If you add me, I'll turn around and leave. Though furious, Shen Zhiyue feared Lin An would leave, so she tucked her phone into her pocket. The 3 men stormed off, glancing back resentfully as they walked. You're telling me what to do about adding someone on WeChat? What's it got to do with you? Shen Zhiyue retorted defiantly. Lin An finally lit the cigarette he hadn't smoked in the cafeteria. Puff. Shen Zhiyue frowned but said nothing. You like guys older than you? Ha? If that's the case, why did you keep in touch with me? Could it be that you changed your mind so quickly just because you found someone more attractive? This question left Lin An at a loss for words too. No. Lin An wanted to say he didn't like Shen Zhiyue, but the words wouldn't come out. If he didn't like her, then what was yesterday all about? What? Can't bring yourself to say it? Just tell me you don't like her, and we'll call it even. Lin An remained silent. Shen Zhiyue grew even angrier. Lin An, then what did you mean earlier about me being the woman you've set your sights on? Are you that scummy? You like 2 people at the same time? You want to start a harem? Ha? That's not what I meant. Shen Zhiyue clenched her jaw. You like kissing? Ha? Are you that desperate? Then, in a sudden impulse, she pressed her lips against his. Then she bit down hard on his lips. The bite was so hard that Lin An tasted salty in his mouth, probably bleeding. Alright, now I've kissed you too. Tell me, do you like me? I guess I do. Lin An's mind went completely blank. After kissing him, Shen Zhiyue regretted it too. What on earth was she doing? Why had she kissed Lin An? What do you mean I guess? What's with the I guess? Like means like. Dislike means dislike. If you say you don't like me, I'll turn and walk away, never bothering you again. Unlike Ju Kurson, Shen Zhiyue didn't know Lin An was already married to Shen Zhiyue. She didn't feel inferior or unworthy of him. Lin An was just a college student right now. Broke as a joke, he couldn't even afford his own meals. She was the one always picking up the tab. How could she possibly be unworthy of him? She was practically paying him to date her. Yet Lin An still refused. I don't dislike you. Shen Zhiyue's kiss had just now disrupted Lin An's thoughts. This feeling was the same as when Shen Zhiyue had kissed him last time. Could it be that he actually had feelings for Shen Zhiyue, but he hadn't realized it? Was he really that sleazy? Lin An hated to admit it, but wasn't this exactly what he was doing now? Chapter 57, Club Activities. In the end, the two left things hanging, though Shen Zhiyue's mood had lifted considerably. When Lin An returned home that evening, he glanced at Shen Zhiyue with a guilty conscience. Seeing she hadn't noticed, he breathed a sigh of relief. No, he had to find a chance to be honest with Shen Zhiyue. Better to get it over with quickly than drag it out. Did you eat dinner tonight? Shen Zhiyue asked. Lin An nodded slowly. I've eaten. Shen Zhiyue chuckled softly. So, which lady did you go out to dinner with this time? Cold sweat began to form on Lin An's back. He forced himself to stay calm as he spun a lie. With Li Zhihao and the guys. Shen Zhiyue nodded. Alright then. You'd better behave yourself. I'm pretty busy lately, the school's organizing an arts exhibition, so there are constant meetings. Lin An didn't care about anything else if Shen Zhiyue was busy. How was he supposed to afford meals without money? He considered singing on the street for a night to earn some living expenses. This couldn't go on forever. But with Shen Zhiyue watching him every night, sneaking out in the middle of the night was impossible. Back when they slept in separate rooms, he could sneak out. But now Shen Zhiyue slept right next to him every night. Any movement would wake her. There was no chance to escape. He'd assumed joining the club would be just a formality, with little else to occupy his time. But the very next day after joining, the club president found Lin An and said they needed to organize some club activities after school. The music club's activities revolved around music, and since the school was organizing an arts exhibition, the club naturally had to prepare a performance. So the president planned to recruit a few members to put together a performance. Freshmen were never short on enthusiasm, and many new members eagerly volunteered. As for singing ability or talent, it varied widely, with no one standing out particularly. The president began considering whether to take the stage himself and find a few instrumentalists to perform together. The music club had quite a few members, and when they gathered in a classroom for a meeting, over 100 people crammed in. Fortunately, Qingbei School's classrooms were spacious enough to accommodate such a crowd. Lin An had planned to head straight home after school to write. He had to work hard, otherwise, He wouldn't even be able to afford meals. That day at noon, he treated himself to a little upgrade, cooking some instant noodles for lunch. What kind of welcome is this for a kind-hearted soul who's traveled through time? He couldn't even afford cigarettes anymore, settling for the cheapest Hontishan brand. These cigarettes burned his throat. But the club announced they were hosting a gathering today and it was free. Lin An perked up at the news. Free meals just for attending club activities? He had to be there. So after school, Lin An headed straight to the club event. He figured he'd just hang around until dinner time, when suddenly the club president, Wang Lily, called out, "Lin An? Is Lin An here?" Not sure why the president was calling his name. Lin An responded with a nod, looking at Wang Lily suspiciously as she stood at the front speaking. "Lin An, could you please come up here?" Lin An slowly approached, still puzzled. "What is it?" It had been a while since the start of the semester, and various rumors about Lin An had already spread throughout the school. Since everyone present was a freshman, many recognized him. So this is Lin An? He's actually quite handsome. Why doesn't Shen Zhiyue fancy him? Well, you wouldn't understand. Shen Zhiyue is with Zhao Shi, the student union president. Don't you know about his family background? Such gossip had long ceased to faze Lin An. "President, what did you need me for?" "Lin An, I heard from Su Tian that you have a beautiful singing voice. Could you sing a song for us?" Su Tian was Lin An's classmate, the one who had lent him the guitar earlier. Lin An replied modestly, "My singing is nothing special. I'd rather not embarrass myself." Su Tian walked over and said, "Lin An, you have a beautiful singing voice. I'm recommending you for this cultural performance." Lin An couldn't dodge it, they'd already called him out on his past. "Fine, I'll just sing something simple then. Can I borrow your guitar?" No one found it surprising that Lin An could sing, after all. He was in the music club. Everyone had their talents. But for someone like Su Tian to recommend them? That voice must be something special. That was what everyone was curious about. Su Tian smiled as she pulled out the guitar and handed it to Lin An. "Just sing one of the songs you've sung before." Lin An slowly shook his head. "Singing the same one over and over is boring. I'll sing a new song instead." Su Tian looked surprised. "You have a new song already?" Lin An gave an ambiguous nod. "Well, it was his new song, at least. It was copied from his past life." Wang Lily praised. "Lin An, you really are talented. You even wrote the lyrics yourself?" "Just something I wrote for fun." Lin An picked up his guitar and began strumming softly. "That's the one I think of day and night, the one I love so deeply. How can I possibly express it? Will she accept me? Perhaps I'll never utter those words to her. I'm destined to wander the world." Lin An sang an old classic from his past life, this time Old Boy. Holy crap, he wrote this himself? The club members stared at Lin An in shock. They were still covering songs by popular stars, sometimes singing off-key. They weren't professional singers, so their skill couldn't compare to music academy students. The moment Lin An opened his mouth, his voice resonated deep within their hearts. The slow lyrics expressed the depths of human emotion. Someone started clapping slowly and rhythmically, and soon over 100 people joined in, their hands moving in time with the beat. It's such a shame this talent isn't being showcased. He chose books over singing at the age when he should have been performing. They were all part of the music scene. A song this beautiful couldn't be original to Lin An without them having heard it before. This only strengthened their belief that the song was indeed Lin An's original work. After the song ended, the club members applauded enthusiastically. Many girls found themselves increasingly impressed with Lin An. Learning he was still single sparked some wild imaginations. "You sang really well. I want you to be the lead singer for our upcoming cultural exhibition. Lead our music club into battle." Wang Lily spoke up. Lin An looked utterly confused. Why was he being dragged into this cultural exhibition again? He didn't want to pursue a music career, he wanted to be a stock market tycoon. He wanted to invest. No, my singing's just average. You should find someone else. Lin An, you really sing well. If you join the cultural show, you might even win a prize. Forget it. I'm not going up there to embarrass myself. Lin An remained firm in his refusal. First place comes with a prize of 30,000 yuan. You know. Wang Lily pondered for a moment before saying, please let me join. I absolutely love music." Lin An's expression changed faster than flipping a page. Staring earnestly at Wang Lily, the entire room fell silent. Chapter 58, Head Home Early. The music club's gathering was essentially just renting out a hotel banquet hall. But Lin An didn't mind, it was still better than pickled vegetables and steamed buns. Most people were there for socializing, not the food. Lin An was the only one at the gathering who was eating and drinking heartily. Many members of the music club performed their talents at the gathering. They took turns performing. The party was lively. Just as Lin An was eating, Shen Zhiyue slowly entered through the hotel doors and made her way to a piano. Shen Zhiyue's skin was as smooth as jade, her figure slender and graceful. Her sculpted features and straight shoulders resembled an artisan's masterpiece, radiating an otherworldly beauty. Her aura was otherworldly, every smile and frown radiating aristocratic grace. Shen Zhiyue sat at the piano, her fingers dancing across the keys as melodious music filled the hall. The audience listened in rapt attention. The men present all fixated on Shen Zhiyue. The beauty composed while guests sipped wine and nibbled on pastries, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a heavenly palace. Lin An couldn't help but admire her inwardly. Shen Zhiyue's musical talent was truly remarkable, and her technique must have been honed since childhood. She played flawlessly, without a single pause. After finishing the piece, Shen Zhiyue rose and bowed to the assembled guests in the hall. Suddenly, her gaze settled on Lin An, and she glided gracefully toward him. Everyone watched in puzzlement. Lin An was undeniably handsome. Many girls in the club harbored feelings for him, waiting for the gathering to end so they could find an opportunity to ask for his contact information. When Shen Zhiyue approached Lin An, gasps rippled through the crowd. The two of them, a perfect match, seemed like a heavenly couple descended from the heavens. With more girls than boys in the club, many felt their chances were slipping away, leaving them a little disappointed. But there was another possibility. Lin An was Shen Zhiyue's student, and he was probably there to discuss something important, not what everyone imagined. Everyone held their breath, watching intently, waiting to hear what the two would say next. Suddenly, a rumor surfaced in their minds. Hadn't Lin An publicly kissed Shen Zhiyue during class? Could it be that there really was something between them? No wonder Lin An had given up on Shen Bingying. He had a new target, and she was even prettier than Shen Bingying. Shen Zhiyue approached Lin An with a soft smile and said, "Go home early." Then Shen Zhiyue turned and walked out of the hotel lobby first. The music club members were all left scratching their heads. She just said, "Go home early," was that it? Were these two actually involved, or not? Such concern between teacher and student was commonplace, leaving everyone uncertain. Many girls assumed there was nothing going on. If there were, they reasoned, they would have asserted their claim in such a setting, especially one filled with so many members of the opposite sex, to prevent others from getting any funny ideas. As he noticed several people eyeing him, Lin An remained unfazed. He ate and drank as usual. After all, he'd experienced far more intense situations in his past life. 100 people? No big deal. The gathering continued, and several girls approached him in groups. "Lin An, let's be friends." Several girls pulled out their phones, offering him the chance to choose whose friend he'd like to add. Lin An didn't pass up a single one, adding them all at once. More women meant more options. This wasn't being a jerk, it was just about not breaking anyone's heart. Adding someone on WeChat doesn't mean anything will happen. Wan Lily and Su Tian whispered to each other. "Lin An is in your class. Is there really nothing going on between Shen Zhiyue and him?" Su Tian thought for a moment before answering. Probably not. It was just that one time in class when Lin An kissed her on the cheek. After that, they haven't shown any signs of intimacy. They barely even talked to each other at school. After Lin An added a few women's contacts, two girls immediately messaged him, "Are you free?" Lin An knew immediately they were hitting on him. So Lin An replied, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend." Seeing his reply, both girls simultaneously sent back an exclamation mark. They couldn't quite believe he'd actually found a girlfriend. After the gathering ended, Lin An walked out of the hotel, feeling stuffed from the feast. He should have ditched his pride and followed Shen Zhiyue when she left earlier. He'd forgotten he was completely broke. He couldn't afford a taxi home. He'd hitched a ride with Su Tian on the way over. But how would he get back? Buses had stopped running at this hour. He'd have to take a shared bike. But Lin An suddenly pulled out his phone and sent Chen Zhiyue a message. "Hey, Chen, gorgeous, are you asleep yet?" The reply came almost instantly, "Not yet. What's up? Feeling lonely and missing me?" Lin An replied, "Could be. I need to talk to you about something." Chen Zhiyue asked, "I knew you wouldn't contact me for no reason. What is it? Lend me $50. I need a cab home." "Chen Zhiyue, where are you right now? You haven't gone home yet?" Lin An told her about attending the music club gathering, then explained his current predicament. Shortly after, Lin An received a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Lin An didn't accept it, he only needed 50 to take a taxi home. Chen Zhiyue replied, "Take this 1,000 for now, but tonight you're coming with me. Send me your location, I'm coming to pick you up." Lin An was stunned. So this 1,000 yuan was to buy her services? No way. No way. "I have to get home tonight, I have a curfew." Chen Zhiyue retorted. "What curfew? Don't you live alone?" "But I still have to go home tonight." Shen Zhiyue had told him to come home early. If he got back late, he'd probably be in for a world of trouble. So Lin An quickly came up with an excuse. "I need to go back and write. My novel isn't finished yet. If you're writing, I can bring you my laptop. You have to stay with me tonight. Don't forget, my first kiss was yours. You're responsible." Lin An was momentarily at a loss for excuses. He could control himself. Even if he spent the night with Chen Zhiyue, nothing would happen. He couldn't betray Shen Zhiyue. The problem was, Shen Zhiyue wouldn't believe him. Take this as an example. If your girlfriend or boyfriend didn't come home for a night, what would you think? And if you found out they were alone with someone else of the opposite sex? Just as Lin An was about to say he was actually married, Chen Zhiyue suddenly said, "Forget it. If you're busy, you don't have to keep me company. But you owe me a night. Make it up to me when you get the chance." Lin An's newly resolved determination vanished in an instant. Fine. In the end, Lin An agreed. Let's try to do it during the day. I'm free then. At night, I have to get back to work on my novel.